Meeting his demise in the Tiandang Mountains, the heavenly martial king Gu Feiyang is reincarnated 15 years later as Li Yun Xiao, a complete trash of his generation, and thus begins an extraordinary tale of the martial king looking to restore his former glory, all the while fighting off against the challenges that his new vessel brings. Surrounded by ruins, a man hears someone call out to him, Li Yun Xiao. "Who's calling me?" wonders the man, questioning whether he, Gu Feiyang, didn't die already. As his mind begins to get flooded with someone else's memories, the voice once again shouts out Li Yun Xiao. With this, the man snaps awake as a boy and catches the piece of chalk flying towards him. From the memories he now possesses, Yun Xiao comes to understand that this is the year 1033 of the Sky Martial calendar, meaning that 15 years have passed since he, Gu Feiyang, died on the Tiandang Mountain. He then looks outside through a window, only to see a towering statue of himself from 15 years ago. Suddenly, the teacher starts scolding Yun Xiao for sleeping in her class. Having taken in this setting, Gu Feiyang realizes that he has been reborn as a boy named Li Yun Xiao. While the entire class looks on, Li Yun Xiao, Tian Shuai Nation's Blue Jewel Academy instructor, asks Yun Xiao to answer how many methods there are to refine an ordinary Shuan weapon. Turning his gaze towards the teacher, the reincarnated soul notes that she is a great-looking girl with long crimson hair and a good body. So, if Yun Xiao wore a set of armor and added the Frost of Grief to her arsenal, she would be exactly like the Red Lotus Empress. Nah, Du really playing dress-up in his thoughts. Pitying that the instructor still has a long way to go as she's currently only in the 4th martial realm, Yun Xiao gives her a disappointed look. Shocked at her mind getting disrupted by just a glance from a regular brat, Yun Xiao rushes him to answer her question. As a 9th-tier refiner in his past life who stood at the pinnacle of the martial world, Yun Xiao feels insulted by the childish query. He nonchalantly answers that there are 48 types of refining methods, leaving Yun Xiao in shock. Hearing this, the entire class erupts in laughter. Ridiculing the trash of the Li family for not being able to answer such a simple thing, the other students show him that there's clearly only 36 types mentioned in Master Yang Di's notebook. Yang Di, that brat, he dared to forget the 12 methods that Gu Feiyang had devised, remarks Yun Xiao, unbothered by the mockery. While the rest of the class laugh at the boy, the instructor is baffled by his words. "Silence," shouts out Yun Xiao. Co-signing what Yun Xiao said, she tells the students that Yang Di didn't add the extra 12 methods in the notebook because they are simply impossible for ordinary people to grasp. Dude straight up said skill issue, noting that Li Yun Xiao is considered trash in martial arts because his meridians haven't opened. Yun Xiao thinks that he will be valued much higher than a martial warrior if he is trained to be a refiner. Telling Yun Xiao not to be proud of himself just because he read some extracurricular materials, Yun Xiao asks him a nigh impossible question, announcing that he won't need to attend her class anymore if he can answer it. Much to everyone's surprise, Yun Xiao easily responds to her query. Following this, Yun Xiao asks him a series of questions that, in reality, is advice for herself. Yun Xiao's responses not only make her understand why she was failing in her task, but also that his gaze earlier was filled with disdain because of being asked a dumb question. She then rushes out of class, telling the boy to see her when classes are over and to study on his own for now. After Yun Xiao leaves, the students wonder if he is a prodigy in alchemy. Though, a sinister-looking boy shuts down their theory by reiterating that the Li family's trash can't possibly become a refiner. Afterwards, Yun Xiao takes a stroll around town, which is the capital of the Tian Shuai Nation. The former 9th-tier refiner vows at the coincidence that his idiotic disciple Yang Di is now among the best refiners in this country, all the while feeling a bit moved that he made a statue to honor him. Soon, Yun Xiao arrives at the Alchemy Tower, lamenting that his current body is extremely weak since its previous owner was trash among trash, really catching strays even when he isn't even there. In his previous life, Yun Xiao was a grandmaster who was ranked 3rd in the martial world, so he quickly wants to find Yang Di and then train his trash of a body, aiming to regain all his prior strength in the next few years. Vowing to use his past life's experiences to become even stronger in this one, Yun Xiao proclaims, "I will reach the pinnacle of this world." As all the meridians in his current body are closed, Yun Xiao rushes to find Yang Di to open them. Arriving at the Alchemist Guild, he is welcomed by the receptionist named Lu Yao. Yun Xiao asks her if Yang Di is still there, only to find out that he was the previous guild master 20 years ago. Having originally wanted Yang Di to brew him some pills to help with breaking through, Yu Xiao feels that the task of unclogging his hidden meridians himself is a bit troublesome. Previously, the whole world knew him as Gu Fei Yang, a prodigy in martial arts and alchemy, as well as one of the 7 elders of the Alchemist Guild. With his achievements standing at the pinnacle of the 9 realms as the world's top expert, Gu Fei Yang was named military breaker by the church. Even his students are famous in the world of martial arts. To go from all that glory to a 15-year-old trash whose meridians are still clogged up, Yu Xiao is enraged, worrying that it will be hard to regain his strength in the future if he doesn't open them soon. He asks the receptionist if she could help him find the materials if he writes her a recipe, getting told to go ahead. Right then, an alchemist named Jia Rong comes calling for Lu Yao, instructing her to hurry up as Master Liang is looking for her. Informing the middle-aged man that Yun Xiao wanted her help to help him look for something. Lu Yao begins heading off to Master Liang. Before she can go, Jia Rong snatches the boy's recipe from her hand. "What kind of a lousy recipe?" announces the first-tier alchemist, crumpling and tossing the recipe away like trash. Top 10 moments captured before disaster. As any document he writes is a priceless treasure. Yu Xiao is overcome with fury at this act. After telling Lu Yao to hurry to Master Liang, Jia Rong turns his back to the boy and tells him to get lost, declaring that this is not a place for children. With this, Yu Xiao brings to light the fact that Jia Rong got promoted to an alchemist just this week, pinpointing exactly what his exam was. The former lets the latter know that by utilizing a blood flame stone to increase his alchemic fusion abilities right before the exam, he has put his life in jeopardy. "What a waste of a talented alchemist," mutters Yun Xiao, informing Jia Rong that he will have to chop off his right arm and destroy his Dun Tien to preserve his life. Ouch, that's almost worse than what I felt when Cody introduced The Rock to beat Roman. Despite knowing that the boy isn't just chatting nonsense since he was able to list his exact symptoms, Jia Rong tells him to stop with the scare tactics. Hearing this, Yu Xiao starts walking off, remarking that it's a shame as he was about to teach Jia Rong the cure. Suddenly, the man no longer wants Yun Xiao to leave and puts his hands on him, demanding to be told the cure. However, the former 9th-tier refiner's powerful gaze forces Jia Rong to unhand him. Scared for his life, Jia Rong bows down before Yun Xiao and begs to be told the cure, much to the shock of the other guild members. As the boy asks for his list of materials, the man rushes to pick the recipe and straighten it out for him. Yu Xiao then proceeds to blow his nose into the piece of paper before crumpling it right back. Dude is on that Sigma grind set. Tossing the recipe at Jia Rong's face, he commands him to bring 10 batches of every item on the list to Blue Jewel Academy. While the first-tier alchemist stands there speechless, Yun Xiao urges him to remember his name and declares respect is not given but earned, and you lost mine from the very beginning. Revealing the cure that will allow him to hold on for a few days, Yun Xiao leaves Jia Rong with an order to meet him alive and well. Afterwards, the man wonders why he was so afraid of a brat that is neither a warrior nor a refiner. Remembering Yun Xiao's words about respect and the ferocious aura he was emitting, Jia Rong vows to rip him into 1,000 pieces after finding a solution. Blood still pretending to be tough, that's tough. Elsewhere, Lu Yao informs the 2nd-grade refiner, Li Yun Xiao, of a few ingredients that the teenager asked her to find. Prior to leaving, Yu Xiao tells Jia Rong that his right hand would only hold for 3 more days, after which he won't be able to refine again. Hearing this, the already shaken-up man falls further into despair. Questioning if the boy is lying, Jia Rong wonders how he is supposed to find the materials in such a short span of time, given that he has never even heard of half of them. On the other hand, when you ask Lu Yao for all the materials in Yun Xiao's recipe, as the receptionist begins to list them, the 2nd-grade refiner is baffled, questioning if the boy left any way for them to contact him. For one, you to think so highly of someone was unheard of, making Lu Yao wonder where Yun Xiao came from. Who's gone tell her? She asked the refiner about the materials, given that she hadn't heard of them despite being in the Alchemist Guild for 3 years. Much to Lu Yao's surprise, even Wan Yu is unaware about most of them. Though having a feeling that the resulting product will boost the levels of warriors enormously, he urges the receptionist to contact him if Yun Xiao comes back again. Back over with Yun Xiao, he notes that Jia Rong will have a hard time finding the materials. Wanting to find another way, the former 9th-tier refiner checks what the boy has in his storage ring, only to find it filled with garbage. The one barely good item he finds is the black-hilted iron-heavy sword, weighing around 32 kilograms. Missing his star sword, Yun Xiao effortlessly swings around the heavy sword, deciding to use it until he opens the 7 meridians and forges a Xuan weapon himself. Du got that sleeper build. Soon, Yun Xiao arrives at the academy and gets attacked by 2 students named Yufeng and Luo Jia. Avoiding their attacks with ease, the boy prepares to strike back. Right then, Han Bai and Chun Jun, 2 of Li Yun Xiao's best friends, come to his aid, intercepting Lan Fei's dogs. Having opened 4 of his meridians, Han Bai collides with Du Feng. Being equally matched, the 2 push each other back. However, Luo Jia jumps in and clashes with Han Bai. As the former has unclogged 5 of his meridians, he overpowers the latter and ends up breaking his arm. Du Feng then tells Han Bai and Chun Jun to get out of there, warning them that they will become collateral damage if they don't listen. Suddenly, a voice declares that anyone who dares to bully Li Yun Xiao will have to go through her. Seeing the princess of Tian Shui country, Qin Ru Sui, herself coming to his aid, the reincarnated soul wonders how a trash like Yun Xiao has such connections. Not having the gall to disrespect the princess, Lan Fei's underlings begin to move out, just as they turn their backs to him. Yun Xiao chimes in, declaring they aren't going to leave that easily after beating up his friends. As Du Feng snarks at this proclamation, the boy remarks that he just wants to see the difference between 5 meridians and 0. While Luo Ji gets fired up, Du Feng jumps in first to teach Yun Xiao a lesson with his 4 meridians. The spectators look on and worry in anticipation, only to be met with an utterly shocking outcome. Yun Xiao stands victorious, having kicked him right in the family jewels. Oof. Holding his crotch, Du Feng curls up on the ground, writhing in agony. Luo Jia accuses Yun Xiao of playing dirty, but the boy argues that he only lifted his right knee without knowing that Du Feng would run into him. While the onlookers buy into this story, Luo Jia refuses to believe that his friend would get accidentally kicked like that. Unleashing the power of his 5 meridians, the high-ranked warrior charges towards Yun Xiao, vowing to avenge Du Feng by ending him. As a barrage of fists rains down on the boy, his friends scream at him to run. Though, Yun Xiao simply stands his ground, lifting his black-hilted iron-heavy sword up to intercept the onslaught. In the goofiest manner possible, Luo Jia ends up cutting his fist on the blade. Yun Xiao proceeds to add insult to injury, striking his opponent down with yet another kick in the nuts. Bro does not want them to continue the generation. Once again, the spectators buy into Yun Xiao's narrative, wondering how someone could be so stupid to try and block a sword with his bare fists. If I can't even take down a few warriors, then I would rather die, proclaims the former 9th tier refiner, announcing that hurting his friends has severe consequences. Yun Xiao then kicks Luo Jia into Du Feng, sending the 2 flying into a wall and causing them to pee themselves. As the boy towers over Lan Fei's defeated underlings, Han Bai tells everyone to leave the area. Meanwhile, Chun Jun wonders if Yun Xiao has activated his meridians, getting convinced that the stupid enemies hurt themselves. My guy graduated from the Among Us Academy in gaslighting. Right then, Qin Ru Sui questions, Li Yun Xiao, are you really Li Yun Xiao? The princess fears that the Du and Luo family, who have always been against the Li family, will use this situation against him. Unfazed, the boy sinks his heavy sword inches away from Du Feng and Luo Jia's crotches, nonchalantly vowing to destroy whatever makes them a man if it comes to that. He then starts heading back to the dorms, leaving Qin Ru Sui flustered. After Yun Xiao leave, his 3 friends note that attacks from external forces aren't the main concern. Rather, it's the fact that the academy will simply look the other way if the students fight amongst themselves, meaning that the real danger to Yun Xiao's well-being is Lan Fei. Not only has the overwhelming force already activated 7 meridians, but he is also about to train his spirit to become a champion, a level that is far greater than a mere warrior. Sometime later, Yun Xiao arrives back to his dorm, lamenting his weak body. He notes the need to train even if he can't activate his meridians yet. Let's do this, declares Yun Xiao, taking a stance to get ready for Heavenly Tyrant body training technique. Once upon a time, the martial world held an event to determine the top 10 strongest fighters, crowning the 10 great martial kings as the pinnacle of power in the martial world. Among them, the man called Ao Chang Kong was thought to be the strongest. This gave rise to his nickname, the Tyrant Martial Sovereign. Ao Chang Kong's body training technique, famous for being the ultimate martial arts, was obtained by Gu Feiyang through sheer coincidence. Ah yes, that plot armor finally kicking in. Now, reborn as Li Yun Xiao, he finally gets the chance to try out this body-tempering technique that's supposed to be the strongest one known to man for the first time ever. Though, the boy's entire being soon starts to feel like it's getting ripped apart, making him realize why Ao Chang Kong was so powerful. Regardless, Yu Xiao musters up the courage to continue using the body training technique, as it will enable him to reach the level of a martial king even without opening his meridians. Being the third strongest among the 10 great martial kings himself in his past life, Yun Xiao pushes through the pain. "Talent, determination, courage, I lack nothing," proclaims the boy, activating the first form of the tyrant body technique called Moonlight. Suddenly, a sharp jolt of lightning flows through his entire body, sending him rolling across the floor in immense agony. Getting slammed into the nearby wall, Yun Xiao coughs up a bit of blood. However, his pride won't allow him to give up, as he once again activates the Moonlight form. Nah, dude gotta be a masochist. The next day, Yun Xiao arrives at the Academy's gravity training grounds, noting that his body will massively benefit from the gravity chambers thanks to having the body training technique as a foundation. Though seeing the other students walking around makes him feel nostalgic about the good old days, when he was just a normal fighter like them a few decades ago. As per his body's current limitation, Yun Xiao arrives at the teleporter for the tenfold gravity chamber. Getting transported there, the boy starts huffing and puffing right out the gate, suffering a drastic effect on his body. Had it not been for the former 9th tier refiner's mental preparation, Yun Xiao would have already crumbled. Dragging himself the stairs, he sees that a lot of people are waiting outside the 200 training rooms. Using Universal Detect to spot the training room that is about to get freed up, Yun Xiao quickly marches towards it, beating the other trainees who had been waiting there for ages. Needing to grasp the Moonlight form quickly so that he can withstand the force of using medicine to open his meridians, Yu Xiao begins heading inside the training room. However, he gets stopped by Yu Hezheng, a peak martial disciple with 7 of his meridians opened. "You just got here, right? Let me have this room," remarks the latter, only to be told that he should get lost. Witnessing this, the spectators start gossiping about how shameful it is for a top student like Hezheng to get burned by the noob who hasn't even opened a single meridian. This irritates the peak martial disciple, who warns Yun Xiao not to embarrass him and tells him to just use his name in case anything comes up in the academy from now on. Bro really thinks he's him. Of course, Yun Xiao ends up reiterating his earlier words in an even more condescending tone. Suddenly, Hezheng starts laughing like a maniac and bursts forth his wild energy. Amused at the fact that piece of trash without any energy fluctuations dares to speak in such a manner, the peak martial disciple vows to teach him some rules that new students must abide by. Witnessing Hezheng burst forth with an immense energy, the other trainees start glazing his feet. The peak martial disciple announces that he is in a good mood today, so he will only break Yun Xiao's ribs instead of ending his life. Hezheng roars out, only for the boy to simply walk away. Noting the former's technique to be concealing Tiger Fist, the latter tells him that his attack's form is strong but lacking in the imposing spirit required for it. Already shaken up by this remark, Hezheng gets irritated further by the spectators' commentary and leaps to finish off Yun Xiao. Turning around in his snap, the former martial king unleashes his dragon-like imposing presence, leaving Hezheng feeling like he is the one in danger. An overwhelming feeling that a dragon is about to eat him whole. The peak martial disciple ignores what his entire being is telling him and looks to crush Yun Xiao with brute strength alone. Much to Hezheng's dismay, the boy grabs his wrist to stop the attack and lands a crushing blow on his right arm. Sighing in disappointment at his weak body not allowing him to finish off his foe, Yun Xiao decides to make do with just making him lose an arm. As Hezheng and the spectators wonder how someone without any meridians open is so strong, Luo Lan Duo arrives at the scene, telling the peak martial disciple to give up on the training room that he was going to get for her. So, bro got beat up for simping deserved. The imposing girl compliments Yun Xiao for training his techniques when he can't strengthen himself, only to say in the same vein that a technique without power is unfit for any use. As the boy says that she isn't wrong, Lan Duo announces that he will never beat her and questions why he puts himself through all this, given that his future is bright regardless as the young master of the Li family. Hearing this, the other trainees recognize Yun Xiao as the infamous Trash, who chased Lan Duo relentlessly and only gave up after getting beaten. Turns out, before Bu Feiyang's soul awakened in his body, Li Yun Xiao was rejected by Lan Duo, getting told that she will think about it only can defeat her. Hezheng starts laughing at this revelation, only to shut up instantly after just a quick glance from the former marshal. "If there's nothing else, I'm going to train," announces Yun Xiao, slamming the training room's door shut in their faces. "That's my Giga Chad." Even after a few moments go by, Hezhong is still unable to stop himself from trembling and questions why a single glare from the Li family's trash has made him lose his will to fight. To rub salt into his wounds, Lan Duo cosigns Yun Xiao's words about the problem with his concealing tiger fist technique, leaving him with a burning fury against the boy. Elsewhere, Yun Xiao marvels at the centuries-old black iron statues, thinking it to be remarkable that there's people who follow the path of the tenacious. He then gets ready to start his training, noting that it will take him about 10 years to return to the Nine Heavens realm after opening his meridians and fusing his Yuan energies. Going crashing into a wall, Yun Xiao realizes that the effect of the body training technique has multiplied under the tenfold gravity. Shrugging himself off, the boy notes that he will be able to reach the physical level of a martial apprentice within 3 days at this rate, granting him at least a 60% chance to successfully unclog his meridians. And so, Yun Xiao begins his brutal training once again. Meanwhile, the story of him defeating Yu Hezhong with a single blow gets spread throughout the tenfold gravity chamber. 3 days later, Yun Xiao exits the training room, covered in wounds. Seeing the battered and bruised boy, the other trainees get motivated to work hard. Right then, one of them shouts out in shock. Everyone gathers to see the commotion, only to be terrified to find that the black iron stone statues that they had been practicing on for years have been blown to pieces. Afterwards, Li Yun Xiao examines his now strong and muscular body, whose scars have already healed completely. Having experienced firsthand that Ao Chang Kong's body training technique is indeed the best one of its kind, the boy looks to use his newfound physical strength of a martial apprentice to attempt some refining. After all, obtaining just a few low-level pills will accelerate his cultivation speed greatly. Sometime later, Yun Xiao is walking when he feels someone's arm coming towards him. With his eyes closed, the boy grabs the incoming limb and slams the person it's attached to onto the ground. My guy really unlocked Ultra Instinct in there, though it's just poor Hun Bai. As he worries that his arm might be broken, Yun Xiao jokingly says that it only fell off, insisting that it's not his fault that he snuck up on him. Examining his friend's limb, Yun Xiao questions why he is there. Hun Bai remarks that he wanted to test him out a bit since he was acting a little odd the last time they met. After confirming that Yun Xiao has somehow gotten this strong without opening his meridians, Hun Bai informs him that teacher Li Yun Xiao has been looking everywhere for him. "Li Yun Xiao, why is that little girl looking for me?" inquires Yun Xiao, suddenly popping Hun Bai's dislocated arm back into place, almost pulling out his soul along with it. Lil broing the teacher is insane, wondering if Yun Xiao has lost his mind referring to their teacher as a little girl. Hun Bai suddenly leaps onto him. He announces that the boy might be in big trouble, as Lan Fei has disappeared these past few days to cultivate in seclusion and break into the First Origin realm. "Calm down, it's just the First Origin realm," remarks Yun Xiao, once again confusing Hun Bai with his unconcerned behavior, considering that with this, Lan Fei has condensed his Yuan Qi and broken into the ranks of a real martial warrior. Hun Bai then starts shaking Yun Xiao, questioning how he can say it's just the First Origin realm when his friends have been worried sick for him for days. Suddenly, Yun Xiao grabs his friend's shoulder and declares that he has something more important that he needs him to do. As Hun Bai wonders what could be more important than the threat of Lan Fei, Yun Xiao proclaims, "Lend me all your money," wanting to buy pills with them. Surely, he is talking about cultivation pills, right? The former fulfills the latter's request and begins heading out, confirming if he is really not worried at all. Giggling like an idiot, Yun Xiao tells Hun Bai that he is so worried, but there's no point in it in the end, joking about returning the money only if he is still alive. Relieved that the boy can still laugh even when things are this bad, the friend commends the change he has gone through recently and gives up on worrying for him. Right then, a kick that shatters even the massive wooden door sends Hun Bai flying at Yun Xiao's feet, followed by a bloodied and unconscious Chun Jun. Of course, this is Lan Fei's doing, who now marches towards the former 9th tier refiner. "Li Yun Xiao, how dare you touch my men?" questions the martial warrior. Brimming with a sinister aura, Lan Fei then vows to cripple him completely. While Du Feng and Luo Jiyao glaze their boss, Yun Xiao checks up on his friends. Feeling relieved that they don't have any life-threatening injuries, he provokes Lan Fei, remarking that he isn't special just because he can glow a little to show off. The martial warrior questions if Yun Xiao will bow before him for his mistakes, or if he will have to cripple his arms and legs first. Cripple me? How interesting, mutters the reincarnated soul, declaring that it's been a very long time since he has heard such an arrogant statement. Walking towards Lan Fei, Yun Xiao unleashes his intimidating glare. With this, the martial warrior is overcome with an inexplicable sense of uneasiness and fear. My God, you be having that effect on people. Lan Fei instantly charges forward to attack, absurdly feeling like he would never have the courage to strike if he doesn't do it now. Complimenting his foe for being decisive and unambiguous, Yun Xiao raises his heavy sword towards him. "How dare you mock me?" declares the former, bringing his blade down on the latter with all his might. Having blocked Lan Fei's assault with his heavy sword, Yun Xiao gets pushed back and his weapon suffers a crack. However, even after all this, he still doesn't lose his footing. This leaves Lan Fei baffled, making him wonder how such trash managed to withstand his attack. After all, even if he were a martial apprentice instead of being a martial warrior, there should have been no way for someone who still hasn't opened his meridians to block an attack that Lan Fei unleashed with 120% of his strength. Is that a Jujutsu Kaisen reference? Suddenly, Yun Xiao lets out an exhilarated laughter, announcing that it's been a long time since he fought with his full strength. Remarking that Lan Fei's sword slash felt really satisfying, the boy invites him to strike again so that he can give him a few more pointers. Gritting his teeth at this comment, the first Origin Realm martial warrior furiously unleashes the Lan family's flowing cloud slash technique. However, Yun Xiao looks completely unimpressed and criticizes Lan Fei for messing up the technique, giving him pointers on how to execute it properly. "Shut up and go to hell," replies the enraged foe, not standing for the patronization. Declaring Lan Fei to be extremely lucky to have gotten advice from him, Yun Xiao swings his heavy sword with an immense weight and intercepts the incoming attack. With this, he disarms the martial warrior, sending his blade flying into a nearby wooden frame. Should have just listened to bro. No. As the battle concludes, Yun Xiao assumes a relaxed stance, exuding an aura of confidence. Meanwhile, Lan Fei trembles in defeat, unable to come to terms with the fact that a martial warrior like him would get defeated by trash, who hasn't even opened his meridians. Right then, Yun Xiao kicks Lan Fei right in the face, launching him into a wall. While the martial warrior is still trying to process what just took place, his underlings shout at him to be careful. Suddenly, Yun Xiao brings the heavy sword down inches away from Lan Fei's moneymaker. Snapping back to his senses, the latter manages to stutter some words out of his trap. "Wah, what are you doing? Yo, you dare touch me." Leading into this remark, Yun Xiao mockingly replies that he is oh so shaken up from the big, strong attack earlier that his hands are numbing and making him unable to hold the sword properly. Realizing the implication of Yun Xiao's snarky response, Lan Fei tells him to remove the sword. The boy was too lazy to settle his previous score with the martial warriors, so he was willing to let it go. However, Lan Fei had now injured Chun Jun and Han Bai, aside from making an attempt on his life. "Am I supposed to just let this slide?" questions Yun Xiao, edging the heavy sword closer to the foe's crotch. With this, Lan Fei tries begging for mercy, promising to do anything in return for his bird remaining intact. Bro is desperate to continue his generation, already wearing diapers from their last encounter with the former 9th-tier refiner, Du Feng. Luo Jia and even the others who didn't see their previous humiliation start trembling in fear. Yun Xiao then tells Lan Fei to give him some money if he wants to keep his manhood intact, ordering his numerous underlings to pay up if they want to live as well. After emptying their pockets, Lan Fei and his lackeys ask for permission to leave. Suddenly, Yun Xiao spots an expensive-looking jade pendant around the boss's waist and takes it off him. "I can give you anything else, just not this jade pendant," exclaims the martial warrior, getting an annoyed look from the former 9th-tier refiner. Albeit feeling scared, Lan Fei explains that the protection jade pendant is a generational treasure in his family, as there are only 5 of it to be worn by the core members of the Lan family. The pendant is a symbol of status, meaning that it would be of no use to Yun Xiao, but extremely important to the martial warrior. La just straight up lying now. Hearing this, the reincarnated soul gives Lan Fei a choice. Since the latter's underlings had barely any money to give, the former will make them all end up like Du Feng and Luo Jia if he can't have the jade pendant. On the other hand, everyone can leave peacefully if Lan Fei lets him have it. Obviously, the jade pendant is more important to the martial warrior, but he could never look his lackeys in the eyes again if he chooses it over them. Suddenly, a girl shouts out, "Boss Lan." Hearing this, Lan Fei declares that even the precious jade pendant is nothing to him when compared to his fellows, bringing them all to tears. He then tells them all that it's time to leave, questioning if Lan Fei still wants to act cool before leaving even though he has been let off the hook very easily. Yun Xiao swings at him. As the martial warrior is unable to avoid it, the girl from earlier jumps in front of him. Of course, the former 9th tier refiner is just playing. Having accomplished his goal of not letting Lan Fei look cool in his exit, Yu Xiao pulls the weapon back into the storage ring right before it makes contact. Though, the girl falls unconscious from the shock anyways. Flustered and embarrassed, the martial warrior announces that they are going now and stomps out. Examining the supposedly worthless jade pendant, Yu Xiao notes that it's actually a 5-colored divine stone. Suddenly, he orders the person lurking in the shadows to show themselves. Complying with the command, Jia Rong appears before Yun Xiao. Despite witnessing the entire scene, he doesn't have the slightest clue as to how the boy was able to defeat Lan Fei. Originally, Jia Rong planned on sneaking up on Yun Xiao to force the detoxification method out of him. However, the earlier battle has left him completely unconfident in his mid-tier warrior capabilities in beating the former 9th tier refiner, at least due to self-aware. Upon Yun Xiao's query, Jia Rong reveals that he has only managed to gather 6 batches of the recipe despite his best efforts. Taking them from the man, the boy orders him to heal Chun Jun and Hun Bai before anything. "Who do you think I am?" questions Jia Rong, protesting being ordered around like that. Though when Yu Xiao tells him to scram if he isn't happy with it, the rank 1 alchemist is left with no choice but to comply. After healing the boy's friends, Jia Rong demands to be given the detoxification method, declaring that he will never be ordered around again. "Don't be so sure about that," snarks Yu Xiao, remarking that countless people have begged to be commanded by him and were rejected. He bets that soon, Jia Rong will be more than happy to listen to him. Jia Rong exclaims that Yu Xiao is lying, only to be told that there's no reason to lie to a mere rank 1 alchemist like him. Suddenly, the latter hurls a piece of paper at the former with immense strength, making him work just to catch it. Though the effort is worth it, as Jia Rong finds the prescription to be absolutely incredible. Realizing that Yu Xiao was telling the truth all along, the man finds his eccentric behavior is completely unreadable, having gotten what he came here for. Jia Rong announces that they are now even and begins to head out, not willing to die for payback against the humiliation he suffered before. First smart character ever. Suddenly, Yun Xiao remarks that even though the prescription will cure the bodily damage, the deterioration of Jia Rong's soul power during that period will make it impossible for him to reach the level of a rank 1 alchemist again in this lifetime. Though, the former 9th tier refiner just so happens to know of a way to make Jia Rong a real rank 1 alchemist within 50 days instead of 50 years. Unable to believe this absurd statement, the man shouts out, "You can't fool me." Condescendingly looking down on Jia Rong, Yun Xiao proclaims that it isn't worth his time to fool someone like him. This makes the former settle down, and he notes that the latter's words are too tempting to be ignored, even if they are too suspicious. Apologizing for his outburst, Jia Rong questions if such a way is really out there, and if so, what would he have to do for Yun Xiao to help him? "Be my servant," declares the boy, instantly getting his preposterous demand shut down. However, Yun Xiao is of the view that Jia Rong is the one not qualified to be his servant, so he will give the privilege of serving him for only 50 days. Jia Rong realizes that the former 9th tier refiner is being completely sincere with this sentiment, as if his words were an unquestionable truth. With his mind all jumbled up, the man tries to make sense of the situation. Suddenly, Yun Xiao questions, "Do you feel aggrieved to be my servant?" Before Jia Rong can answer, the boy glares at him, exerting such a powerful and crushing pressure that he falls to his knees. Dude really unleashed his conqueror's haki. "Just who is this brat?" wonders the alchemist. Terrified from the soul-crushing pressure, he understands that Yun Xiao could disintegrate him at any time if he wanted to. The latter then gives the former 3 breaths time to either accept his offer or reject it. Realizing that there's a chance for him to rise to the top by listening to Yun Xiao, Jia Rong doesn't want to regret this moment for the rest of his life by rejecting this offer. And so, he accepts the privilege of being his servant. "Not bad, you were quite decisive," remarks Yun Xiao, announcing that Jia Rong will realize later that this was the correct choice. The former 9th tier refiner then gives the man some cultivation instructions, announcing that if he can advance to a rank 1 alchemist within 5 days even after following them, then he lacks the aptitude to be his servant. Examining the instructions, Jia Rong is baffled to see the soul cultivation art in them. Though, Yun Xiao is unconcerned as it's the trashiest of all the soul cultivation techniques. Telling the alchemist to call him Young Master Yun from now on, the boy promises not to be stingy when rewarding him if he behaves well. Given the permission to leave, Jia Rong bows before his new master and heads out. On his way back, the alchemist is extremely careful to hide the instructions, still unable to believe that he got his hands on a technique of legends. Jia Rong concludes that the reason he was trembling before an ordinary child was because of the legendary soul dementing technique, considering that he gave him the precious soul cultivation technique as if it were nothing. To repay this generosity, Jia Rong wouldn't consider it a loss even if Yun Xiao made him his slave for several years. Though, he does still wonder just who exactly is young Master Yun. Yun Xiao cultivates at night, lamenting that his soul power was inferior to a mere rank 1 alchemist after being reborn. To frighten Jia Rong, he used the soul dementing technique, losing much of his remaining soul power as a result. Thinking that becoming the strongest in this generation will just be a matter of time, Yun Xiao doesn't want to stop there. He wants to become an existence surpassing even his previous life, breaking through into the realm of legends. To that end, Yun Xiao is relying on a soul cultivation technique that he, Gu Fei Yang, had discovered in the Tiandang Mountains before his death. Divine Soul Expansion Technique, it's an unheard-of technique with a method beyond anyone's imagination. Yun Xiao thinks that it's linked to his rebirth, since the voice in his mind was reciting the text of this divine technique when he regained his past life's memories. With its successful practice, the former 9th-tier refiner's soul power will recover at a terrifying speed. The plot armor getting thicker than Lizzo at this rate. On the Ti and Mu continents, the cultivators are basically divided into 2 types. The martial cultivations specialize in the cultivation of qi, with a few specializing in cultivating their bodies, becoming the so-called ordinary martial warriors. On the other hand, the alchemy cultivators specialize in cultivation of the soul. Spirit, qi, soul. If either one is trained to a certain existence, a person can become an existence capable of shaking an entire continent. Though Li Yun Xiao knew the importance of the link between the 3, having previously reached the status of a martial king by cultivating both his qi and soul. The other martial kings were the same, becoming far stronger than anyone else by cultivating 2 of the 3 to the peak. However, Gu Fei Yang realized that his physical body prevented him from breaking through upon being trapped at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens realm, driving him to obtain the tyrant body tempering technique. After all, it is only when one's body, qi, and spirit are all at their peak that one can attempt to break through to the legendary 10 Worlds realm. We got Sir Yaps a lot over here. With his soul power recovering quickly, Yun Xiao vows to break through to the 10 Worlds divine realm in this life and become invincible. But first, he will use the 5-color divine stone he got from Lan Fei to craft the 13 divine needles and arouse the body's potential, allowing him to unclog his meridians. Afterwards, Yun Xiao arrives at his storage room filled with decent materials, provided by his competent new servant, Jia Rong. Soul power, enfold. Shouts out the boy, using his past experience as a top-ranking alchemist and his soul power to masterfully forge the divine needles. Inserting them into his body, Yun Xiao manages to unclog 5 of his meridians. Albeit a bit disappointed, the former 9th-tier refiner knows that the 5-color divine stone is extremely effective at arousing the body's potential, now wanting to find a way to obtain the other 4 jade pendants from the Wan family. Later, Chunjun and Hunbai arrive, mistaking the green residue in Yun Xiao's skin from the medicine as Lan Fei poisoning him. What do you mean he isn't the Hulk? Clearing up the misunderstanding, the boy informs the 2 of everything that happened when they were unconscious, leaving them in complete and utter disbelief. Haha, I knew it, remarks Chunjun, expressing that there's no way that General Fei Long's son could have been a loser anyways. He gets excited that once the 3 of them graduate, they will inherit their family's titles of nobility and assemble an army to destroy the Lan family's brats. Though, Hunbai worries about the dangers that Yun Xiao's newfound strength and recent actions will bring in the future. Despite this, Chunjun is convinced that Lan Fei and his lackeys won't be able to do anything, given that they can't call for outside help. After all, there are only 2 people who have reached the 5 elements realms to become martial kings in the country of Tian Shuai. One of them is none other than Ji Lan Academy's headmaster himself, Zhang Lishan. as he is considered to be the strongest man in the entire country. Even the emperor himself wouldn't be able to cause trouble within the academy. Right then, Hunbai questions if Chunjun has forgotten about the man who's ranked third in the academy's mini Fengyun ranking, the Lan family's other descendant and Lan Fei's half-brother, Lan Suan. While the two friends tremble at this thought, Yun Xiao is unconcerned. He doesn't deem the academy's ranking to be even worth mentioning, given that he was ranked third in the entire continent's Fengyun ranking back in the day. My guy just wants to flex. Hunbai then reveals that Lan Yuan is an 18-year-old genius martial master who's already about to break through to the Two Forces realm, noting that he might become a deputy commander of the Guardians at the rate he's progressing. Since Lan Xuan will be graduating this year, Chunjun and Hunbai pray that they stay and are able to survive until then, hoping that he won't trouble himself with small fry such as themselves. However, Yun Xiao tells them not to worry about that, since Lan Xuan will definitely come find him. Though, if he doesn't, the boy will go find him instead. His friends beg him not to make this situation worse, but Yun Xiao simply can't wait to get his hands on the martial warrior's 5-color divine stone. Lan Fei goes running to his uncle Wang Feng, who was a teacher at Jia Lan Academy, begging for Yun Xiao to be taught a lesson. However, Wang Feng tells him to shut up since he was the one who caused the problem, not wanting to ruin the many years that Lan Fei's mother has put into educating Lan Xuan. Despite this, the brat insists that he just wants to vent his frustration by having his brother teach that trash a lesson. Hearing this, Wang Feng declares Lan Fei to be an idiot. After all, the trash of the Li family is a nobody, meaning that his greatest enemy is Lan Xuan himself. If the latter learns that his brother lost the token passed down in the Lan family to such trash, he will have the clan discipline him. Wish someone disciplined me. Pause. In the worst case scenario, Lan Fei could lose his status as a direct descendant and become second in line. Then what do I do? Questions the pathetic boy, begging his uncle for help. Telling him not to worry as he is the son of his dear sister, Wang Feng promises to help him by applying to be the chief assessor in the yearly examination that is coming up in 7 days. There, if Yun Xiao is unable to display the light that shines from open meridians, he will have the right to expel him according to the school rules. Wang Feng will then recover the jade pendant, after which Lan Fei can do whatever he wants with the Li family's trash. I have to wait another 7 days, complains the spoiled brat, not wanting to wait to get his hands on Yun Xiao. Blood is more annoying than Big Mom. Suddenly, Wang Feng snarks, questioning how he can count on Lan Fei to do something more important if he can't even put up with this, remarking that there's a big difference between Lan Fei and Lan Xuan. The man expresses worry for his sister. Hearing this, the brat decides to listen to his uncle. However, he wants to ruin Yun Xiao's reputation in these 7 days instead and hopes that Wang Feng will cooperate. As Lan Fei reveals his plan, the uncle starts laughing maniacally and gives him the go-ahead. "You really are my sister's son. I looked down on you just now," shouts out Wang Feng. Sometime later, Yun Xiao gets his divine soul expansion technique disrupted by some ruckus. Using Universal Detect, he spots a couple silhouettes. Wondering if they are thieves, Yun Xiao opens a door, only to be greeted with a love letter from Luo Lan Duo. As he confidently heads out to meet her in the autumn forest, a couple of Lan Fei's lackeys leave something inside his dorm. Unbeknownst to them, Yun Xiao observes the entire scene from nearby. Returning his room, he finds an assortment of women's undergarments lying on his bed. Ayo, where did bras get them? Lan Fei. Oh, Lan Fei, mutters Yun Xiao, announcing that he will also play dirty if that's how they are doing things now. Later, the boy arrives at the autumn forest. Being one of the training grounds at day, it becomes a great meetup spot for crazed teenagers at night. Suddenly, a blonde girl comes running to Yun Xiao for help, getting chased by a perverted boy. However, the former 9th-tier refiner instead points his heavy sword at her neck. "Sus, Senior," mutters the girl, getting told not to move if she doesn't want to die. Bursting into tears, the maiden promises to do anything if Yun Xiao just helps her. Right then, the pervert catches up to the girl and grabs her shoulders. Telling the reincarnated soul to get lost, the creep pushes the helpless maiden on ground. She repeatedly lets out cries for help, but Yun Xiao doesn't move. Suddenly, he starts unbuttoning his shirt and remarks, "Don't worry, babe, I will save you soon." Smacking the pervert away, the girl runs towards Yun Xiao. Enraged, the former boasts about being Li Yu Tian, the son of the Imperial Guard Commander, Li Yu Xiao. Stopping the girl from coming any closer by giving her a pat on the shoulder, Yun Xiao announces, "I am not the one saving you. They are." Li Yun looks around, finding himself surrounded by the academy's students, led by their dean, Feng Buping, aka the God of Slaughter. Hiding in the bushes nearby, Lan Fei, Du Feng, and Luo Jia wonder what is going on. Suddenly, Feng Buping's loud cry echoes out in the autumn forest. "You animal," as he slaps ever-living crap out of Li Yun. Meanwhile, Han Bai and Chun Jun go around gathering the others to beat up the pervert. While Li Yun gets pulverized by the students, Feng Buping checks up on the girl. Asking her name, he questions how she ended up with that animal. "Ma, my name is Meng Wu. I. As the girl stutters over her words, Yun Xiao suddenly pulls her into his arms, declaring that nobody's going to bully her anymore as long as he is here. The boy signals Meng Wu not to make a sound, making her realize that he saw through their act, leaving Yun Xiao to take care of the girl. Feng Buping heads off to make sure Li Yun is still alive. Seeing the boys shut Meng Wu up, Du Feng and Luo Jia note that he saw through their ploy. They ask Lan Fei if they aren't going to save Li Yun, getting told that doing so would just be walking right into Yun Xiao's trap. Lan Fei then questions his other lackeys if everything has been put in place, assuring their boss that they handled the matter with utmost care. The two underlings mock Du Feng and Luo Jia for their prior failures. Who's gonna tell him? While Lan Fei wonders how Yun Xiao is going to deal with the next ploy, the latter looks forward to him coming right out with it, all the while embracing Meng Wu like he is comforting her. As Feng Buping arrives there with Li Yun's battered and bruised body, Yun Xiao lifts Meng Wu up into a princess carry. He tells her not to be scared anymore as the perverted animal has been crippled, leaving the girl completely flustered. How ruthless. Yun Xiao exchanges nods of approval with Han Bai and Chun Jun, who learned to do so from the very best. Feng Buping then instructs everyone to leave, promising to report everything to the headmaster as Li Yun brought this upon himself. He also tells Yun Xiao that it isn't appropriate for him to keep hugging Meng Wu, sending her back with one of her dormmates. Letting out a grin, the boy remarks that there's no need to thank him as he was just doing the right thing. "Give this man an Oscar right now." "Don't leave," shouts out someone from nearby, being none other than Lan Fei. Leading a horde of female students, informs Feng Buping that there's a perverted thief in the academy who has been going around stealing undergarments from girls, having lost something of hers too. Princess Ru Shuwei insists also that the creep be caught and punished. Before Yun Xiao gets accused of anything, he asks Lan Fei why he was the one leading the charge even though the female students lost their underwear. This makes the girls wonder the same thing, as they start giving him suspicious looks. Suddenly, one of Lan Fei's lackeys announces, "I saw the thief running here with my own eyes." The underling paints his boss in the light that he couldn't bear to see such a disgusting act, which is why he gathered everyone to catch the thief. Lan Fei quickly latches onto this argument, questioning if Yun Xiao changed the topic because he is the thief. The lackey concurs, lying about the thief's figure being extremely similar to the former 9th-tier refiner. Yun Xiao calmly asks Lan Fei what he's trying to accomplish with such slander, all the while thinking, here it comes. As expected, to prove his innocence, the martial warrior wants him to allow his dorm to be searched. Eyes then level planning right here. As Yun Xiao inquires why he should do as Lan Fei says, Qin Ru Suwei presses the lackey Monk Kun and questions if he is sure about what's seeing the thief. Albeit worrying that lying to a princess would have severe consequences, the underling folds when Lan Fei looks at him and reiterates that the person was undoubtedly Yun Xiao. Hearing this, the former 9th-tier refiner respectfully allows teacher Feng to search his dorm, demanding an explanation from Lan Fei if he is proven innocent. After settling on this exchange, Yun Xiao tells Princess Ru Suwei not to worry as he has always done things in an honest and just manner, leaving an upstanding impression on all the girls. While the boy leads everyone to his dorm, Ru Suwei wonders why he is being an idiot like this when someone's clearly trying to frame him. As everyone arrives at Yan Xiao's dorm, they find Wang Feng waiting outside, expressing surprise at Feng Buping being there too. The latter announces his desire to catch the perverted troublemaker himself. Suddenly, the former 9th-tier refiner presses him about being at his dorm, despite Meng Kun seeing the thief run towards the autumn forest. Hearing this, Feng Buping questions the same thing. Wang Feng proceeds to ignore the question completely and says that he simply wants to catch the thief just like them, proposing to expel the perverse culprit immediately after his capture. Accepting the suggestion, Feng Buping declares that anyone who dares to play tricks to wrong innocent people will not be forgiven. As Wang Feng agrees, Yun Xiao chimes in and expresses his relief at the fair proceedings, asking everyone to prove his innocence. "Let's see if I am the pervert Lan Fei calls me," remarks the boy, inviting anyone to search however they please. Confirming with Lan Fei that everything has been set up, Wang Feng orders the students to go in and search. The warrior sends Meng Kun to help with the search, prompting Feng Buping to reiterate that he will expel the person who dares to blame an innocent. At least someone has sense around here. Suddenly, Qin Ru Sue declares that she will go in as well, hoping to stop Meng Kun in time if he tries to pull something. "Since everyone feels worried, why not have all of us go in together?" suggests Wang Feng, irritating the princess. Of course, Yun Xiao confidently invites them all inside. Know what's about to happen. Lo and behold, Meng Kun finds nothing in the spots where he left them. The lackey whispers this information to his boss, infuriating him. While Yun Xiao continues to provoke his nephew, Wang Feng realizes the situation. Quickly calling off the search, he clears the boy of any suspicion. Seeing Yun Xiao, let out a little smile. Princess Ru Sue feels relieved, understanding that he must have known about the entire situation and made her worry for nothing. Declaring the former 9th-tier refiner to be innocent, Wang Feng announces that it's time to leave. "Leave," mutters Yun Xiao, questioning why catching the thief isn't important anymore. The man insists that running around without a witness or evidence is pointless, assuring everyone that the academy will deal with this incident. Press X for doubt. Bringing to light the fact that Meng Kun lied, Yun Xiao puts the suspicion on Lan Fei. Since the martial warrior owes him an explanation as per their prior agreement, the boy declares that they will simply check his dorm to prove his innocence as well. Of course, Yun Xiao makes sure to let everyone know that he is just being petty and doesn't actually know that Lan Fei is the culprit. Forced to keep his word, the martial warrior takes everyone to his dorm, all the while Meng Wu realizes that he is not going to win this fight. Arriving at Lan Fei's dorm, Yun Xiao tells Han Bai and Chun Jun to commence the search. As they look around the place, Wang Feng stands with his unconcerned nephew in the corner of the room. Right then, a locked chest is found. Declaring that it's where he keeps his private possessions, Lan Fei confidently brings out his personal key to open it. Much to the dismay of everyone involved, it is filled with the missing underwear. Utterly shocked at the sight, Lan Fei swears up and down that Yun Xiao is framing him, getting told that it's impossible to do so since the chest can't be opened without his personal key. As the girls push for him to be expelled, Chun Jun questions why half of the chest contains soap along with the undergarments. Han Bai informs him that aside from stealing underwear, Lan Fei also goes around dropping soap in the men's bathroom and makes people pick it up. Bros straight up went for a fatality, fully ruining the martial warrior's reputation even amongst his lackeys. Yun Xiao once again takes the moral high ground by declaring that their hatred cannot bring true justice. Instead, since Feng Buping and Wang Feng are there, they will judge this matter. The students then erupt in a chant, "Judge him fairly." Questioning how the trash who usually lazes around managed to plot something like this, Feng Buping announces that he will inform the principal of this matter, after which he will decide how to deal with this. However, Princess Ru Sue riles up the girls to riot if Lan Fei isn't expelled, refusing to coexist with a pervert like him. The martial warrior begs his uncle to save him, getting smacked away. "We don't know a useless person," declares Wang Feng, leaving his nephew in a pathetic state. As Lan Fei erupts into tears, Yun Xiao condescendingly looks down on him. With justice served, he heads on his way. Soon, the Academy's decision was released to the public, bringing Lan Fei's unanimous expulsion. Rushing over to Yun Xiao's house, Han Bai asks him whether he wants to hear the good news first or the bad one. With the former correctly guessing that the good one is about Lan Fei, the latter gives him the bad news that they are doomed since Wang Feng will be supervising this year's exams. "What doom?" remarks Yun Xiao, promising to make the teachers suffer the same fate as his nephew if he doesn't do his work properly. Han Bai reminds him that Lan Fei was a mere student while Wang Feng is an actual instructor. But the former 9th-tier refiner couldn't care less, as Yun Xiao questions if there's any news about Lan Suan. Han Bai reveals that the ruthless martial warrior has openly announced seeking revenge for his brother. "Perfect," mutters the reincarnated soul, looking forward to getting the 5-colored divine stone from him. Elsewhere at the meeting chamber on the Alchemist Guild's 4th floor, Li Yun Xiao, The crimson-haired teacher who took advice from the former 9th-tier refiner when he first awakened as Li Yun Xiao, refines his Shuan weapon in front of some masters. She politely hands the resulting product to Master Xu Han, the guild master, so that he can examine it. Announcing that the sun-smashing axe has become a first-tier superior Shuan weapon, Xu Han passes Yun Xiao with flying colors. The elders erupt with applause and the lady bows to thank them for their praise. Complimenting Yun Xiao for her hard work, the guild master inquires how she now managed to complete the task she failed at in her previous exams. Remembering Yun Xiao's exact words, she repeats them to Xu Han, stole his whole flow, word for word, bar for bar. Pleased with the intelligent solution, the guild master reveals that someone will soon be sent to inform His Majesty that Tian Shuai now has another talented alchemist, so that he can throw a feast to celebrate her. Realizing that even the master alchemists that are adept with Yun Xiao's refinement technique, Yun Sheng begs Xu Han to ask His Majesty not to have a feast since she doesn't like publicity. Though, he informs her that it's a tradition for the king to have a feast with all the dignitaries whenever someone gets promoted to a first-tier alchemist or steps into the Three Powers realm to become a great martial master. Suddenly, Yan Lei declares Yun Xiao to be the most gifted person among Tian Shuai's younger generation, considering she previously reached the Four Quadrants realm and has now become a first-tier alchemist. This feat makes her the only person besides Yang Di in hundreds of years to have made His Majesty throw a feast for them twice in just 3 years. Yun Xiao is awestruck at the flattery, getting told not to be so humble. After all, even though Yang Di was talented, he had the luck and benefit of being the disciple of the 9th-tier refiner, Hu Fei Yang. Xu Han thinks that if Yun Xiao gets lucky enough to get a good teacher like that, she might even surpass Yang Di. Hey, I know a guy. Today, the Alchemist Guild must celebrate, announces the guild master. He feels overjoyed at getting 2 first-tier alchemists and the rising stars, Jia Rong and Yun Xiao, in just 1 year. Suddenly, Su Yuan Qiao chimes in. Albeit agreeing with Yun Xiao being a rising star, he thinks that Jia Rong must be deeply poisoned by now. As Xu Han questions what he means, Yun Xiao asks to be excused, though Xu Han tells her that she's now an official first-tier alchemist and the core member of the guild, so there's no need to keep classified information from her. Getting told to continue, Yuan Qiao reveals that Jia Rong cheated in his last exam by using the banned Hellwind Stone. The other masters start throwing a fit, wanting to get rid of someone like that. However, Xu Han tells Yuan Qiao to be careful with throwing around such a major accusation without any evidence, knowing that he has never liked Jia Rong. Having sent someone to stalk the rank 1 alchemist, Yuan Qiao exposes his recently purchased history to the core members, as the items he bought were clearly indicative of detoxing attempts. Xu Han orders for Jia Rong to be brought there immediately. Looking on, Yun Xiao notes that the guild master is one of the only 2 third-tier grandmasters in Tian Shuai and wouldn't let such a transgression pass unpunished. Sometime later, Jia Rong arrives before the alchemists, congratulating Yun Xiao for her promotion. He compliments her for being the overall strongest among the 5 commanders of the State Guardians. Jia Rong then spots Yuan Qiao smirking nearby and asks Xu Han why he was summoned in such a hurry, wondering if it's to celebrate the new first-tier alchemist. Despite feeling weirded out by the alchemist looking well, Yuan Qiao calls him out for pretending to be fine. Informing Jia Rong of the evidence against him, Xu Han asks him for an explanation. At this moment, the man feels lucky that young Master Yun helped relieve his body and soul, feeling forever indebted to him. My guy called it and everything. Shutting down Su Yuan Qiao's accusations, Jia Rong shows everyone his skin. Much to their surprise, his hands look as fair as jade, not having a hint of corrosion from a Hellwind Stone. Refusing to accept this outcome, Yuan Qiao wants to use divine sense to examine Jia Rong's body thoroughly. After all, there's no way that the power of his soul would be able to reach the level of a first-tier alchemist, even if he somehow cured the poison. Examining me, the likes of you, mutters Jia Rong, unleashing his soul power to leave Yuan Qiao bloodied. Falling to the ground a bloody mess, Yuan Qiao asks Jia Rong how his soul power got that strong. I am a true alchemist, my soul power is naturally stronger than those of fakers, declares the latter, leaving the former struggling for his breath. Suddenly, Yuan Qiao's body turns into that of an old and fragile arm. Unable to even stand properly anymore, he expresses his desire to retire and return home to spend his remaining years in the countryside, begging Xu Han to approve his request. Everyone looks on at this sorry sight, wondering how just one move from Jia Rong has left Yuan Xiao with less soul power than a martial apprentice. Having gotten such amazing results by practicing Yun Xiao's soul training technique for just 5 days, Jia Rong is more than glad to be his slave for not only 50 days, but 50 years. Nah, the glaze is crazy. Surprised by the man's progress, Xu Han asks him for help in giving Yun Shan the alchemist badge. Later, the lady questions Jia Rong if he has ever considered taking in a disciple and brings up Yun Xiao's case without taking his name. The man wonders why she is asking him, being of the view that someone like her would do a much better job. However, Yun Shan doesn't feel that she is the right person to teach the boy, given that he is the eldest grandson of Duke Jing Guo and the son of General Fei Long. Not realizing that the lady is talking about Yun Xiao, Jia Rong remarks that an idiot like him with a weak body would have difficulty in achieving success in alchemy as well. Regardless, Yun Shan feels that there's something special about the boy and hopes that the man can at least guide him to become an apprentice alchemist as a way to keep their promise to Duke Jing Guo. In that case, I will meet this student, declares Jia Rong, promising to take him in but only if he meets the minimum standards of an apprentice alchemist. Thanking him for this favor, Yun Shan hopes that a young alchemist with a great future like Jia Rong can help Yun Xiao. Blood is clueless. 3 days later, the annual exam takes place in Jia Lan Academy. The exam venue gets sponsored by none other than the previous Alchemist Guild president, Yan Di, himself. A huge air of nervousness encapsulates the academy as the students who fail the exam get expelled. A large number of these eliminated students usually belong to powerful families. Examining the statue that Yan Di crafted in his honor, Yun Xiao appreciates his disciple's thoughtfulness. Suddenly, he hears some students talking about how the infamous loser of the Li family will be the one to get eliminated today. Seeing this, Yun Xiao's friends tell him to just ignore their words. Right then, Wang Feng announces that Yu Shang is currently in secluded cultivation, so he will be the one to preside over their assessments this year. Soon enough, he shows his ruthless ways by disqualifying the students who aren't there yet. Wang Feng then reveals a slight change in rules. In the past, those who had unclogged their meridians to unleash their chakras or those who could throw a punch with a force of over 1,000 pounds would pass. However, as many students cheating by consuming power-increasing pills, Wang Feng requires them to do both this year to pass. Of course, all this is just an excuse to fail Yun Xiao. Much to everyone's surprise, the former 9th-tier refiner arrives at the stage confidently. "Open your eyes and watch me," declares Yun Xiao. With this, he unleashes his root chakra, followed by sacral, solar plexus, heart, throat, third eye, and crown chakras, thus opening all his 7 chakras. Da Tabayo. Demonstrating that he has unclogged all 7 of his meridians by unleashing the chakras, Yun Xiao leaves everyone in complete dismay. The previous laughingstock of the Li family continues to showcase his power, announcing that having strength isn't some great feat. Grounding his feet into the ground, Yun Xiao throws a thunderous punch at the training rock, even removing it from its chains. Everyone looks on in awe, as the boy's attack leaves such a massive crack in the rock that even a martial warrior might not have been able to make. While Chu Jun and Han Bai celebrate, Princess Ru Stuwe playfully pouts, wondering how Yun Xiao managed to hide such great power so well. At the same time, Wang Feng questions how his idiotic nephew couldn't sense that his opponent had such strong energy. Now, as everyone satisfied, questions Yun Xiao. Telling the teacher that he is quite busy, the former 9th-tier refiner takes his leave. As the students gossip about Wang Feng having to eat his words at Yun Xiao's hands, he becomes infuriated, declaring that this is just the beginning between them. Despite this, the boy just laughs. Afterwards, Yun Xiao comes across Lan Xuan, who introduces himself as a graduating student and the leader of the Xuan gang. Seeing the martial warrior come out of seclusion, the students wonder if he has already reached the first origin realm. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao flips him off instead and remarks, "Good dogs don't block the way. Me personally, I wouldn't take this." Albeit infuriated at the disrespect, Lan Xuan decides not to make a fuss over it as he is there today about Lan Fei, only to get mocked again. This time, he questions if all members of the Li family are as uncultured as Yun Xiao. Though the boy thinks that Lan Xuan is the idiot here for trying to reason with him after all the years of fighting between their families and the Lan Fei incident. Having had enough of Yun Xiao's provocation, the martial warrior vows to make him regret the day that he was born. The former 9th-tier refiner applauds his honest response, questioning why a ruffian like him even bothered to pretend otherwise. Declaring that he isn't there to argue, Lan Xuan hands him a letter of challenge. Albeit admitting that his good-for-nothing brother behaved improperly deserved to be expelled, the martial warrior announces that it's his responsibility as the eldest brother to teach Yun Xiao a lesson. Though this just ends up confirming that Lan Fei wasn't framed and actually committed the perverted acts. Lan Xuan then gives the former 9th-tier refiner two choices. Yun Xiao can either get down on his knees and swear to never mess with the Lan family, or he can challenge the martial warrior and regret his actions after getting destroyed. As Lan Xuan advises him to choose the first option, Princess Ru Suwei and the other students come to Yun Xiao's defense, questioning if a genius graduating student like him feels no shame challenging an apprentice warrior. Right then, Yun Xiao snarks that when the younger brother is a huge creep, of course the elder brother is the same. Since when did the Lan family have any shame? Asks the boy. My goat really roasting the entire bloodline. W hater. Infuriated by this comment, Lan Xuan questions why the eldest grandson of Duke Jing Guo and the son of General Fei Long is hiding behind a woman like Princess Ru Suwei. Suddenly, Yun Xiao spits in the martial warrior's direction. Once again flipping Lan Xuan the bird, the reincarnated soul accepts his challenge and vows to make him lick his shoes. As Yun Xiao's friends express their concern for him, he feels surprised that this body still has a few true friends despite achieving nothing in 15 years, contrary to his past life where Gu Feiyang stood at the top of the world alone. Patting Princess Ru Suwei on the shoulder, Yun Xiao lets out a gentle smile and remarks, "Don't worry." As he begins heading out, the martial warrior announces that he won't be named Lan Xuan if he doesn't completely cripple him in their bout. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao vows to uproot the entire Lan family when the time is right. Find out when that is next time here. The 9th-tier martial sovereign Gu Feiyang gets reincarnated as Li Yun Xiao, the trash of the Li family. Using his past life's memories, he begins his journey to restore his former glory. Li Yun Xiao's doubters stand in his way of accomplishing this goal, but the martial sovereign starts putting them in their place. To this end, he decides to uproot the Lan family and get rid of Lan Fei. Now, Yun Xiao prepares for his duel against the mighty Lan Xuan. Li Yun Xiao stands beside a martial apprentice named Lu Yu, guiding him about his errors in his potion-making process. He wants to meet Jia Rong, but Lu Yu doesn't have the qualifications to help him. Right then, the Tian Shuai Alchemist Guild receptionist, Lu Yao, arrives there. She reveals that Master Ling spoke highly of Yun Xiao after reading his prescription, shocking her brother Lu Yu, since the reincarnated soul isn't even an official alchemist. Who's gonna tell him? Getting depressed about his lack of talent, Lu Yu is cheered up by his sister. Yun Xiao chimes in, informing the martial apprentice about the correct approach to make his potion. After Lu Yao's insistence that he try it out, Lu Yu gets busy with potion making. The receptionist then takes Yun Xiao to Jia Rong's room, hearing loud screams from inside. Bro is sus. What follows leaves Lu Yao baffled. Not only does Yun Xiao rudely shouts at the first-tier alchemist to open the door, but the otherwise prideful Jia Rong also listens to his words and desperately leaps onto him. Inside the room, the man goes on about making a breakthrough with his soul power. Though, the boy can't care less and asks for his help in refining some pills. Hearing that Yun Xiao wants an origin-impacting pill and an origin-blasting pill, Jia Rong expresses that it's impossible for a first-tier alchemist like him, given that they are second-tier. However, Yun Xiao tells him to just start refining and follow his instructions. Duke is told, Jia Rong eventually manages to refine both pills at the same time. Crying tears of joy, he wants Yun Xiao to call him an idiot or a fool forever, if it means that he can become an outstanding alchemist. As if the boy were fulfilling his wish, he orders Jia Rong to stop celebrating after refining low-purity trash. Lu is ruthless. Since Jia Rong is totally exhausted, Yun Xiao takes it upon himself to purify the pills using his soul power. The first-tier alchemist looks on at the boy's refining hand seals in awe. Having been under the impression that purification is only possible for ingredients and not objects, Yun Xiao notes that he will break through the origin realm in 3 days using the origin-impacting pill and saves the origin-blasting pill just in case. At the same time, his ability to purify finished pills while making them look flawless leaves Jia Rong with sparkling eyes. Wanting to follow Yun Xiao forever, Debbie Glazer. Walking out of the room, the boy spots Lu Yu surrounded by other martial apprentices. While her brother celebrates, Liu Yao notices Yun Xiao standing nearby and gives him a bright smile. Giving her a thumbs up, the boy goes back to cultivating in seclusion in order to defeat Lan Suan. Elsewhere, Jia Lan Academy's dean named Zhang Li Shan informs the crimson-haired teacher, Liu Yun Xiao, of the events that happened during her seclusion. He also reveals his plan to announce her promotion to vice dean during the feast. However, Yun Xiang seems to not care about this at the moment and rushes to stop Yun Xiao from becoming dead meat at Lan Suan's hands. After all, he is the one who helped her become a first-tier alchemist. Zhang Li Shan joins her, wanting to see the level of the students nowadays. Meanwhile, in the tenfold gravity chamber, He Zheng sits with Lan Duo, who is skipping out on the big fight of the day. To her, Yun Xiao is making a fool of himself, and Lan Suan is merely picking on the weak. In her eyes, no one is better than the other. Only big brother Lin and Bai Cheng Feng are true warriors for Lan Duo. While He Zheng heads out to witness Yun Xiao's demise firsthand, the girl thinks he is a wimp for enjoying the defeat of someone he can't be himself. Suddenly, Lan Duo gets shocked as Yun Xiao walks past her with a monstrous presence. Du got that aura. At Jia Lan Academy's arena, students gather around Lan Suan meditating in the battlefield. Yun Xiao isn't here yet, making everyone speculate that he has run away. As Egan Hunbai and Chen Zhen begin doubting him, a voice shouts out, "Look, that piece of trash is here." And so, under the shadow of Gu Feiyang's towering statue, Li Yun Xiao arrives onto the battlefield with his black-hilted iron-heavy sword. Walking proudly through the crowd of naysayers, Yun Xiao reaches his friends. Chen Zhen and Bai wonder where he is, while Princess Xinru Sue scolds him for showing up to get killed. Right then, Yu Shang arrives onto the scene and declares the match cancelled. However, this turns up the heat against Yun Xiao even more. Yu Shang announces that she is protecting him as he's her student, but the boy tells her that she is protecting Lan Suan instead, proclaiming that it will only take a few minutes to destroy Lan Suan. Yu Xiao walks past the teacher and marches onto the battlefield. W confidence, left with no choice but to let the boy fight. Yu Shang instead prepares to prevent him from getting crippled at all costs, facing off with Lan Suan. Yu Xiao activates his chakras. This baffles the onlookers, including Yan Shang and He Zheng, as he emits power equal to a warrior of the Origin Realm. However, Lan Suan is unfazed and unleashes the aura of a peak 9-star warrior's aura. No one doubts his complete and utter victory, except one person. The believer is none other than Zhang Li Shan, who announces that everyone has underestimated Yun Xiao and declares the duel to be worth watching. Right as the boy starts walking, Li Shan feels something to be off. With every step Yun Xiao takes, the area around him trembles, almost as if his pace is a mystic art in and of itself. However, taking it as Yun Xiao being unable to even walk properly, Lan Suan unleashes his passing cloud sword technique, Spinning Star Palm. A swirling vortex of energy launches towards Yun Xiao, who manages to break through its range with his speed. Unable to believe this, Lan Suan chases after his airborne opponent with slashes of Moonwalk Nether Swap. However, Yun Xiao avoids even that with an extraordinary movement technique, as if he was walking in midair. Stole Ram Luci's whole flow. Seeing the pattern in his steps, Li Shan realizes that the boy wasn't even trying to dodge Lan Suan's attacks and only moved to complete a strange set of his previous paces. Right then, the force of heaven and earth starts condensing around Yun Xiao, leaving the spectators frozen in place. As Zhang Li Shan announces that Yun Xiao is borrowing the might of heaven and earth, countless Buddha-like hands emerge in the sky. Life passes like a dream, a swan's step in the snow. With these words, Yun Xiao begins raining down the condensed energy onto Lan Suan. With a terrified look, Li Shan declares that it's the floating life seal that Yun Xiao can't unleash with his own strength. So, he has borrowed the force of heaven and earth for it, something that requires a level of understanding to the point that even Li Shan hasn't found a way to do it. Yu Shang and Li Shan wonder if Yun Xiao is Yang Di's disciple to be unleashing his skill, unaware of their true relationship. Meanwhile, the floating life seal rains down on Lan Suan, resulting in his complete and utter defeat. He hit him with the brutality. However, ignoring Li Shan's pleas to do so, Yun Xiao doesn't stop there. "No one can save you," sending chills down Lan Suan's spine with these words. He breaks his Dan Tian, thoroughly crippling the martial warrior for life. Yun Xiao then smashes Long Suan's teeth in, fulfilling his promise of beating him to a pulp and making him lick his shoes. "I always keep my word," proclaims Yun Xiao, standing tall as the victor. While Yun Xiao takes Long Suan's jade pendant, Zhang Lishan jumps up, telling the former that he's been too cruel. Though the boy kicks Long Suan's disfigured body at the dean, prompting him to slam it away. Landing furiously in front of Yun Xiao, Li Shan questions why he is still acting so cruelly, even though his opponent's already been crippled. However, Yun Xiao instead tells him to mind his own business. These words echo across the arena, leaving the onlookers in shock. After all, not even the king of Tian Shuoi or the head of the Alchemist Association would dare speak to Li Shan like that. Bro's family jewels are huge. "Brat, do you know who I am?" screams out the dean, only to get ripped apart by Yun Xiao for being just a martial king despite being over 100 years old. Seeing this, He-Zone, Princess Ruxue, and Yun Shang think that the boy has gone insane. "Die!" A loud voice ripples across the arena as Li Shan unleashes his energy to crush Yun Xiao. However, even while the ground around him crumbles, the reincarnated soul stands defiant, vowing to make the headmaster pay 100 times over if he, Li Yun Xiao, doesn't die today. Witnessing the boy's stubbornness and fighting will, Zhang Lishan questions what kind of an unyielding soul harbors his body. At the same time, a realization dawns on Yun Shang, and she turns around to look at the statue erected behind her. Yun Xiao's stubborn look, his expression and demeanor. The reason they all seem familiar to Yun Shang is because they are identical to that of Lord Gu Feiyang. Lusted. Over on the battlefield, Yun Xiao coughs out blood. Promising to make Li Shan suffer even at the cost of his life, he consumes the origin-blasting pill. While the dean worries about his reputation, Yun Xiao begins emitting a radiant glow. With his eyes closed, the boy swirls his arms around in a tantalizing pattern, causing the winds and clouds to rise. Having been the strongest warrior in Tian Shuoi for decades, the martial king wonders the identity of the one-star warrior, making him sweat. As the winds rise and the world stirs, Li Shan questions if this is really Lord Gu Feiyang's great wind and cloud palm. At the same time, Yun Xiao proclaims, "The winds and clouds rise high, all because of me." Long ago on Snowfall Peak at Shun Xiao Temple, martial sovereign Gu Feiyang, aka the Vanquisher, suppressed 10 9-star martial sovereigns using the great wind and cloud palm. Not only did he taunt the mistress of the temple 3 times, but he also roamed freely in the temple's forbidden places, showing scorn towards everything. This legendary feat was passed down in stories for thousands of years. Now Li Shan screams at Yun Xiao to stop, being under the impression that he is someone connected to Yang Di. The dean worries that hurting him would be inexcusable. So, Li Shan turns around and begins heading off, letting Yun Xiao off for his first offense. He warns him that there won't be a next time. This leaves the students in shock, since Li Shan has never let anyone walk after insulting him. Meanwhile, Yu Shang appears in front of Yun Xiao and tells him to disperse his power. "Old codger, you're lucky you ran fast," remarks the boy, suddenly sitting down to absorb the energy from the origin-blasting pill. Understanding that his meditation pose seems to contain some sort of powerful rule, Yun Shang sits down beside him to meditate, hoping to borrow this rule's power. As they wonder what's going on, all the spectators are told to leave the field at once. Bloods didn't get to see the post-credit scene. Yun Xiao golden glow and Yun Shang's crimson energy both mix with each other, completely opening the bottleneck in the latter's cultivation to help her ascend, even though she was only trying to grasp the former's technique. Moments later, Yun Shang opens her eyes only to see Yun Xiao right up in her face. The boy congratulates the 4 Quadrants Realm Martial King for advancing, while she wonders how he became a 2-star martial warrior. As Yun Xiao acts like this isn't surprising, Yun Shang pinches his ear, scolding him. The teacher demands an explanation for what happened in the 5 days she was in seclusion. Yun Xiao promises to explain things after he has rested well, and Yun Shang gives him 3 days for it. Seeing her walk off, Yun Xiao wonders how the girl can be so bossy and unreasonable. Aren't they all? However, he finds her talent to be extraordinary, noting that she's worth training. Afterwards, Yun Xiao enters the tenfold gravity chamber to cultivate and get rid of the remaining energy of the origin-blasting pill as soon as possible. There, all the other students avoid him. Seeing the boy there, Lan Duo wonders if Lan Xuan didn't cripple him. Right then, she overhears the students gossiping about the events of the day. Li Yun Xiao, mutters Lan Duo with a distraught face, unable to comprehend the stories. Having reached the level of a peak 2 stars warrior previously, Yun Xiao now recovers the soul power of a first-tier alchemist using the wonderful Great Expansion Divine Technique. Excited to craft weapons and all kinds of potions himself, he leaves the tenfold gravity chamber and heads back to his room, only to quickly turn back. "Why are you leaving? Come back here." A voice quickly shouts out, belonging to teacher Li Yun Xiao. She scolds the boy for not coming to see her even after 5 days, but he pretends to have forgotten about their promise while cultivating. Seeing that Yun Xiao has reached the peak of a 2 stars warrior despite only advancing to the level 5 days ago, Yun Xiao warns him of the consequences of consuming pills indiscriminately and demands an explanation. Becoming an addict to pills of all things gotta be tough. Just as Yun Xiao fears that he can't escape her this time, the teacher begins bombarding him with questions. Getting buried under the weight of her curiosity, the boy asks what the dean thinks. Hearing Yun Xiao say that Zhang Li Shan has concluded him to be Yang Di's disciple, Yun Xiao's nose becomes as long as that of Pinocchio. He confirms this theory, pushing everything on the legendary alchemist. Of course, Yun Xiao sees right through his lies. Despite this, she doesn't force Yun Xiao to answer her questions since her worries about him have proven to be unnecessary. "Still, you have to come with me," remarks Yun Xiao, grabbing his hand to drag him along. Walking through Tianshui State Street, the teacher informs Yun Xiao that she has found a master for him in the Alchemist Association. Yun Xiao reveals that this promising master wants to see the result of the boy's soul power test before accepting him as a disciple. However, Yun Xiao protests, knowing all too well that his soul power is too rubbish at the moment. Regardless, the teacher insists that it took great effort from her to make this possible and drags him along. Arriving at the Alchemist Association, Yun Xiao takes Yun Xiao to none other than Jia Rong. While the reincarnated soul gets utterly disgusted at this sight, the first-tier alchemist doesn't even turn around to see him, still ignorant of his identity. Jia Rong tells Yun Xiao to find an apprentice to test Yun Xiao's soul power first. Right then, Lu Yao comes running up to the boy and thanks her repeatedly for helping her brother. Upon being asked how she can make it up to him, Yun Xiao remarks, "That's easy, just marry me," leaving the receptionist flustered. Wizard of Oz, suddenly, Yun Xiao smacks the ever-living crap out of him for harboring such an evil intention and flirting with a girl. Though, Yun Xiao still insists that Lu Yao was the one flirting with him. Yun Xiao then furiously grabs the boy by the ear and starts dragging him outside, being told by Jia Rong's students to stop causing a commotion and leave. Wondering what's going on, the first-tier alchemist turns around, only to have his soul leave his body upon laying eyes on Yun Xiao. One of Jia Rong's disciples announces that he will drive the troublemaking fools out now, getting smacked away by his master for this disrespect. As Jia Rong starts showering his young master Yun with countless praises, Yun Xiao casually smacks the boy and tells him to greet the first-tier alchemist respectfully. "Greetings, Master Jia." These words overwhelm the man, who insists that there's no need for a soul power test of Yun Xiao. However, Yun Xiao smacks the reincarnated soul once more, causing Jia Rong to lose HP and beg her not to hit him anymore. W servant, doing a whole comedy routine while glazing Yun Xiao endlessly. Jia Rong leaves Yun Xiao questioning what's going on. Everyone, make way. Some voices repeatedly shout out, announcing that Master Zhang Qingfen has arrived. Being a third-tier alchemist who is also the head imperial alchemist for Tianshui, the energy fluctuations emanating from him feel strong even to Yun Xiao. As Qingfen goes out of sight, Yun Xiao wonders if he is visiting the guild in person because Ru Xu's illness is out of control. She reveals that the princess was born with 5 yin terminal meridians and was only supposed to live for 5 years. But the king enlisted a 5 elements refiner to give a prescription to preserve her life for another 10 years. That was 9 years ago. Deep in thought, Yun Xiao mutters that the 5 dragons pure yang pill, an 8th grade medicine, can cure her illness. However, Yun Xiao and Jia Rong note that only a legendary 8-tier supreme refiner could make such a medicine, being a godlike existence compared to them. "Teacher Luo, you can go back first," remarks Yun Xiao, making the excuse of wanting to discuss his suitability as a student with Jia Rong. The master quickly backs his statement, leaving Yun Xiao confused as to why a man who looks down on those weaker than him is acting like a slave in front of the boy. Afterwards, Yun Xiao gives Jia Rong the task of informing Zhang Qingfun that Ru Xu's illness is curable. The former 9th tier refiner reveals that it can be done via stimulating her acupuncture points with golden needles, leaving Jia Rong in awe of his legendary capabilities. Yun Xiao then hands the 1st tier alchemist a list of materials that he needs to treat the princess, ordering him to have Zhang Qingfun prepare them. Though, most of them are unneeded refining materials that Yun Xiao wants to make a Xuan weapon. Later, the reincarnated soul walks through town and comes across a mid-tier alchemist apprentice named Jun Liang harassing a girl at his store, who is none other than Mengwu. Even as she tries to leave, the disgusting fatso continues to throw himself at her. He offers the bottle of resuscitation magic water as exchange for Mengwu becoming his girlfriend, exploiting the fact that she desperately needs it to save her brother's life. The girl promises to fully pay him back in 3 months, but Jun Liang is hell-bent on being a creep. Right then, Yun Xiao arrives on the scene and smacks his hand away from Mengwu. "What are you doing, brat? How dare you touch my woman?" proclaims the reincarnated soul, making the girl's heart flutter. Unfathomable riz. Memories of the autumn forest start flowing in Mengwu's mind, making her remember that her savior is Yun Xiao. Meanwhile, Jun Liang starts boasting about his status as Jia Rong's disciple and the sworn brother of Long Hao, the eldest son of city guard Captain Long Qing. He wants Yun Xiao to kneel down and apologize to him, demanding a few hundred golds as medical fees in exchange for the earlier smack. Remarking that he knows Jia Rong and Long Qing, but has never heard of his son Long Hao, Yun Xiao reveals a bag of a few hundred golds and throws it on the ground. As Jun Liang goes to pick it up, the reincarnated soul gives him a terrifying glare, announcing that he will have to be alive to spend it. This gaze freezes the mid-tier apprentice in his tracks, making him realize that touching the money bag would spell death for him. Witnessing this sight, Mengwu remembers the fights Yun Xiao had with Lan Fei and Lan Xuan. Despite not knowing what a true expert is like, she concludes that it shouldn't be far from Yun Xiao. Right then, Jun Liang spots Long Hao and quickly rushes to hide behind him. As the minor team leader of the Tian Shui guards, the latter gives Yun Xiao an ultimatum. Either get on his knees, apologize, and compensate the former by leaving Mengwu and the money with him, or become a cripple and live out the rest of his life in prison. Nah, bro has a death wish. Confident in his backing, Jun Liang goes to pick up the money bag, only to get kicked in the stomach by Yun Xiao. With his Dan Tian broken, the fatso cries out about becoming a complete cripple. "I choose the second option," announces the reincarnated soul, provoking the minor guards to send him to prison. Long Hao then leaps at Yun Xiao with his broadsword. However, the boy blocks his attack with just 2 fingers, leaving the onlookers in utter shock. Finger technique, flower twist, as Yun Xiao mutters these words. The martial warrior realizes that his opponent is hiding powerful techniques. What the fingers do? He responds by shouting out, "Jade Moon's sword, unseal." With this, the martial warrior's Xuan weapon begins emitting waves of energy with every slice, prompting Yun Xiao to take a step back. Boasting about his Jade Moon sword being refined using deep-sea frost metal by the 2nd-tier master alchemist, Lord Liang Wenyu, Long Hao reveals that Yun Xiao is the 3rd person to witness him unseal it. "Trash is using trash," mutters the reincarnated soul, unimpressed by the 1st-tier Xuan weapon. Easily avoiding all of Long Hao's sluggish attacks, Yun Xiao strikes the Jade Moon sword with multiple blazes of energy, causing it to return to its sealed appearance. The material warrior desperately tries to unseal the weapon, but he only ends up looking like a fool in the process, questioning if the moon sword is broken. Long Hao spills the beans about cleaning out his family treasury and begging Liang Wenyu thousands of times to make it for him. Right then, Yun Xiao once again provokes the minor guards, telling them to bring out any tricks they are still hiding. This infuriates Long Hao, and he orders his gang to end the boy's life. Long Hao and 4 of his underlings charge towards Yun Xiao and Mengwu, only to get dealt with like a bunch of maggots. As the girl looks on at the boy's fighting style that looks more like dancing, he reveals that it's a martial technique called the Flowery Confusion Fist, invented by the martial sovereign Yuan Shi Xiao. Using it, Yun Xiao makes quick work of the guards. He then takes Long Hao's Jade Moon sword for himself, all the while breaking his bones one by one. Despite this, Long Hao continues to make threats. "I would like to see you try," declares Yun Xiao in response. Ice in his veins. Right then, the state guardians, Hu Wei Guang and Hu Wei Ming, arrive there on their steeds. Long Hao quickly turns the two brothers against Yun Xiao, and the latter of the two rushes to arrest him. Unseal. With this, the reincarnated soul produces a bright light from the moon sword, blocking the State Guardian's twin flaming energy blades. Wanting to take the mystic weapon from Yun Xiao, Hu Wei Ming declared that his mischief will end today. Meanwhile, the boy realizes that he has to take initiative as he is fighting a warrior of a realm above his own. Yun Xiao charges towards the enemy without hesitation, unleashing his nether swap, devilish windy feet. A flaming kick sends Hu Wei Ming flying back, who then unseals his copper longsword. The two warriors clash blades, but the State Guardian loses the exchange, having gotten his weapon sealed. As Yun Xiao is about to take Hu Wei Ming down for good, Hu Wei Guang realizes his brother's situation and jumps in to help, attempting to piece the boys back. However, his attack gets blocked by shadow residuals. "Fool, I was only luring you," announces Yun Xiao, unleashing Moon Slash to send both brothers to the grave together. Get baited, Keck. Yun Xiao unleashes Moon Slash, making Hu Wei Guang realize that he lured him there to finish them off both at once. Struck with his killing intent, the duo calls out, "Connected hearts, 2 into 1, summoning the State Guardian's great bow. This combination technique catches Yun Xiao by surprise, blowing through his Moon Slash with ease. "I am going to lose," mutters the reincarnated soul. An unexpected attack sends him flying, causing a huge amount of blood to gush out. Yun Xiao's lifeless body falls at Meng Wu's feet, making her wonder how he managed to force the State Guardians to team up. She also remembers that when the boy was sent flying, he turned around midair, telling her to run. Meng Wu escapes, wanting to get some help. Long Hao screams at the State Guardians to chase after her, but they are stunned. The brothers can't believe that a martial warrior of the two forces realm forced them to use a combination technique. Taking Long Hao's Jade Moonsword for themselves, the State Guardians head off. Get mod lol. This enrages the former, who vows to make Yun Xiao regret coming into this world for making him lose his weapon. Meanwhile, Meng Wu runs around in tears, looking for someone to save Yun Xiao. Without even thinking about it, she ends up in front of a Li mansion. Elsewhere, an esteemed entity is marveling at a second-tier mystic weapon when he notices one of his servants running nearby, referring to the man as young Master Yi. The servant informs him of a girl outside the gate asking for help, as Yun Xiao has been caught by the Imperial Guards. "It's no big deal if a piece of trash is caught," mutters Li Yi, the Li mansion's butler. He orders the servant to tell the girl not to worry as the master is informed of this matter. As the servant passes the message on to Meng Wu, she questions when they are going to save him, only to get told that it's up to the higher-ups to decide. The master asks you not to worry. Hearing these words, the girl notes that Li Chunyang is the #1 veteran of Tian Shuoi's military and one of the most powerful men today. Stating that Li Yun Xiao's grandfather himself has said not to worry, she should be relieved. However, despite this assurance, Meng Wu is overcome with an uneasy feeling. Girl got ultra instinct. Over with Yun Xiao, he lies bloodied in a prison. With all the meridians in his limbs severed, the boy isn't even able to move. Suddenly, he sees countless silhouettes looking down upon him. Surrounded by old and feeble men, Yun Xiao wakes up in the Long family's private prison. He talks about reporting this illegal act to the royal court as soon as he gets out, only to get laughed at by an old frail man with crooked teeth. The old guy begins telling Yun Xiao stories about the prisoners, revealing that all of them have been locked up there for life for the tiniest of disrespectful acts against the Long family. "Don't worry, old man. I can escape. I will be sure to free you guys as well." Yun Xiao's words of optimism are met with a snark. The old man tells the kid to stop dreaming and just accept his fate. Of course, Yun Xiao simply ignores the negativity and activates his heavenly tyrant body training technique, elegant lady style. Seeing this, all the prisoners start passing comments at him, unaware that the boy is slowly repairing his broken meridians as they speak. "Ignore the haters, my king." In the inner chamber of the Alchemist Association's 4th floor, teacher Luo Yanshang informs Jia Rong that Yun Xiao has gone missing without a trace. This leaves the first-tier alchemist in a predicament, as Princess Qinru Su needs to be treated as soon as possible. Zhang Qingfan even volunteers to be Jia Rong's assistant for the process, leaving him with no choice but to spill the truth. Afterwards, Qingfan scolds Jia Rong for toying with the princess's life. Master Xu Hun, the guild master, is also infuriated, questioning how the first-tier alchemist could allow himself to be tricked by a notorious failure. Turning around, Qing Fun orders Jia Rong to be locked up and executed once this is over. Hearing this, the first-tier alchemist clings on to Qing Fun and begs him to believe in young Master Yun to save the princess. "Get lost," shouts out the third-tier alchemist, kicking away Jia Rong and questioning what you should tell the king now. Suddenly, Yun Xiao tells Qing Fun to wait. However, this infuriates him even more. He declares that she won't be able to escape blame either, since Yun Xiao was her student. Bro is fluent in Japanese. Unfazed, Yun Xiao informs him that she only passed her exam because of the boy's advice. Despite not knowing if Yun Xiao really knows the golden needle acupuncture, the teacher vouches for him, mentioning that he not only managed to unclog meridians, but also defeated Lan Xuan with the floating life seal. Hearing this, Qing Fun questions if Yun Xiao is Yang Di's disciple, as that would explain him claiming to know the golden needle acupuncture technique. At the same time, Master Xu Han remembers hearing from Liang Wenyu that Yun Xiao's meridians were broken and could never be reconnected, making his recent feats impossible. This seals the deal for Qing Fun, and he orders to find Li Yun Xiao in the shortest time possible using any and all means. In a bar close to Ji Yalan Academy, a fully drunk Yu Hezheng tells Lu Lan Duo that the stories about Yun Xiao are true, claiming that he might even be able to defeat Lin Yu and Bai Chung Feng. Though, the girl has no interest in listening to such things, telling Hezheng not to bother her ever again. Lan Duo heads off to enter seclusion for a few days to remedy her bottleneck. Unable to handle rejection gracefully, the pathetic dude starts badmouthing the girl as soon as she leaves. Right then, Mengwu, a part-time wine saleswoman there, recommends him a drink. Recognizing her from the academy, Hezheng boasts about becoming a martial warrior soon. Acting like a creep, he harasses Mengwu. The girl slaps away his hand, telling him to have some self-respect. Infuriated that a mere wine girl is rejecting him, Hezheng forcefully grabs Mengwu's face. Unfortunately, everyone chooses to ignore the scene and turns away. As a man, why are men? Right then, Han Bai and Chun Jun enter the bar, tired from searching for Yun Xiao. They recognize Mengwu as the girl who tried to frame their young master Yun, and Hezheng as Lan Duo's creepy stalker. Confident that Han Bai and Chun Jun are weaker than him, the guy tells them to get lost. Revealing that they are associated with Yun Xiao, the duo reminds Hezheng that anything goes as they are outside the academy right now. The martial warrior understands that Yun Xiao's followers are all children of important court officials from the National Army, so they can literally do anything while they are out in the country. Making an excuse about needing to cultivate, Hezheng heads back. Nah, bro is ducking. Afterwards, Han Bai and Chun Zun talk about Yun Xiao not being found even after 3 days. Overhearing this, Mengwu asks why the Li family hasn't done anything. "What?" shouts out the duo, questioning the girl what she knows. As Mengwu informs them of the entire situation, Chun Jun quickly gets up to go and save their master. Han Bai stops him as they need to inform Lord Zong and Teacher Luo first. He also tells Mengwu to follow them for now, considering she can't avoid getting involved in this anymore. At the Long family's courtyard, Long Ron, the second young master of the Long family, trains his concealed tiger fist. After praising him for being better than his good-for-nothing brother, Ron's father sighs out. Being the leader of the city guards, Long Qing is stressed out since they can't find a young man anywhere in the entire country. He then wonders where Long Hao has run off to this time. With a childlike admiration for his brother, Long Ron reveals that Long Hao has gone to the prison to make a brat regret coming into this world for injuring his arms. Long Qing sighs out yet again, expressing disappointment in him for loafing around at a time like this. Right then, Long Ron mentions that his brother locked that young guy up 3 days ago, wondering if he is the person the guards are looking for. Long Qing gets frightened, but soon feels relieved upon hearing that the guy's surname is Yun. Of course, this sense of security was a false alarm, as Long Ron finally remembers the name right. Li Yun Xiao. These words make Long Qing's soul leave his body. Having dispatched all the city guards to search strenuously for 3 whole days, Long Qing can't believe that Li Yun Xiao was locked up in his prison all along. Thinking about what would happen if the eldest grandson of Duke Jing Guo and the son of General Fei Long would be found there, he feels like an ant. Long Ron only scares him more by mentioning the possibility that Long Hao could have already killed Yun Xiao. Emotional damage. Right then, the Long family's disciples come running there, revealing that someone has forced their way into the mansion. Long Qing roars out, only to find out that the intruders are none other than the guardians of the state. Following them, Zhangqing Fun, Master Xu Hun, Li Yun Xiao, Jia Rong, Meng Wu, Chun Zun, and Hun Bai all enter the mansion. Upon being accused of taking Yun Xiao captive, Longqing feigns ignorance. Yun Xiao then tells Meng Wu to explain what happened on that day, and the girl does so without leaving out a single detail. While Longqing gets pressed by the others, Jia Rong laments that all this happened because of his student, Jun Liang. He then inquires if Yun Xiao is alive or dead. Not knowing himself, Longqing puts all the blame on his disobedient son and guides them to the prison. Over with Yun Xiao, he has repaired the broken meridians in his body using the elegant lady style. Though, his Yuan Qi needs more time to recover fully, so he thinks it to be a pity that Long Hao and his accomplices have arrived earlier than he had expected, reiterating that he will make Yun Xiao regret ever being born. Long Hao commands his underlings to chain him up. Seeing the crowd standing before him, Yun Xiao notes that there's a total of 35 people, out of which 12 are martial warriors and 1 is a martial master. Realizing that it will be hard to fight his way out, he pretends to act dead. Long Hao then orders his underlings to wake Yun Xiao up with special salt water that corrodes flesh and blood upon contact with wounds. Much to their dismay, the boy has no wounds on his body. Yun Xiao provokes Long Hao for being unimportant, getting punched in the stomach. Of course, the former turns even this into an act of disrespect by coughing out blood right on the latter's face. Yun Xiao then sarcastically asks Long Hao where his sword is, infuriating him. Go, Jun Liang reels Long Hao back, remarking that Yun Xiao is only provoking him to earn a swift and painless death. Hearing this, Long Hao turns around, ordering his underlings to give Yun Xiao 100 lashes without killing him. At the same time, the reincarnated soul realizes that his body absorbed the impact from Long Hao's earlier punch and converted it into Yuan Qi for his Dan Tian. And the plot armor gets thicker. Could it be? Mutters Yun Xiao, wondering if this is also a usage of the Heavenly Tyrant body training technique. In his previous life, Yun Xiao fought with the Tyrant Martial Emperor in a ranking battle of the Cloud Wind leaderboards. Their battle lasted many days, causing immense destruction. In the end, the Tyrant Martial Emperor eventually overcame Yun Xiao's true Qi with brute force and physical strength. The longer their fight went on, the more the former gained the upper hand, until the latter suffered defeat. Now, Yun Xiao finally understands what happened, realizing that the Tyrant body training technique is as strong as the Godly evolution technique. Of course, the body still had to suffer an opponent's attack for the energy to be absorbed. At the Nine Heavens realm of emperors, no one would dare stand in place to get hit by a fellow emperor's attack unless they had no choice. Having gotten scared for a moment at the thought of this technique being invincible, Yun Xiao soon realizes its limitations. However, getting whipped should be very effective in utilizing this technique, living a masochist's dream. Facing the pain head-on, Yun Xiao provokes the guy whipping him to restore more of his energy. Seeing this, the martial master notes that the boy is a stubborn soul to have not made a single sound despite taking so many hits. However, Jun Liang and Long Hao think that it's fun exactly because of that. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao notes that he just needs 10 more hits to break through to become a 3-star martial warrior. Unfortunately, Long Hao stops the whipping at that exact moment and announces that they will be moving on the main course now. Despite being able to break free at any time, Yun Xiao decides to play along for now because of the second-tier martial master there. Right then, Jun Liang demonstrates the powder he calls insanity to the clear mind. He used 2 of his underlings a whiff, turning them fruity. Boasting about his masterpiece, Jun Liang turns over to Yun Xiao. This surprise mental assault allows the reincarnated soul to break through to 3 stars, and he frees himself from the metal chains. He throws the powder right back at Jun Liang, turning him and the rest of his underlings to the dark side. Being the only one still in control of himself, Long Hao shouts at his uncle Ma to end Yun Xiao. The martial master reveals himself, only to get charged at by Yun Xiao. Infuriated that a mere martial warrior dares to appear before him, Ma unleashes all his strength and becomes buff. Master Roshi, is that you? Suddenly, the entire world starts to rumble as Yun Xiao unleashes his Universal Soul Suppressor, Demon Moon. Struck by Yun Xiao's Universal Soul Suppressor, Demon Moon, the martial master becomes frozen in place. The boy takes advantage of the opening, striking him down with a thunderous punch. Though, Ma soon gets up, As he wonders how a brat knows soul techniques, all the fruity guys in the room jump on him, including Long Hao. Laughing at the martial master getting buried under big, burly men, Yun Xiao leaves the prison. While walking up the stairs, the reincarnated soul uses attire adjustment to restore his ripped clothing. He also ties up his hair, fully returning to his glorified look. Wanting to return to the Alchemist Association quickly since Qinru Su, its condition can't be delayed any longer, Yun Xiao arrives above ground. Though, a crowd of people is waiting for him beyond the door, questioning if he's okay. The group then hears weird noises coming from inside the prison. Wondering what's going on, they head inside, ignoring Yun Xiao's advice not to bother them. Of course, the extreme scene they see in the prison has to be redacted, not them gatekeeping big burly men. Rushing back outside, everyone throws up. Long Qing asks Yun Xiao the meaning of all this, only to get told that his son invited him to his weird party without any warning. This Li Yun Xiao, mutters Long Qing, getting uneasy from the 3-star martial warrior. Sensing that not even he could be an opponent for Yun Xiao, Long Qing chalks it up to his earlier disgust, throwing off his intuition. As the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards tries questioning Yun Xiao, Jia Rong accuses him of being fruity like his son, a notion that he strongly protests. Enough, shouts out Zhang Qingfan, approaching the boy. Much to his surprise, Yun Xiao correctly deduces his identity, remarking that he's different from what the rumors say. The third-tier alchemist asks the boy if he knows how to perform golden needle acupuncture. I can try it, replies Yun Xiao, angering Qingfan. The consequent conversation makes the third-tier alchemist put forward a proposal. If Yun Xiao manages to save the princess, then Qingfan will guarantee that his life is protected no matter what else happens in the future of Tian Shuai. However, if the reincarnated soul fails, not even his grandfather Li Chunyan will be able to save him. My life will always be my own to control, declares Yun Xiao, enraging Qingfan. Let them know, king. While Jia Rong tries to mediate the situation, the boy notices Meng Wu there, remarking that they are even now. He then tells Master Zhang to assign Meng Wu and teacher Luo Yunshang as his assistants, making Jia Rong wonder whatever happened to him being his assistant. Isn't Jun Liang your disciple? These words make Jia Rong realize that he's done for, as none of his pleas get through to his young master Yun. Afterwards, the group arrives at the Cryo Chamber on the Alchemist Association's 4th floor, where Princess Qinru Su lies unconscious like the Sleeping Beauty. Zhang Qingfan explains that the violet jade bed slightly slows down the princess's illness, but has already reached its limit, remarking that the grade of his current spirit power is low. Yun Xiao wishes that he had discovered the princess's condition earlier. At the same time, Yun Shang questions if a roll of silk and 30 golden needles is really all he needs. Worried about the situation, Qingfan asks Yun Xiao his rate of success, wanting to notify the king if the chances are too low. The boy reveals that he would have a 100% success rate with a procedure on a man, but since the princess is a lady, he will have to throw the needles from 15 meters away through curtains. Nah, bro is trolling. Adding in his recent electrocution at Long Hao's hands, the success rate would fall to 90%. Hearing that Yun Xiao prepared curtains to avoid behaving inappropriately with a girl, Qingfan loses it. Master Xu Han also snarks at the reincarnated soul's claims, given that the spirit power of a 5th-tier alchemist is needed to successfully perform golden needle acupuncture. Yun Shang smacks her student for being unserious and thinking that he is Lord Yangdi as well. However, Yun Xiao insists that he is being serious, rushing the teacher and Meng Wu to help him with the flying acupuncture. Suddenly, Qingfan snatches away the curtains. He tells Yun Xiao to spot fooling around with the princess's priceless life and just do it face to face. Though the boy snatches them right back, claiming that he needs the curtains precisely because she's priceless. As the target of golden needle acupuncture needs to be completely undressed during the procedure, Yun Xiao would see all of Ruxu as assets. I would fold like an omelet. If the king orders it, he will be forced to marry her. So, the reincarnated soul refuses to get entrapped by them. Zhang Qingfan tilts his head, unable to believe that Yun Xiao has turned something this serious into a joke. He wonders if the kid is toying with him. Right then, Yun Xiao reminds them that time is of the essence and sends all the men outside the room. He then orders Meng Wu to take Ruxu Wei's clothes off and asks teacher Luo to put the curtains up. Yu Shang once again shouts at the boy to be serious, prompting him to give her a demonstration of his precision with the floating needles. Fully showcasing his prowess, Yun Xiao finally begins the procedure. Countless golden needles start flying through the small opening in the curtains, piercing Ru Suwe's body. At the same time, outside the room, Su-hun asks Ching Fun if he thinks Li Yun Xiao to be full of crap. Of course, the third-tier alchemist is convinced that they will have to make do with it even if he is. Ching Fun then glares at Jia Rong, who instantly looks away, continuously praying for the procedure to work. Moments later, the room to the cryo chamber opens, and Yun Xiao walks out. Seeing this, Ching Fun shouts at him for not starting yet, asserting that the princess can't last much longer. "I am already done," announces the reincarnated soul, shocking everyone. Hearing Yun Xiao say that he's finished after just a few minutes, the men wonder if he is joking. While Jia Rong worries that he is doomed, Zhang Ching Fun charges towards the boy to chop his head off for messing with the princess's life. Suddenly, Yu Shang appears before him. Announcing that Yun Xiao is telling the truth, she reveals that the princess is fully healed. Ching Fun doesn't believe her words, but Su-hun quickly checks up on Ru Sue and confirms the claim. Wondering how a mere teenager cured a decade-long headache of a disease, Jia Rong falls to the ground, hoping that his life is safe for now. At the same time, Zhang Ching Fun starts sweating and lets out a nervous chuckle. It was at this moment that he knew he effed up. "Why are you giggling?" Shouts out Yun Xiao, remarking that it only took him 18 needles to cure the princess, and it would take even less than that to slice up the man. Questioning how long the royal alchemist thought it would take him, Yun Xiao asks Ching Fun if everyone in the royal court is stupid. Seeing the boy scold the king's alchemist, the onlookers wonder if he has gone time. On the other hand, Ching Fun feels oddly nostalgic. Instead of being angry, he feels dejected. As Yun Xiao doubles down on his statement, Yu Shang smacks him. She instructs the boy to stop blabbering and apologize to Master Zhang. "Apologize?" mutters Yun Xiao, declaring that he will only consider it once Ching Fun masters flying needle acupuncture. The boy then heads off, leaving Yun Shang to apologize on his behalf. However, Ching Fun shakes his head. Murmuring that the informed are superior, he labels Yun Xiao to be correct. With his head lowered, the third-tier alchemist gives everyone permission to leave while he stays there for a few days to monitor the princess's condition. Hearing this, Teacher Luo grabs Hun Bai and Chun Zun, telling them to come with her. Mommy? In a street in Tianshui, Yu Shang questions Yun Xiao's friends if they have any clue about his recent changes. After a moment of silence, they remark that the boy used to be a burden, but out of nowhere, became someone for them to look up to. Pondering over it, Yu Shang questions if Yun Xiao has stayed silent for so long due because of the Li family's current situation. Just as everyone had concluded that he was trash who wasn't worth considering, Yun Xiao suddenly dared to stand on the stage, shining like a star. Hun Bai reveals that Yun Xiao's grandfather, the Duke, is currently in isolated training, having handed control of everything in the family to Li Yi. As Yun Xiao's father, General Fei Lam, is far away defending the frontier region, he couldn't do anything about it either. As it currently stands, the entire Li family is rumored to be under Li Yi's control. Chiming in, Chun Zun adds that there's a rumor about that the Duke isn't in isolation, but instead has been imprisoned by Li Yi, someone who was granted the Li family's surname. Yun Shang notes that a battle will soon stir up within the Li family that might end up involving the entire nation, telling Hun Bai and Chun Zun to be prepared for that, declaring their support for Yun Xiao. If that happens, they ask teacher Luo which side she would choose. Yu Shang turns around, announcing that she must obey His Majesty the King as the commander of the state guardians, making the boys feel dejected. "But Li Yun Xiao is my student after all," declares Yu Shang, turning back around with a bright smile. Elsewhere, Yun Xiao suddenly sneezes despite being in tip-top shape. Mengwu then comes running there, asking young Master Yun to have a look at her brother. Almost as if he was waiting for this, the boy proclaims that he's about to get lucky tonight. Yun Xiao gives Mengwu 1,000 gold coins to buy her brother some medicine. She refuses to accept the huge sum of money, but he insists that it's compensation for her contribution towards saving the princess. 4 hours later, Yu Xiao arrives at Mengwu's house at the country. He finally understood how the girl was able to open the 7 chakras at such a young age, considering she had to walk 4 hours every time she returned home from school. Remarking that they can't afford to live in the expensive houses of the capital, Mengwu reveals that her father was a kind-hearted captain of the guard. All of them originally lived together in the city, but her father was killed in action 3 years ago. forcing her to move to the countryside. Yun Xiao then heads inside Meng Wu's home, seeing her brother Meng Bai completely green from head to toe. Meng Wu tells the former that the latter's condition hasn't changed for the past 4 to 5 months, so she has been working for money everywhere to get a doctor for him. It's also why Meng Wu helped Blonde Fei and Yun Xiao. Not wanting to dwell on the past, the reincarnated soul starts checking Meng Bai's condition. At the same time, Meng Wu bursts into tears. "I am really scared," screams out the girl, falling into Yun Xiao's chest, patting her on the head. The boy declares that he won't let her brother die even if he wanted to. What an absolute giga-chad. Yun Xiao also reveals that Meng Bai is suffering from heaven and earth poisoned body, a condition which is not an illness but rather a special body type he was born with that grants him extraordinary abilities compared to normal people. Meng Bai is only suffering because he is too weak, causing the poison in his body to overwhelm him. Yun Xiao tries the golden needle acupuncture to contain the poison, but doesn't work. He then moves on to transferring the poison to his own body, unleashing energy fusion. As Meng Wu gets worried for Yun Xiao, he assures her that there's no reason to, as the poison will simply get absorbed like vitamins when it's transferred to his body. Soon, the poison begins to leave Meng Bai's body and tries to corrode Yun Xiao. However, he simply snarks at this attempt and calls out, "Heavenly commandment, form the energy." Seeing this, Meng Wu is brought to tears. Ever since her dad died, she has never seen anyone sacrifice so much to help her. Even if people helped her, they did it for her beauty and show their true colors in the end. Li Yun Xiao's tendency to put others before himself is so caring, murmurs Meng Wu, wiping her tears with a bright smile. "Oh, she in love." At the same time, a swirling vortex of energy gathers in front of Yun Xiao, and he begins to absorb it, just like the boy thought. It was heavenly energy. With this, he mutters, "Heh, I am in luck today." Meng Bai wakes up with his normal appearance, wondering where he is. Overcome with joy, Meng Wu hugs her brother and introduces him to Yun Xiao. As Meng Bai thanks the reincarnated soul for saving him, he gets upset, telling him to produce more poison next time since it's barely enough right now. The kid thinks that Yun Xiao is joking around, only to hear a stern proclamation, "I never joke." Calling Meng Bai fortunate for meeting him like this, Yun Xiao commands the brat to kowtow 3 times in order to become his disciple. Though, Meng Bai laughs at this, since the reincarnated soul is only a year older than him. Hearing this, Yun Xiao laments that his previous life's reputation doesn't carry over to this one. Right then, Meng Wu forces her brothers to pay his respects, vouching for Yun Xiao's talents. However, Meng Bai begs his sister not to ruin his future like this. Having went through so much for him, Meng Wu bursts into tears at the comment, emotionally blackmailed by her. Meng Bai kowtows to Yun Xiao. The reincarnated soul reveals that he will present the heavenly tyrant body technique to the kid, as it seems to match well with his body's condition and will ensure that his future has endless potential. Though, Meng Bai demands that he teach him some stronger martial techniques like the concealed tiger fist. Who let bro cook? Yun Xiao feels stabbed by the brat's words, who seems to think that the concealed tiger's fist is better than Ao Chang Kong's best technique. Trying to make her brother obey Yun Xiao, Meng Wu remarks that a newbie like him has to start with a basic technique. Of course, the legendary heavenly tyrant technique being labeled as such hurts the boy more than Meng Bai's words. Having had enough of the moronic siblings, Yun Xiao announces that the brat will practice the technique whether he wants to or not, as it will help him suppress the toxicity inside his body. With this, he shows him the first 3 out of the body training technique's 18 styles. And so, Meng Bai training. Though, he seems to be stuck up on the concealed tiger fist even after the entire day passes, annoying Yun Xiao to no end. While bickering with the brat, the reincarnated soul notices a pile of raw ores nearby that Meng Wu used to mine with his uncle before the poison took over. Although they were piled up here because of not being sold due to their poor quality, Yun Xiao senses something inside the bucket, finding a 5th-grade material called the Purple Sunstone. After finding out where Meng Bai mined it, Yun Xiao reveals that the stone is used to construct gravity arrays and is thus very valuable. As Meng Bai gets excited about it, Yun Xiao keeps the Purple Sunstone for himself, getting called out for taking something that belongs to his disciple. Talking like a true con artist, Yun Xiao swiftly heads off before he gets reprimanded for his greed, committing daylight robbery. The reincarnated soul leaves the countryside in a great mood, celebrating that he has taken in a worthy disciple who will achieve great things in the future. Wanting to refine a Xuan weapon for himself now, Yun Xiao decides to take a trip to the Alchemist Association. Meanwhile, in the Alchemist Association's main building, Zhang Qingfun stands with Xu Han and announces, "Today, we must find Li Yun Xiao." Yun Xiao arrives at the Alchemist Association, expressing the desire to borrow their strengthening array. There, the receptionist Lu Yao informs him that Zhang Qingfun and Su Fun are looking for him. She tells the boy to follow her, getting surprised by his unimpressed demeanor. As Lu Yao leaves, Yun Xiao rudely sits at the head of the table and questions what business they have with him. Giving the boy an invitation to the king's banquet, Qingfun informs him that he can bring 5 others along with him. As Yun Xiao gets annoyed that they summon him there just for that, the third-tier alchemist asks the real question of whether he is a disciple of Long Yang Di or not. "No," declares Yun Xiao, getting up to leave if there's nothing else. Getting flustered, the 2 alchemists practically beg for him to stay. They tell Yun Xiao to take a look at the token of appreciation that they have prepared for him. Bribery for the win. The first of the 2 gifts is a badge of a second-tier alchemist, the highest Xu Han has the authority to issue. Yun Xiao likes it for the monthly payment alone and thanks the guild master. They then bring him over to the second gift, Qingfun's beloved Suan weapon that he is parting ways with, hoping that Yun Xiao teaches him golden needle acupuncture. "Not bad," mutters the reincarnated soul, remarking that it still has many flaws. Qingfun and Su Han get maddened by the way Yun Xiao talks, unable to comprehend how he has the gall to say such a thing. "You don't believe me?" questions the boy, letting them know of the weapon's downfalls with the wisdom of a 9th-tier refiner. After hearing this explanation, Zhang Qingfun sees nothing more than scrap metal in his former beloved sword. At least Dude is finally self-aware. Looking at Yun Xiao, Guildmaster Xu Han sees a higher tier of the alchemic way waving at him, referring to the reincarnated soul with honorifics now. Qingfun wonders how he can refine Xuan weapons of higher quality. Yun Xiao then proposes that since he wants to refine a Xuan weapon of his own, they let him use their refinement chambers and watch him. "How much you will learn from it will depend on your own abilities," mutters Yun Xiao, baffling Qingfun and Su Han. Yun Xiao arrives at the Alchemist Association's refinement chambers, accompanied by Zhang Qingfun and Su Han. Clinging on his young master Yun, Jia Rong is also there. The man is in tears, feeling grateful that his lord remembered to invite him. Ignoring him, Yun Xiao marvels at the auxiliary refinement array, remarking that its caliber is beyond even his expectations. With a thrilled look on his face, the reincarnated soul asks Jia Rong if the raw materials he asked for are all ready to use, wanting to refine some pills for his new disciple along with the Xuan weapon. The 3 alchemists are shocked hearing this. Jia Rong offers to help his young master Yun out by refining the pills instead, only to get accused of not being interested in watching him refine. While Jia Rong falls in line and brings out the raw materials, Su Han questions the absurdity of using the same array for 2 different kinds of refinement at the same time. With pure confidence, Yun Xiao proclaims that he is about to witness the feat for the first time ever with his own eyes. Zhang Qingfun stops Su Han from intervening, thinking that the boy will correct his mistake upon suffering a setback. Does he know? Soon, Yun Xiao begins the refining process, putting all the materials together in the same cauldron to refine 2 types of pills and a Xuan weapon. Seeing this, Qingfun and Su Han get convinced that the reincarnated soul is just a foolish child who doesn't know what he's doing. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao starts moving around in erratic patterns. Cauldron Crest Pill Refinement and Cauldron Eye Weapon Refinement. The boy partially activates the seemingly connected refinement array, a feat completely unheard of. He then informs the foolish alchemists of the method to unleash the array's full functionalities, leaving them baffled that this is what Yun Xiao calls a simple refinement. "My humble king, young master Yun, you are a god," explains Jia Rong, stuttering over his words, though he also questions how Yun Xiao is talking to them after saying that every part of the alchemist mind is important, remarking that he doesn't want to, is just worried that the idiots won't understand anything otherwise. The reincarnated soul declares that he will say no more. This leaves poor Jia Rong catching death glares from both Zhang Qingfun and Su Han. Yun Xiao completely wins over the 3 alchemists, deeply moving their hearts with his beautiful movements. With the pills already forming, the boy begins refining the Xuan weapon, breaking down fine iron into its original state. He combines the purple sunstone, forging a magnificent sword that leaves the three alchemists in awe. Finally, Yun Xiao finishes the refinement process. Seeing his young master Yun tired, Jia Rong offers him some calming spirit-nourishing pills, only for them to be discarded like trash. The other two alchemists then try to win over the boy. In the end, Yun Xiao consumes a second-tier aphrodisiac that Su Han was suspiciously holding on to, called the fantastical White Crane Pill. Something is rising, but it's not the shoe of hero. Declaring that everything else is trash, Yun Xiao sits down to meditate for a few minutes. Having witnessed the boy's groundbreaking refinement firsthand, the three alchemists feel like they are still in a dream and sit down along with him. Moments later, Yun Xiao sighs out, remarking that he is finally recovered by a third. Just like his young master Yun, Jia Rong has first-tier soul power too. However, as it takes him at least 7 days to completely recover after training, he questions how the reincarnated soul did it so fast. He is simply constructed alternatively. Trash like you, dares to compare itself to me? Replies Yun Xiao in a condescending manner. Observing his newly forged sword, Yun Xiao allows Zhang Qingfan and Su Han to examine it. Having never seen such a perfectly balanced mystic weapon that is already unsealed, the alchemists express curiosity about its further capabilities. Yun Xiao then reveals that he has incorporated 2 gravity arrays into the sword and shouts out "Unseal," unleashing a 10-fold gravitational force. He adds that since the other gravity array also contains a 10-fold gravitational force, activating the 2 together would generate a 100-fold gravitational force. Baffled by the concept of a mystic weapon possessing 3 unsealed states, the alchemists wonder if he can lend it to them to study for a few days. Of course, Yun Xiao flat out refuses, not wanting to use their crappy spring water Suan weapon they gifted him earlier. While Qingfan and Su Han are brought to tears at getting put down like this, Jia Rong, aka Chief Rubbish, feels elated for them as being scolded by Yun Xiao as an honor. Nah, the glazing is crazy. Right then, the reincarnated soul remarks that he will mainly use this sword for personal cultivation. To that end, Yun Xiao opts to name it Black Girl. Out of the confused alchemists, Jia Rong musters up the courage to ask what the chosen name has to do with the sentence before it, though his experience as Chief Rubbish comes in clutch, making him decide against it. Yun Xiao then reveals the flawless pills that he has refined, leaving Qingfan and Su Han in utter disbelief. Unlocking the achievement of being a proud slave, Jia Rong starts boasting about being the servant of such a skilled master. Suddenly, Yun Xiao says that he will spend an hour answering all their questions as thanks for letting him use the refining room. After all, not only is the boy skilled in alchemy and martial arts, but he is also quite successful in the fields of music, array, painting, chess, and picking up girls. Bro is literally Himothy. And so, the once world-famous 9th-tier sovereign alchemist answers the alchemist's queries as easily as if he were teaching primary school students. Afterwards, Su Han and Zhang Qingfan bow before Yun Xiao, thanking them for solving his doubts. The boy then leaves, promising to come back to teach them the next time he's free. Unfathomable, even more so than Long Yang Di. This is what Su Han and Qingfan are left thinking of Yun Xiao. Over with Meng Wu, she arrives back at home. There, a furious Yun Xiao awaits her, questioning where Meng Bai is. Right as the girl reveals that her brother is out digging in the mine, he comes back with a haul of raw ores. However, Yun Xiao delivers a vicious slap across his face, ordering Meng Bai to kneel. The impact of the slap sends Meng Bai rolling across the floor. With a bloodied mouth, the brat protests being slapped like this, questioning who Yun Xiao is to slap him. "I am your master," proclaims the reincarnated soul, asking Meng Bai if he has practiced the first 3 styles of the tyrant body tempering technique. However, the kid still rebels, ignoring his sister's pleas. "Listen here, you little she." Declaring that he can't let Meng Wu work alone to make money, Meng Bai refuses to apologize to the good-for-nothing teacher. In response, Yun Xiao calls out the ungrateful brat and forces him to kneel by striking down his right knee. "I refuse to obey." Even now, Meng Bai continues to provoke Yun Xiao. "A useless disciple like you is a disgrace for me," proclaims Yun Xiao, remarking that it's no big deal to kill him. Knowing that the boy isn't bluffing, Meng Wu begs her brother to apologize, going as far as to disown him if he doesn't. Right then, the uncle from next door, a 5-stars warrior named Li Yuan, arrives at the commotion. As Meng Bai informs him of Yun Xiao's wrongdoings, Yuan gets ready to teach the arrogant boy a lesson. He even takes Meng Bai as his disciple instead, selling him dreams of making bank in a mercenary group. Meng Wu tries to stop the man from getting hurt, but he is adamant about teaching Yun Xiao a lesson: dumb ways to die. Unfazed, the reincarnated soul announces that he will just stand there without moving, dodging, or fighting back, not even using his primordial qi. If Dai Yuan hurts just one of his hair, Yun Xiao promises to kneel in front of him and lick his shoes. Hearing this, the 5 Stars warrior arrogantly announces that even a martial sovereign of the 9 realms wouldn't be able to stand against his onslaught with such restrictions. Universal Soul Suppressor, forbidden expansion. Yun Xiao's declaration renders Li Yuan unable to do anything. Following the boy's commands, he kneels down, crawling to lick his shoes. Of course, Yun Xiao kicks him away, deeming the man unworthy of even licking his shoes, and so, Meng Bai is left in utter disbelief. Kicking away the supposedly brave and tough Uncle Li like a little mutt, Yun Xiao turns his attention to Meng Bai. With tears flowing down her eyes, Meng Wu begs the reincarnated soul to forgive him. Hearing her pleas, Yun Xiao sighs out. His body was good. Whatever. I don't want him anymore. With these words, the reincarnated soul begins to leave. Wait, don't go, shouts out Meng Bai. You come out live with your own failure. Where did that bring you? Back to me. Dragging himself over to Yun Xiao, the kid repeatedly begs him to keep being his master. The boy then gives Meng Bai one last chance. If he can open all 7 chakras and break through to the first origin realm in 5 days, Yun Xiao will allow him to continue being his disciple. Meng Wu deems the task to be impossible, as her brother has only opened 5 chakras so far. However, Meng Bai accepts this condition. Yun Xiao heads off to the nearest hotel, promptly starting his training. Meanwhile, the first joint training seclusion in decades is announced. 5 days later, Yun Xiao breaks through to the 4 stars level and makes his way to Meng Wu's house. There, he was glad to see that Meng Bai has finally broken through to the 1-star warrior realm and begins to absorb all the poison created in the process. As Meng Bai notes that some of his strength faded with the pain of the poison as well, Yun Xiao gives him a lesson on the heaven and earth poison body. Meng Bai's end goal is to harness his body's poisons, becoming unbeatable in the process. Hearing the explanation about the poison in his body being beneficial, Meng Bai realizes that his master was just using him all this time. Blood got caught in 4K. Yun Xiao just teased his way out of it, giving the Meng siblings some pills to advance their martial levels. Right then, Li Yuan arrives there to take the kid mining, only to start trembling when confronted by Yun Xiao. Getting told to introduce himself, the man asks the boy to just refer to him as Uncle Li, as that's what everyone calls him. "You got a death wish," proclaims Yun Xiao, prompting the man to introduce himself properly. Getting information about the purple sunstones from Li Yuan, Yun Xiao orders him to sneak into the Li family's mining team and find him these stones, offering a handsome salary. After Da Yuan heads out, Yun Xiao tells the Meng siblings to get dressed as they will be attending a banquet at the Imperial Palace with him. And so, Meng Wu takes the 2 boys shopping. Soon enough, Yun Xiao makes an excuse and sprints out of there. Later, while the boy chows down on some skewers, a ninja-like identity calls out his name, quickly making a run for it. "Himph, they're trying to fool me," proclaims Yun Xiao, immobilizing the ninja with a toothpick-sized wooden skewer. "Me personally, I wouldn't take this level of disrespect." The reincarnated soul then takes the entity to a deserted area and begins the interrogation. Turns out, that's what the ninja wanted all along, as he reveals himself to be one of the Duke family's staff named Li Xian. He informs Yun Xiao that rumors of his exploits have reached Li Yi, who will make things difficult for him if he attends the banquet. So, the boy's 4th uncle hopes that he can stand down tonight to avoid that conflict. However, Yun Xiao, who has never taken Li Yi seriously, vows to shatter him if he chooses to get in his way. Li Xian insists that Yun Xiao stay away from Li Yi until their preparations are complete, but the reincarnated soul expresses no interest in playing house with his father and them. Though, he does note that the current king must have a hand in the forces backing Li Yi. Li Xian questions how Yun Xiao guessed the situation, getting told that it's really obvious. The king is unable to sleep peacefully, knowing that the country's entire army is basically the Li family's private army. As a measure to keep them in check, he contributed to the Lan family's rapid rise in recent years, but it still wasn't enough. So Qin Zheng got a puppet in Li Yi to divide the Li family from within, all the while keeping their father in check. Understanding that Yun Xiao thoroughly understands the complex situation, Li Xian questions if they are really going to let themselves be maneuvered without resistance. "You don't have to worry about that," remarks the reincarnated soul, instructing him to go back and tell their fourth uncle to relax. As Li Xian tries to say something, Yun Xiao shuts him up and reiterates that he is uninterested in their plans. But if Li Yi doesn't watch himself, or Qin Zheng gets tired of being the king, I don't mind helping him enter a different position. With this stern proclamation, Yun Xiao heads off. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT. Gu Feiyan, the 9th-tier martial sovereign, gets reincarnated as the Li family's trash, Li Yun Xiao. With the knowledge of his past life, he defeats Lan Fei and Lan Xuan, not even standing down against a martial king. Overcoming various battles and healing Princess Ruxu's incurable disease, Li Yun Xiao does it all to restore his former glory. After taking up a disciple who possesses great power, he now looks to reclaim the Li family from the emperor's puppet. At the palace entrance, the country's most important officials and ministers start gathering to partake in the important royal banquet. Arriving there, Chunzun and Hanbai notice Yun Xiao. Not meeting him much nowadays, Chunzun playfully punches his friend's body. However, the poor guy's hand ends up swelling due to Yun Xiao's steel-like sturdiness. Seeing this, the reincarnated soul smiles, giving the duo 2 origin-impacting pills to help them ascend to a martial warrior. Right then, the monk siblings arrive there and greet Yun Xiao. As Chunzun and Hanbai start teasing the boy for his taste in girls, he introduces them to his newest disciple, Munbai. Though, the two idiots end up concluding that their young master Yun is going to such great lengths just to pick up a girl. Bros think he's the Rizzler. Afterwards, the group heads to the main hall. Those who have the privilege to enter this area have some of the greatest presences in the country. As soon as the reincarnated soul and the others enter, all eyes fall on them. Li Yi, Yun Xiao's uncle named Li Baifeng, the head scribe Lan Hong, commander of the state guardians Shao Qing Wang, second-tier alchemist Li An Wenyu, first prince Qin Yang, second prince Qin Yue. All these important personalities turn towards Yun Xiao, considering him as one of the main characters of the banquet. Suddenly, Li Yi invites the boy to come up and sit with the Li family instead of sitting at the spot designated for the Chun family. Yun Xiao simply snarks back with a joke directed towards Li Yi, causing everyone in the banquet hall to burst out laughing. Suddenly, one of Li Yi's underlings leaps at Yun Xiao, wanting him to get on his knees and apologize for insulting the Li family's substitute head. Questioning why the man isn't kneeling when he is in front of him, Yun Xiao easily dodges the incoming attack, slapping around the soldier without even dropping the drink in his hands. It leaves everyone in awe. Yun Xiao towers over the defeated foe, reminding Li Yi that the only reason he was granted the Li surname is because he was a good little slave for the Li family. The reincarnated soul then announces that slave number 8527 needs to keep his dogs in line. The last time I saw people get numbered, it didn't end too well. Yun Xiao declares that slaves like Li Yi should stay in line, as he doesn't want to shatter their bones in front of all the court officials in His Majesty's banquet. In a blind fury, Li Yi unsheaths his blade and starts swinging wildly at Yun Xiao. However, the commander of the state guardians, Xiao Qingwang, stops him, slamming Li Yi back to his seat using telekinesis. Qingwang tells him not to start something that will kill the mood of a day of celebration. Agreeing with this sentiment, First Prince Qin Yang commands the servants to clean up the Li family's space. Meanwhile, Li Yi continues to scream at the reincarnated soul, only to keep getting shut down by one-liners. My guy giving the rock a run for his money. Qing Wang then turns his gaze towards Yun Xiao, realizing that the latter's earlier strike demonstrated a deeper understanding of the martial path than his own. Announcing the arrival of His Majesty the King, a loud voice interrupts his thoughts. Everyone stands up, bowing in respect of Tian Shui's emperor, Qin Zheng. Though, Yun Xiao throws up a peace sign in his direction, aimed at Yun Shang and Qin Ruxue, the two ladies accompanying the emperor. Qin Zheng then talks to his subjects, announcing that the reason for today's feast is the celebration of two happy events, Yun Shang's promotion and Qin Ruxue's recovery. All the important figures start presenting great gifts to the two ladies, delighting them to no end. Just like that, Li Yi marches onto the stage, showering Yun Shang with praise. He gives her a rare treasure sculpted by the #1 sculptor in Tian Shui, Shiwan Jiang. It is a hairpin made from tranquil jade, capable of focusing and calming one's mind. All that hype for this SMH. Turning over to Qin Ruxue, Li Yi admits admiring her and mutters that his humble soul can't think of anything in the world worthy of her. After shocking everyone with his open confession, he reveals a demon beast egg from the Fire Crow Empire as her gift, a treasure among treasures. While everyone is impressed with this generous offering, Yun Xiao's sarcastic voice questions the use of a dead demon beast. It can't even be eaten, as it is already rotten. Boasting about the cost of the demon beast egg, Li Yi shouts at Yun Xiao to stop uttering nonsense. The Emperor, Qinzheng, asks the boy how he knows that the egg is dead. Yun Xiao suggests that they just cut open the egg so that everyone can see, announcing that the princess will know he is right when the egg doesn't move even after spending months incubating it. Hearing this, Qinzheng tells Yun Xiao to be careful and not speak randomly without evidence. As the boy saves the princess, the emperor lets him off this time with a warning. Yun Xiao shrugs and heads off, unwavering on the fact that the demon beast egg is a dud. The ceremony continues, and the first prince, Qin Yang, presents his offerings. Although his gift to Veru Xue is valuable, it is nothing compared to what he presents to Yun Xiang, hoping to woo her. However, she refuses to accept such an expensive gift. El Riz, unable to contain himself, Qin Yang gets down on his knees. He proposes to Yun Xiang in front of everyone in the banquet hall, only to get sternly rejected. Refusing to accept this outcome, Qin Yang questions if she already has her eyes set on someone, wanting to prove that no one in Tian Shui is worthy of her except him. The first prince expresses the desire to fight this person. Suddenly, Yun Xiang stops in her tracks, convincing everyone that there is a lover in her life. With this, teacher Luo begins reminiscing about the time 15 years ago when she was only a 5-year-old girl with no concept of love, cultivating day after day in the Shunxiyao Temple on Snowfall Peak. Yun Xiang thinks that it's how her whole life will pass. One day, her once beautiful and kind master comes back from a trip, having transformed into a sentimental and harsh person. Dissatisfied with her disciple's cultivation, she doesn't spare even her most beloved disciple, Yun Xiang. Seeing her master cry, the naive 5-year-old vows to get strong and beat up the one responsible for her state. Later, Yun Xiang learns the man's name to be none other than Gu Feiyang. This dude is a player. Sometime later, the child hides behind a curtain, bearing witness to an important meeting between numerous martial sovereigns of the Nine Heavens realm. One of them, Fuqi Shui, questions the Shunxiyao Temple's master why she is giving them a gift as generous as 1095 supreme pills. Chu Hongyan, the #1 beauty in Tian Wu continent and Yun Xiang's master, replies that she has nothing but these medicinal pills which are worthy of their help. Mu Yangshu chimes in, promising to assist Master Chu if she needs any help in the future. Luan Junhao then announces that the lady is overestimating Gu Feiyang by offering such a steep reward. Kong Yuan Kuoi tells Junhao not to be so careless, as their target is ranked 3rd on the latest Heaven and Earth power chart and is beyond all of them. However, Junhao insists that it's only because he was in seclusion cultivating a very powerful divine ability and missed the reshuffling of the rankings. Blood's coping. Hearing his fellow martial sovereign's claims, Chun Feizhou inquires about the name of the divine ability he has mastered that makes him confident in fighting Gu Feiyang alone. Junhao reveals that it is none other than the supreme martial technique of the strongest man in the continent 10,000 years ago, the Great Genghis Seal. The wielder of the Transmigration Spear, Shitu Hai, starts laughing, feeling relieved about their chances against Gu Feiyang. One Guo Ho then claims that with the combined might of the 11 martial sovereigns present at Shunxiyao Temple, not even the top 3 in the Heaven and Earth power chart will be able to go back alive. Shitu Hai worries that Gu Feiyang will not come to fight, knowing that all of them are there. However, Junhao thinks that just being able to visit the famous wonderland known as Shunxiyao Temple is worthwhile in and of itself. Some time passes in leisure, and the martial sovereigns conclude that the vanquisher Gu Feiyang is nothing more than a coward afraid to fight them. Yi Yuan questions if the delay is because he is gathering 10 martial sovereigns as helpers, worrying that the resulting battle will be intense. However, Chu Hongyan proclaims that Gu Feiyang won't ask for help. As Junhao questions how she is so sure, the lady announces that it's because he's already here. Unable to spot Gu Feiyang, the martial sovereigns question if Master Chu is guessing wrongly. Remarking that she didn't guess, the lady asks them if they can't feel the wild rising. Moments later, a massive force slams open the gates of the Shunxiyao Temple. A great wind comes forth, the clouds rise high. With a thunderous chant, Gu Feiyang unleashes his boundless golden cloud palm, and announces that the wind and clouds rose high, all because of him. Holy chills. Responding all together, the 10 martial sovereigns except Chu Hongyan activate their techniques: Great Ganges Seal, Transmigration Spear, Ink Frost Tyrant Finger, True Dragon Seal, Heavenly Martial Buddha Hand, Mysterious Ice God Fist, Season Flame Blade, Traceless Ghost Palm, and Spirit Dragon Emperor Finger. Even the collective counterattack resulting from all these powerful abilities is unable to withstand Gu Feiyang's onslaught, and the martial sovereigns are soundly defeated. Looking on, Chu Hongyan bursts into a smile and mutters that he is still the most handsome man. The endless trail of clouds starts to vanish, revealing the glorious appearance of Gu Feiyang, leaving even 5-year-old Yun Xiao in complete awe. Walking towards Chu Hongyan, the martial sovereign questions why she is doing all this. Bursting into tears, the lady expresses the desire to perform another dance for Gu Feiyang, ignoring his warning that she will lose. Listen to him, girl. Chu Hongyan murmurs that she is already lost and wipes away her tears. Screaming out the man's name, she announces that one of them will die here today. Gu Feiyang reiterates that Chu Hongyan is no match for him, prompting the lady to throw up her sword in the sky. A purple glow erupts from her blades, signaling numerous masked women to unleash the Purple Star's formation. Seeing this, Gu Feiyang understands that Chu Hongyan truly intends to kill him. Surrounded by a violet glow, the latter starts floating into the air and reveals that the mountain protection formation constructed by Sheng Xiao Temple will now be used for the first time in thousands of years. Chu Hongyan then proclaims that today is the day she will slay Gu Feiyang on Snowfall Peak. Swirls of energy collide in the snowy peak underneath the Kokub Star, as Chu Hong chases after the martial sovereign. By using the battle formation to absorb the power of the stars in her sword, she proclaims herself to be a god, one that will put an end to the man known as Gu Feiyang. However, the entity ranked 3rd on the Heaven and Earth power chart vows to finish this in one strike, even if the lady has a billion stars. Calling forth Star Strike Sword, Omniscient View, Gu Feiyang unleashes his dragon-like monstrous energy. Chu Hongyan responds by reciting a chant, preparing to counter with a purple cloud sword. 5-year-old Yun Xiao looks on in awe, thinking Gu Feiyang to be the definition of ultimate coolness. Despite her best efforts to withstand the enormous amount of primordial chi gathering in the area to look for a few seconds more, the child's eyes inevitably close on her. NT Lil Bro. Yun Xiao's memory of the scene ends there. When she wakes up, no one is left on Snowfall Peak and the girl starts to aimlessly traverse the continent, all just to see the eyes of that man once more. Despite the initial rumors claiming otherwise, news quickly spreads of the Vanquisher's feats on the Snowfall Peak, defeating 10 martial sovereigns of the 9 heavens realm with a single move and repressing the Sheng Xiao Temple's master Chu Hongyan. These events caused Gu Feiyang's reputation to soar like the sun itself. However, what quickly follows is the tragic news of his untimely death in the Tiandang Mountains. Unable to believe that the dazzling eyes of that man had died, Yu Xiang eventually reaches the country of Tian Shuoi and decides to stay at Jia Lan Academy. After all, it is these grounds on which stands the most mythical statue of Gu Feiyang, unmatched across the whole of Tianwu. On a fated day at the martial arena, Yun Xiang notices the demeanor of a certain young man to be exactly the same as that statue of Gu Feiyang. Present-day Yun Xiang lets out a sigh of disappointment, causing Li Yun Xiao to flinch. The first prince Qin Yan questions the identity of this man, wondering if he doesn't even qualify to know him. Hearing that Yun Xiang's mystery lover has actually passed away, Qin Yan concludes that he now has a chance and vows to do anything that this man did to make her heart so loyal. Telling the first prince to listen closely, Yu Xiang begins listing his feats. At the Divine Shake Sea, he refined Super Xuan weapons that could strike the stars and ascended as the youngest 9th-tier refiner. This man was named the most famous elder in the Alchemist Association and brought down the Crimson Crescent City's defenses with a single strike, eradicating one of the 3 superpowers from the continent. In the Eastern Seas, this entity aided his friend in a massacre that stretched across 8,000 miles of water and caused the Sea Folk's emperor to issue a decree for his execution. Suppressing a vast army of warriors in the Holy Lands, he obtained 3rd place on the Heaven and Earth Cloud Wind leaderboard. Dubbed the Military Breaker and the Vanquisher, this man strode through the clouds on Snowfall Peak to defeat 10 martial sovereigns with one move. Not even the most beautiful woman in the world who possessed the appearance of a goddess, Chu Hongyan, was able to woo him. What a giga-chad. While the entire banquet hall looks on in silence, Yun Xiao remarks that there's still much more to say about the person who has her heart, proclaiming that she will marry Qin Yang if he can do even 1/100th of what that person did. She takes her leave from the banquet, standing no chance against the name that disappeared 15 years ago. The first prince lowers his head. Meanwhile, Li Yun Xiao is left frozen in place at this heartfelt confession. Mengwu shakes Yun Xiao, questioning what's wrong. Snapping back to reality, the reincarnated soul lets out a sigh. Right then, Emperor Qinzheng orders the banquet to be continued and the festivities proceed. Later, Yun Xiao is eating alongside the monk's siblings when his disciple mentions not understanding who Yun Xiang's lover is, wondering if it is Yang Di. Meng Bai lets her brother know that she was talking about Gu Fei Yang, the man on the statue in Jia Lan Academy and Yang Di's teacher. Remarking that Gu Fei Yang looks imposing but isn't that handsome, Meng Bai questions if he was an idiot to reject the #1 beauty on earth. All these comments make poor Yun Xiao spit out his drink, and he declares that it's called being experienced in matters of the heart. However, Meng Bai is convinced that the man was either an idiot or swung the other way. Chen Zun and Han Bai jump in, agreeing with the kid. Me personally, I wouldn't take this level of disrespect. While Yun Xiao gets disrespected by his own supporters, Qin Ruk Sue arrives there, questioning what gift he has prepared for her. Chen Zun and Han Bai excitedly bring out their gifts, leaving Yun Xiao sweating since he didn't get her anything. Seeing this, Li Yi snarks that the boy has come just to get a free lunch. Of course, Yun Xiao strongly rejects this notion, despite it being true. Regardless, the reincarnated soul walks up to the princess, announcing that he will play her a piece. Li Yi starts laughing, mocking Yun Xiao for being broke and resorting to playing the piano. Once again, he is embarrassed by a one-liner from the boy. Meanwhile, Qin Ruk Sue gets excited to hear Yun Xiao play. This depresses the other important figures, as they weren't even able to make her smile despite their overly expensive gifts earlier. With all eyes on him, Yun Xiao unties his hair and begins playing the string piano. Seeing him radiate the aura of a grandmaster, Commander Xiao Qingwang gets stunned. Soon, the entire banquet hall is filled with a tranquil mood. The Guangling Odyssey begins to play, as Qin Ruk Sue feels her heart fluttering at the scene. Right then, the guards come running to Qinzheng, informing him that all the flowers in the garden are in full bloom. Everyone rushes to witness the beautiful sight, while Yun Xiao mutters a poem. Looking on at the beautiful flowers under the moonlight, Ruk Sue wonders how teacher Lu would have felt hearing the Guangling Odyssey. At the same time, Cheng Wang notes that Gu Fei Yang played the piece for Chu Hongyan when they first met in the violet bamboo forest of Qiyang, Hua Island. The heavenly sound caused the god of flowers to awaken, compelling the flowers to bloom even in winter. Having never thought that an ordinary person like him would be able to witness it too, the commander questions just how many times the mortal realm deserves to hear a piece that is fit to exist only in the heavens. Back then, Chu Hongyan danced for someone. A man would turn the heavens on their heads for her. A real man right here, folks. Having never heard such a beautiful piece in his entire life, Emperor Qinzheng starts clapping. He thinks that after this, the palace musicians can all pack their bags and get lost. While everyone cheers for Yun Xiao, Li Yi remarks that the boy playing well can't compare to his demon egg. However, Commander Xiao Qingwang declares that he would be willing to pay anything to listen to Yun Xiao's precious gift again. Li Yi tells him to just make the boy play the piece a few more times if he wants to listen to it that badly. Right then, Yun Xiao chimes in, remarking that the circumstances must be right in order to play a heavenly piece. Back then, the #1 beauty of Earth was in the violet bamboo forest. Today, the god of flowers appeared because Princess Ruk Sue was in the palace. 808. The reincarnated soul murmurs, mocking the slave for not knowing such a thing. Meanwhile, Qin Ruk Sue gets flustered at Yun Xiao, comparing her to Chu Hongyan, aka Earth's #1 beauty. Someone's in love. Continuing to plot, Li Yi announces that he has also prepared a gift for the commander, something that will remedy the unfixable internal injury he suffered while fighting the martial king, Yi Xiaoshan. Li Yi then orders Fang Zhen, a first-year alchemist, to bring out the clear dragon's eye pill. Cheng Wang realizes that he has a few years left at most if he doesn't do anything, leaving him no choice but to accept the gift. As Tian Shui would suffer greatly if Cheng Wang were to lose his abilities, Emperor Qinzheng declares that Li Yi has made a great contribution, promising to grant him any reward he asks for. The substitute head of the Li family then announces that he wants to marry Princess Rook Suwe, wanting to make his position permanent by being her fiancé. Rook Suwe strongly protests against the idea, begging her father not to accept the proposal. However, Qin Zheng tells the girl not to be stubborn, as Li Yi's earlier gift proves that his feelings for her are genuine. Of course, the emperor actually wants to use Li Yi to keep the Li family in check, thinking that even his precious daughter can't be compared to the well-being of the country. Father, unable to believe that her loving father would do such a thing, Ru Suwe erupts into tears and smashes the precious demon egg to bits. Just as Yun Xiao said, the gift is nothing but a rotten egg. Ru Suwe turns over to Qin Zheng and asks him if Li Yi's feelings are still genuine. However, the emperor defends him, being of the view that someone scamming Li Yi doesn't taint his pure intentions. Right as the emperor is about to make the engagement official, a voice echoes in the banquet hall, telling him to hold on. It is none other than Yun Xiao, now claiming that the clear dragon's eye pill is fake too. As presenting a fake pill to His Majesty would warrant the death penalty, the court officials doubt that anyone would dare to do such a thing. However, Ru Suwe doesn't doubt it at all and shouts at her father to execute Li Yi. Turning over to Yun Xiao, Li Yi shouts at him for once again lying to His Majesty. Again, mutters the reincarnated soul as the rotten demon egg continues to reap behind them. As Yun Xiao's accusation is grave, the commander questions if he has any proof. The boy reveals that the fake will can produce a strong poison upon coming into contact with blood and water, killing whoever ingests it on the spot. While Li Yi continues to ramble in fear, Yun Xiao presents a simple test to verify his claims. First, put a bit of blood on the pill and feed it to a dog. If the dog dies of poisoning, it will mean that the pill is fake. Otherwise, Yun Xiao will have been proven wrong, and they will still have time to kill the dog to retrieve the pill. Satisfied with this plan, Qin Zheng commands his servants to bring a dog there, wanting to see which of the two boys has the guts to lie at him. Yun Xiao commands servant number 8527 to give his filthy blood for the process. While Li Yi gets enraged, the reincarnated soul reveals that he was talking to Manga, his new number 8527. Yun Xiao even makes the new servant greet his predecessor, causing the entire banquet hall to burst out laughing yet again. Blue got played. Despite Manbai's protests, Yun Xiao forces him to drop his blood on the pill. With this, he makes sure that Li Yi can't escape the sin of presenting a poisonous pill. After all, the heaven and earth body's origin poison is something that even his past self couldn't diffuse. Unaware of this, Li Yi thinks that Yun Xiao will swap out the pill while feeding it to the dog and makes a guard do the honors instead. At first, nothing happens, causing Rook Suwe to fall into a depression. Despite this, she vows to protect Yun Xiao's life even if it means accepting the marriage. Meanwhile, Li Yi starts laughing at the boy for deceiving the emperor. However, his loud howls soon turn into whimpers upon noticing the royal court's murderous stares. He turns around only to see the dog from before lying lifeless on the ground. What the dog doing? With this, Qin Zheng commands his guards to drive Li Yi and Fang Zhen away, locking them in the imperial prison. Before the squirming subjects, the emperor feels conflicted as the pawn that he placed to restrict the Li family is no longer in place. Feeling his injuries flaring up, Commander Xiao Qingwang takes his leave. Qin Zheng bids him farewell, announcing that he will have his men bring 100 nourishing pills to his mansion. Right then, Yun Xiao asks the commander to slow down, wanting to take a look at his injuries, since the boy cured Ru Suwe's illness with the golden needle acupuncture method. Qin Zheng encourages Qingwang to fulfill his request. The desperate commander sits down beside Yun Xiao, who activates divine sense to observe his injuries. Unaware of his status, Qingwang ends up offending the reincarnated soul by calling him a kid. Regardless, Yun Xiao starts listing the commander's symptoms. Much to the latter's surprise, the former's words are spot on. As Qingwang gets excited about the solution, Yun Xiao resumes eating his food, remarking that a kid can't really do anything. Dead silence descends on the banquet, as no one has dared to do such a thing to Qingwang ever before. Things only take a turn for the worse when the reincarnated soul demands that the commander call him young Master Yun. Qingwang questions who the kid thinks he's talking to, only to get told to shut up if he doesn't want to call him that. Standing over the disrespectful boy, Qingwang unleashes his imposing presence. Unfazed, Yun Xiao simply compliments the martial king. Everyone in the banquet hall starts thinking that he has lost his mind. while Li Baifeng jumps in to apologize for his nephew's arrogance. Suddenly, Qing Wang bursts out laughing. Smacking Yun Xiao on the back, he celebrates that Li Chunyang's heir has the same demeanor as him. Calling the boy young Master Yun, Qing Wang questions if his injuries can be cured. Of course, Yun Xiao wants to make him work some more for it, considering the smack moments ago broke his shoulder bone. While the reincarnated soul and the commander banter like old friends, the banquet hall comes to realize that the Li family finally has a worthy heir. Afterwards, Shinru Sue thanks Yun Xiao, who tells her not to mention it as he will do anything for her, leaving the former redder than a tomato. Bro gotta chill at this point. Flustered, the girl runs off. Yun Xiao begins to head out too, telling Qingwan that he will tell him the solution when he remembers it. Intrigued by the boy, the commander leaves. Later, Yun Xiao's friends run up to him, questioning how he could tell that the pill was poisonous. Leaving the palace, the reincarnated soul informs them of how he used Meng Bai's heaven and earth poisonous body to frame Li Yi. Despite their young master Yun's lies, they feel glad that he regards them as confidants. Right then, the second prince, Qin Yue, invites Yun Xiao to have a chat. Not wanting to be alone with a man in the middle of the night, the boy rejects him. When Qin Yue uses his pretty maids as bargaining chips though, Yun Xiao accepts his invitation wholeheartedly. Where is your loyalty, lil bro? After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Yue tells Yun Xiao that the most mysterious commander of the State Guardian's 3rd Unit, Bai Mo, prophesies that he would meet the benefactor of his life tonight. As Yun Xiao questions if the commander is really such an expert, Qin Yue summons her. Though the boy admits that the second prince has a capable person as his benefactor in Bai Mo, he refuses to take part in any coup. Hearing this, Bai Mo reveals that Qin Yue will be the monarch of Tian Shui in the future. As such, helping him will be of great benefit to the Li family in the future. Initially, Yun Xiao had no intention of dealing with the Li family's problems. However, as their blood flows in his veins, the reincarnated soul wants to express his gratitude for being born into the Li family. What a respectable young man. Surely he won't act rude to his elders anytime soon, as guaranteeing their future would require looking for a backer. Yun Xiao makes the second prince promise to ensure the Li family's prosperity for as long as he lives. Qin Yue vows to fulfill his request, and Yun Xiao asks what he can do for him. Worrying that all their plans will be overturned if Qingwan's incurable injury gets healed, Bai Mo questions how sure Yun Xiao is about his ability to treat him. 100%. Hearing these words come out of the boy's mouth, Qin Yue changes his plans, wanting to turn Qingwan to their side to keep his elder brother in check. Right then, Yun Xiao remarks that the second prince is only 16 years old, more than 30 years younger than Prince Yang. As such, His Majesty must be supporting Qin Yue to ascend the throne. Yun Xiao also reveals that Qin Zheng doesn't have much time left, having noticed a silver tint in his eyes, a symptom pointing to chronic poisoning. So, the boy wants Qin Yue to have the emperor hastily announce him as the heir to the throne, convinced that he intends to do so already. However, Bai Mo and Qin Yue shake their heads in disappointment, noting that if even someone as brilliant as Yun Xiao thinks like this, no wonder everyone else does too. The second prince laments that he is just a pawn in his father's game, one he is using against Qin Yang. Qin Yue proclaims that he doesn't want to fight for the throne, but Qin Zheng has left him no choice. With regret in his voice, the young prince declares that the only person that his father wants to protect is himself. Nah, this guy is a villain. Through the bits and pieces of information that he gets, Yun Xiao manages to understand the full picture, impressing Bai Mo and Qin Yue. The second prince then reveals that the battle for the throne will be decided by a majority vote between 6 important people: Prime Minister Lan Hong, Yun Xiao's grandfather Duke Jing Guo, Commander Qing Wang, Palace's head refiner Zhang Qingfen, Guildmaster Xu Hun, and Jia Lan Academy's Dean Zhang Li Shan. While Qin Yue gets excited that he will soon have the majority on his side, Yun Xiao reminds him that all his efforts will be in vain as long as Qin Zheng leaves. However, if the emperor suddenly perishes and everyone comes to know that Qin Yang poisoned him, then Qin Yue will have nothing to fear. Hearing all this, the desperate second prince promises to even announce his sister Ru Su's wedding with Yun Xiao in exchange for his help. Get this poor girl a new family. Right then, assassins attack Qin Yue's carriage. Despite this, he remains unfazed, as no one except the Emperor's two martial kings can hurt him as long as Bai Mo is by his side. However, Yun Xiao thinks that the situation will be a bit trickier this time around. Bai Mo then moves out to intercept the attackers, and Qin Yue proclaims that no assassin shall be forgiven tonight. "Move, your highness," shouts out the commander moments later, as blasts of energy fly towards the carriage and shatter the barrier around it. Bai Mo comes rushing to Qin Yue's side, but he is just fine, having been kicked away by Yun Xiao. The commander scolds Yun Xiao for prioritizing the maids over the second prince, getting told that his arms instinctually move to save the two beautiful women. Let him cook. As the group begins to think of a way to escape, two hooded figures approach them. Bai Mo quickly recognizes them as the commander and deputy commander of the State Guardians Unit 1, Yao Feng and Ji Meng. Facing off against the martial lord of the Four Quadrants realm and the martial master of the Three Powers realm, Bai Mo worries that the odds are stacked against them. After a bit of back and forth with Bai Mo, Yao Feng vows to kill them all today. He orders Ji Meng to kill Qin Yue, Li Yun Xiao, and the two maids, while he takes on the commander himself. The fight begins, and the second prince is left to fend for himself. However, he uses the barrier of his Sanskrit Sea and Cloud flag to block Ji Meng's onslaught. As the flag cannot be broken without the strength of a martial king but only lasts for an hour at most, Yao Feng commands Ji Meng to kill Yun Xiao and the two maids first, declaring that they will deal with Qin Yue after an hour. Bai Mo screams at the boy to run and get help, only for Ji Meng to block his path of escape by unleashing his Peach Blossom Sword Intent. Fruity name. Instead of running away, Yun Xiao claims that Ji Meng's technique and proceeds to demonstrate the real Peach Blossom Sword Intent, realizing that his sword intent is rubbish compared to the real deal despite having practiced it for more than 30 years. Ji Meng feels like kneeling. Yun Xiao promises to teach him the true Peach Blossom Sword Intent if Ji Meng submits to him. As his subordinate freezes up, Yao Feng shouts at him to not forget their mission. However, Yun Xiao's offer to help progress his martial arts is just too tempting for Ji Meng to give up. Apologizing to Yao Feng, Ji Meng abandons the mission. The former realizes that there's no point in staying there any longer and flies off, vowing to see Bai Mo again soon. Ji Meng tells Yun Xiao not to misunderstand things, as he will take his leave after learning the Peach Blossom Sword Intent. The reincarnated soul snarks at Ji Meng, telling him not to come back later, crying and begging to follow him. Impressed by the hidden martial intentions in every word Yun Xiao says and each step he takes, the group heads back to Qin Yue's royal quarters. The next day, it was announced that Li Yi was stripped of his official title, but the emperor allowed him to maintain control of the Li family. Hearing this, Yun Xiao and his friends pay him a visit. Servant 8527 attacks them as soon as they show up, only to get issued an execution order for the crimes of attacking a royal official and a state guardian. Bro fell for it? Hook, line, and sinker. Li Yi proclaims that he was appointed as the Li family's head by His Majesty himself, but Yun Xiao reminds him that his title is no longer official. Yun Xiao's forces jump Li Yi. However, with his 5-star cultivation and an unsealed Suan weapon, he literally freezes them in their tracks. Yun Xiao quickly follows up the onslaught, unsealing his sword to unleash a 10-fold gravity field on Li Yi. Unfreezing his forces in the process, backed into a corner, the substitute head grits his teeth. Li Yi dodges Yun Xiao's assault only to end up in Ji Meng's line of attack. Right then, a Four-Quadrant realm martial lord appears to help Li Yi escape. However, the idiotic substitute head tells him to hold on, wanting to get rid of the pest known as Yun Xiao first. Much to Li Yi's dismay, blazing flames in the form of a technique called city incineration interrupt his technique. The martial lord summons his trident to unleash a flood, counteracting the fire. Using the resulting smoke as cover, he finally picks up Li Yi and runs away. The person responsible for the earlier attack then reveals themselves, being none other than Luo Yunxiang. The teacher questions what's going on, but Yun Xiao flips it on her and asks why she is there. Having heard that the boy performed the Gu Onling Odyssey last night and made the flowers bloom, Yunxiang expresses the desire to hear it too. You snooze, you lose, lady. However, Yun Xiao remarks that he doesn't have the same environment available as last night to play it. Teacher Luo wonders if he could perform it for her later on. Without answering Yunxiang's query, Yun Xiao informs her of the martial lord realm assassin who's working with Li Yi. Wanting the conspirators to be dealt with, he requests the teacher to inform His Majesty about the situation. Yun Xiao then questions if Yun Xiao can treat Commander Xiao Qingwang's injury, getting assured that he can heal him. "Stop flexing, dude." The teacher then heads off, remarking that she will send people to guard Yun Xiao while he treats Qingwang. Later, the reincarnated soul tells his forces to wait for him outside. Taking a stroll through the Li family's stronghold, Yun Xiao arrives at a broken-down house and shouts at the old man to come out already, getting no response. Annoyed, Yun Xiao brings out his blade and starts tearing the house apart. Suddenly, a swirl of energy cuts the boy's hand, making the sword go flying out of it. A voice questions how he found him, prompting Yun Xiao to remark that their souls reacted. After all, blood is thicker than water. Complimenting the voice's owner for still being just as vicious when attacking, Yun Xiao looks towards the door, boasting a long beard and wearing sunglasses. An old man walks in. Holding the reincarnated soul's blade in his hands, he proclaims, "How interesting. Rat." This old fart is none other than Li Yun Xiao's grandpa and the state lord himself, Li Chunyang. Observing Yun Xiao closely, the old man vows that he has opened all of his meridians and become a 4-star martial warrior. Unamused, Yun Xiao snatches his black lass out of Chunyang's hands, questioning why he was playing hide and seek there. Had the boy not noticed his breaths, he would have thought that 8527 did him in. Not even taking his name, the disrespect is crazy. Remarking that a mere servant can't go up against him, Chunyang wonders how Yun Xiao noticed his breaths. The boy notes that if his foundational skills weren't enough to notice the old man, he wouldn't have managed to defeat Li Yi earlier. While Chunyang gets baffled at his personal stealth arts being defeated like this, Yun Xiao sits down to talk, wanting to know the stance on the Li family situation. Deciding to verify Yun Xiao's motives, Chunyang asks him what he thinks his stance is. The reincarnated soul rightly monologues about the old man concealing himself to observe events in peace and to plan for the future of the Li family, even predicting his exact response. Yun Xiao also concludes that Chunyang has broken through to the 5 Elements realm and become a martial king, making his grandfather feel delighted that the Li family finally has a definite successor. Chunyang then reveals that he also had another purpose. It was to see who could accumulate the largest amount of influence without him around. However, the events only disappointed him. Yun Xiao's father also came back once in secret and left in relief after seeing Chunyang. Only the boy's 4th uncle was borderline useful, but even that was tainted by his support of Li Yi. Of course, Yun Xiao's recent performance has exceeded all of Chunyang's expectations. The boy has no thoughts regarding matters in the family though, and tells his grandpa to look for a successor elsewhere. After all, the path of martial arts is much more important than mundane politics for him. As for matters of the country, with Yun Xiao's backing, Qin Yue's ascension to the throne will be indisputable. Announcing that times have changed since he went into seclusion, Chunyang gets up, vowing to bring the entire Li family into Yun Xiao's mad quest. Suddenly, the senile old man starts squishing and tapping around on the nearby pillar, opening a secret stairway. Without saying a word, Chunyang starts heading down, and Yun Xiao quickly chases behind him. They come to a hidden room, where a 3rd-tier alchemist is treating a 3-star martial lord. Chunyang rushes to them, relieving the martial lord of his agony. 3 men in a secret room. Sus. Chunyang tells the alchemist, Master's son, that the benumbing qi invading his good friend Da Shang has gradually condensed over time, requiring a great energy cost to suppress it. However, Sun has tried his best. After a month, neither the alchemist's soothing pills nor Chunyang's power as a 1-star martial king will be enough to suppress the poisonous qi. Da Shang regrets that he has been a burden on Chunyang for many years, lamenting that the old man could have stepped into the legendary 6 dimensions realm had he not transferred true qi into him every day. Feeling happy that he will no longer be holding back his dear friend, Da Shang lets out a bittersweet chuckle. As Master Sun begins to head out, Yun Xiao tells him to hold on, doubting his abilities as even a lowly 3rd-tier alchemist. Sun gets enraged as even the Emperor would have to greet him if they met. He boasts about how he was traveling within the Dusk Flame Empire while Yun Xiao was still wearing diapers. Still, the reincarnated soul gives him no face. Chunyang tries to excuse Yun Xiao's disrespect, but the 3rd-tier alchemist demands that 4 of the boy's limbs get torn off as compensation. Scolding him for turning this into such a big deal, Yun Xiao punches Sun into oblivion. Holding his face in disbelief, Sun questions how the boy dares to hit a 3rd-tier alchemist, Thinking that there's nothing great about being just an alchemist, Yun Xiao reveals his second-tier alchemist badge. While the elders get shocked, the reincarnated soul tells Sun that trash like him must understand one thing. As there's always a bigger fish, an alchemist like him might just get beaten to death because of his cockiness. So Yun Xiao slaps Sun to educate him, wanting to spare him that fate. The latter tries to speak up, but the former's threat of another slap makes him flinch, having felt earlier that dodging Yun Xiao would be impossible. Telling the alchemist to get lost while he is still playing nice, the boy turns his back to Sun. Still in disbelief, Chunyang asks Yun Xiao if his alchemist badge is really real. The reincarnated soul confirms that it is, as no one in the whole Tianwu continent would dare to forge this thing. This makes Chunyang scream out, questioning just how much more Yun Xiao is keeping from him. Seeing this sight, Da Sheng laughs, remarking that Chunyang's descendant is not only suitable for being his heir, but he is also probably unrivaled in the entire country of Tianshui. Goat finally getting respect. Right then, Yun Xiao notes that Da Sheng is Chunzun's grandfather, someone who should have died in battle a few years ago. Chunyang chimes in, revealing that Da Sheng is suffering now because of him, as he was supposed to fight that battle instead. However, as Chunyang was in seclusion, Xiao Qingwang chose Da Sheng to replace him in a rush. It was also the same fight in which the commander sustained his internal injuries. Back then, Tianshui and the 100 Battles country fought for one of the 3 superior auxiliary country positions under the lead of the Dusk Flame Empire. Despite winning the battle, Tianshui lost over 100 experts at the Martial Master realm or above. Yun Xiao questions why mere country rankings can result in such fierce and cruel conflicts, getting told that it's actually a battle for resources disguised as a ranking battle. After all, power is crucial in order to survive in Tianwu. As such, many empires have strong sects and large families backing them. For instance, the Dusk Flame Empire that Tianshui is attached to is supported by the Heaven Gathering sect. Hearing this, Yun Xiao remembers his past life. Hua Qianshu, Gu Feiyang's eldest disciple, took on a disciple who was the son of the sect master of the Heaven Gathering sect. Yun Xiao can't remember his name anymore though. Chunyang continues that the sect leader of the Heaven Gathering sect, Qin Feng, is a 7 constellations realm martial emperor. Being just a step away from becoming an 8 desolation realm martial supreme, he is even martial sovereign Hua Qianshu's direct disciple. Finally, Yun Xiao remembers the name of his disciple's disciple, warning his grandson to never provoke the Heaven Gathering sect. Chunyang notes that it would be wise to opt out of the upcoming ranking battle, as it happens every 5 years. He thinks that Tianshui should use this opportunity to rest and recuperate, being the winner of the last one. Yun Xiao remarks that they will have to hurry, as His Majesty won't be willing to sit on the sidelines. Moreover, only Qin Yue ascending to the throne will help Yun Xiao persuade the Emperor to opt out of the battle. Being out of the loop, Da Sheng gets informed by Chunyang on the country's current matters. His heart aches upon hearing how Qin Zheng treats his loyal servants, and he leaves the Chun family in Chunyang's hands after his death. The latter then vows to make sure that the Chun family won't collapse for as long as the Li family stands, after which the 2 old friends start crying while holding hands. Need someone to hold my hands like this for real. Yun Xiao then announces that they don't have to talk so morbidly, remarking that Da Sheng is afflicted by the same kind of poison affecting Xiao Qingwang. Confirming this to be the case, Chunyang reveals the inflictor to be the martial king, Yi Xiaoshan. The reincarnated soul notes that the ice element attack of the martial lord who saved Li Yi earlier was also composed of benumbing qi, albeit being way weaker than the poison in Da Sheng's body. Hearing this, Chunyang questions how Li Yi is supported by both the Emperor and Yi Xiaoshan, as the old fart laments not taking care of Li Yi a long time ago. Yu Xiao remarks that they will have more than enough opportunities to kill him. The reincarnated soul wants to cure Elder Chun's poison first, confusing Chunyang. After all, not even the 3rd-tier alchemist, Sun Zhongzong, could manage to accomplish this feat. Don't worry, blood is built different. Yun Xiao notes that his current level makes it hard for him to completely get rid of the poison, but it should still be enough to suppress the poison. Although Master Sun was on the right track with his medicinal pills, his inexperience caused him to use the wrong medicine. Chunyang's qi type was also a problem, as Di Shum's condition requires strong, extreme yang qi. As men of the martial kings walk the path of extreme yang qi, Chunyang wonders where they will find someone like that. Of course, Yun Xiao has someone in mind who fits the picture, despite this person slightly lacking in abilities. The one he is thinking of is the commander of the 4th team of the State Guardians, Li Yun Xiao. Hearing this, Chun Yang rushes to catch the lass, getting stopped by his friend and grandson. Yun Xiao tells his grandfather not to rush to find Li Yun Xiao, as he needs to first refine some medicinal pills that can suppress the cold poison. Worrying about the ingredients, the boy gets handed the key to the Li family's secret vault. Here comes the money. Hoping to find resources that can increase his cultivation speed, Yun Xiao quickly heads off to his 4th uncle, getting guided to the secret vault. Arriving before the vault door marked by an unknown array, Yun Xiao recognizes it to be a vermilion bird divine fire array. He asks the 4th uncle how long the secret vault has existed, finding out that it was there before the Li family set foot in the country. Seeing the 9th grade array that was lost a long time ago, Yun Xiao concludes that the Li family's ancestors must have been a superpower who held sway over the entire continent. He then opens the secret vault with the key, as it is a restricted area that can't be entered without the permission of the patriarch. The 4th uncle waits for Yun Xiao outside. Heading inside, the reincarnated soul realizes that the secret vault is a large interstitial space supported by some divine artifact. Yun Xiao activates his moon eye technique to locate this support, finding a glowing rock. He peers into it, but the stone tablet's tremendous power attacks his soul itself. Being stronger than the dude's plot armor is crazy. Bleeding from his left eye, Yun Xiao stubbornly vows to see what the rock really is. With a poetic chant, the reincarnated soul summons a divine droplet of water and trickles it onto the stone tablet, shattering it to unveil its true form as the Divine Realm Tablet. Yun Xiao questions what the Divine Realm Tablet is, unable to believe that it burned his soul directly through his moon eye technique, feeling that the strange energy fluctuation in it is superior to his 9th grade mystic weapon. The Star-Slash Sword, Yun Xiao questions if the Divine Realm Tablet is an artifact of the ultimate 10 Worlds realm. As the only power that can directly attack the soul is the legendary power of the martial god, Yun Xiao concludes that the Divine Realm Tablet is an artifact left behind by such a being. He then activates his Great Expansion Divine Technique, which echoes with the power of the tablet and condenses into a proper shape. Double whammy. With this, Yun Xiao realizes that the soul cultivation technique he acquired in the last moments of his past life was once practiced by a martial god. Through strained efforts, the reincarnated soul manages to take the Divine Realm Tablet into his sea of consciousness. Naturally, the interstitial space disappears, leaving behind a cave, as was the original appearance of the place. The Divine Realm Tablet also helps Yun Xiao break through to the level of a peak 5 stars warrior. However, all this comes with the side effect of only being able to access the interstitial space within the tablet with his divine sense, making it function like an extra storage. Regardless, as the pros far outweigh the cons, Yun Xiao happily starts heading out of the cave to prepare for the rainy days ahead. Going over to the Alchemist Association with Ji Meng, the reincarnated soul demands that they ask Jia Rong to come out of seclusion to meet him, assuring them that the first-tier alchemist wouldn't blame them. As disturbing an alchemist's cultivation in seclusion can lead to dire consequences, Ji Meng and the others advise him against it. Of course, Yun Xiao has no intention of listening to them, as he wants Jia Rong's help to refine a batch of medicinal pills. The boy gives Liang Wenyu the last chance to call Jia Rong out, but the alchemist doesn't move. Pretending to storm out angrily, Yun Xiao announces that he can no longer do anything about Xiao Qing Wang's injury. Hearing this, poor Wenyu vows to drag Jia Rong out even if he's in a life-or-death meditation, knowing that the Emperor or President Shu Han will skin him alive if the commander's treatment gets delayed because of him. This sight leaves the others questioning just who Yun Xiao really is. Arriving at the seclusion chamber, Wenyu orders Lu Yao to go and bring Jia Rong out. With trembling hands and teary, the poor receptionist tells Jia Rong that something needs him to come out of seclusion, getting worried for her life. As Wenyu and Lu Yao feared, Jia Rong runs outside in an unparalleled fury and starts shouting at the crying girl for disturbing his cultivation. As he was just one step away from becoming a second-tier alchemist, Jia Rong starts raging at Wenyu, accusing him of deliberately halting his process. Who's gonna tell him? Unable to take it anymore, Wenyu informs Jia Rong that it was his young master Yun who insisted that they bring him out. As the boy confirms his statement, Wenyu looks forward to seeing how Yun Xiao will suffer now. Meanwhile, Jia Rong once again starts screaming at Lu Yao. Only this time he scolds her for not informing him earlier and wasting his young master Yun's precious time. Treating the reincarnated soul with utmost care and respect, Jia Rong blames the association's workers for their current situation. The alchemist even swears that he wouldn't have gone into seclusion if he knew of Yun Xiao's arrival, leaving the others questioning their existence. Of course, the reincarnated decides to tease Jia Rong even more, frying the poor guy's brain to the point that he labels himself stupid for choosing the wrong time to break through. Lu Yao, Ji Meng, and Wen Yu all wonder the same thing. Is he really Jia Rong? Jia Rong brings his young master Yun and Ji Meng to the largest training room in the association. Suddenly, the reincarnated starts swinging around his sword in a powerful and fierce style, carving out lifelike, delicate handwriting on the walls. After writing this poem, Yun Xiao gives Ji Meng an ultimatum. If the latter still can't comprehend the higher artistic conception of peach blossom from this poem by the time the former finishes his cultivation, then it will prove that he isn't gifted. In that case, Ji Meng won't have to follow Yun Xiao again. The reincarnated soul and Jia Rong then head to the refinement chamber, where the first-tier alchemist instructs Lu Yao not to disturb them even if the king dies. Announcing that it's time to make the first batch of pills, Yun Xiao informs Jia Rong that his job is mainly to learn. However, he will also take over when the boy's soul power is exhausted. Of course, Yun Xiao doesn't expect Jia Rong to do much, so he assigns all the odd tasks to him, something that the loyal servant happily accepts. Gibby slavery. Using his divine sense, Yun Xiao moves all the materials out of the Divine Realm tablet's interstitial space, summoning them to the refinement chamber. Since some of the medicinal pills he's going to refine this time are of pure yang, the boy laments that he won't be able to control the whole process with his current soul power. As even a person's excellent skill cannot make up for the lack of soul power, the first thing on their agenda is to become second-tier alchemists, Yun Xiao and Jia Rong both. Before that, though, the boy will have a cup of tea. While Yun Xiao cultivates in seclusion, a major event occurs in Tiandang Mountains. Patriarch Li Chunyang, who everyone thought was being controlled by Li Yi, makes his sudden reappearance. Regaining the power of the Li family, he declares Li Yi to be a spy of the enemy state, issuing a statewide killing order for him. Chunyang also roots out Li Yi's accomplices among the court officials, confiscating their properties. Those who are foolish enough to fight back get their bodies fed to dogs, striking fear in hearts throughout the country. However, the main character of the whole incident, Li Yi, disappears completely, never to be seen again. Why are you running? Sitting in the Lan family's courtyard in the Prime Minister's residence, Lan Guang, Lan Suman, and Lan Fei's dad discusses Chen Yang's recent actions with his father, the head scribe Lan Hong. Lan Hong thinks that all this is just a ruse from the old codger to hide his true intentions, which is also why His Majesty hasn't reprimanded him. The head scribe wonders what situation Chen Yang has seemed to make him decide to jump out at this time, lamenting why he can't see as well. Between the emperor allowing Chen Yang to misbehave and the Li family's recent targets being mainly from Prince Qin Yang's faction, it's pretty evident to him that the old man has taken Qin Yue's side. However, Lan Hong questions what information Chen Yang possesses to have made this decision. In the end, he concludes that it's the ultimate gamble to either prosper for centuries or fall beyond redemption. With his son chiming in from time to time, Lan Hong brings up the mysterious abilities of Li Yun Xiao, wondering if the reason for Chen Yang's boldness is his confidence in his grandson being able to cure Xiao Cheng Wang's internal injuries. Lan Guang starts losing his mind at the thought of the commander siding with Qin Yue, getting told to calm down and remember not to make any mistakes. Meanwhile, inside the council chamber at Qin Yang's residence, his advisors put forward suggestions to counteract Chen Yang's recent shenanigans. Right then, a voice from outside the chamber offers to provide Qin Yang with 3 plans to ensure his successful ascension to the throne. Hearing this voice, the prince gets enraged, questioning how a spy from the state of Baijian still has the courage to come see him. Shouting at Li Yi for being the one who caused all this, Qin Yang instructs him to leave his head behind now that he is there. Surrounded by the prince's forces, Li Yi questions why Qin Yang wants to kill the only person who can help him now. Answering Li Yi's query, Qin Yang declares that he's a prince of Tiandang Mountains. As such, it's only right for him to kill a spy from the 100 Battles country. Suddenly, the 2 hooded figures backing Li Yi freeze Qin Yang's guards on the spot. Gao Feng informs the prince that not only are both of them very powerful experts of the martial lord realm, but Li Yi is also at the level of a great martial master. Standing his guards down, Qin Yang questions how the spy plans to help him. Li Yi reveals that his three-step solution aims to help the second prince accomplish three things: getting Li Chunyang out of the capital, killing Xiao Qingwang, and keeping Zhang Lishan under control. Hearing these crazed things, Qin Yang loses it. After all, what Li Yi is suggesting will bring the country to ruins. Telling the crown prince to calm down and think about it, Li Yi points out what will happen if they don't go through with this plan, painting a hopeless picture for Qin Yang in the process. The dude got a degree in brainwashing. The second prince laments that his favorable situation has become dangerous ever since Li Yun Xiao appeared, and he questions why he can't just kill him instead of the commander. Li Yi reminds Qin Yang what happened the last time he sent his man to put down Yun Xiao. Not only did the assassination fail, but they even lost a vice commander, Ji Meng. On the other hand, killing Xiao Qingwang will make Gao Feng the main commander of the State Guardians, resulting in Qin Yang gaining control over all 5 teams of the State Guardians. The cunning Li Yi questions why the prince is worrying about not succeeding. He then puts forward a plan how to corner Li Chanfeng's Fei Long army, consequently getting rid of Li Chunyang. Once again, Qin Yang protests. After all, Li Yi's idea would greatly damage the country of Tianshui, making way for the 100 Battles country to take advantage. Remarking that his worries are entirely understandable, Li Yi assures Qin Yang that this is just to get Chunyang away from Tianshui to help him take the throne. Simply put, the second prince will help the 100 Battles country take the position of a superior country at a crucial moment. In return, Li Yi will make sure that Qin Yang claims Tianshui's throne. Blinded by the idea that many would then heed his every word and the heavens would be his, the greedy second prince bursts out laughing in excitement. Bro deserves to get spanked or something. Elsewhere in the Alchemist Association's refining room, Jia Rong notes that they have created the 20th true second-tier mystic fire pill. It is not something that a second-tier refiner can create, but under Yun Xiao's guidance, the pill was produced in bulk. Jia Rong then informs Yun Xiao that only one spirit-nourishing pill is left. As there aren't many thousand-bird pills either, the reincarnated soul orders his servant to give him the 1,000-bird pills and take the spirit-nourishing pill himself. After recovering his spirit power, Jia Rong is to refine a pot of spirit-nourishing pills first, and stop the production of mystic fire pills to help Yun Xiao refine some 1,000-bird pills. The reincarnated soul then hands the alchemist the recipe for the pills, regarding them as mere street stall stock. However, Jia Rong celebrates, knowing that the effect of his young master Yun's pills is way beyond store-bought ones. Consuming the spirit-nourishing pill, the first-tier alchemist is surrounded by sparks of inspiration in his conscience, being a sign that he is about to ascend to the second tier. Jia Rong proclaims to ascend like a man possessed from today onwards, only to get struck by Lu Yao's voice calling them out of seclusion, remarking that something has happened to the Li family. With his ascension interrupted, Jia Rong starts falling into the abyss of knowledge. As the alchemist worries about the severe consequences of not escaping from there, he hears Yun Xiao's voice telling him to open his eyes and look at him. Right then, Jia Rong gets sucked into a swirling vortex and pops out in front of the reincarnated soul's divine expansion technique. A sharp pain strikes his forehead, bringing the alchemist out of the abyss of knowledge. As blood flows down Jia Rong's head, Yun Xiao scolds him for fainting from just that much pain. The latter questions how the former will follow him if he's so weak. Bursting into tears, Jia Rong clings to Yun Xiao, complaining about once again getting interrupted when he was finally about to break through. He labels Lu Yao his bad luck charm. However, Yun Xiao doesn't understand Jia Rong's complaints. After all, he is already a second-tier alchemist. Overcome with joy at the realization, Jia Rong wants to make sure this isn't a dream and asks his young master Yun to hit him really hard. Of course, the reincarnated soul gladly complies with the request, proving that it's reality. Poor guy got shattered like Legos. Rolling around on the ground, Jia Rong complains about Yun Xiao actually hitting him really hard. Seeing this, the reincarnated soul mutters that he has never seen someone so shameless anywhere on the continent of Tianwu. He then laments that even consuming all those 1,000-bird pills only managed to ascend him to a 6-star warrior. Yun Xiao isn't ungrateful though, as he celebrates at least breaking through to a second-tier refiner, making it so his cultivation finally matches the rank of his badge. Right then, Lu Yao barges into the refinement chamber. She informs the boy that his father, Li Chanfeng, has been cut off and surrounded by the army of the 100 Battles country in Shining Gold City. As all contact with Chan Feng has been lost, Duke Jing Guo is furiously preparing to lead an army to save him. So, Liu Yao has been ordered to ask Yun Xiao to come out of seclusion to take care of the Li family business for the time being. Noting that things have already gotten this messy even though they went into seclusion about 10 days ago, the reincarnated soul rages, vowing to grant the wish of all those who are so desperate to die. As Yun Xiao arrives in the Alchemist Association's main hall, Jimeng quickly welcomes him back. Kneeling before the boy, he swears to follow him anywhere from now on, following all his orders. Jimeng asks his young master Yun to teach him well, only to get told that ascending to just 2 stars even after 10 days of work means that his talents are just above average. As such, the vice commander's growth will be up to his own efforts and dedication. While the rest of the guild gets offended on his behalf, Jimeng apologizes to Yun Xiao for letting him down, vowing to work 100 times harder just to follow him. Generational glaze right here. Liking the martial expert's perseverance and spirit, the reincarnated soul announces that he will be his trusted aide from today onwards. Feeling jealous, Jia Rong wonders about his standing, getting told that he is a slave. Yun Xiao remarks that he will think about making the alchemist his aide once he has ascended into the 4th tier. Overhearing that their master Jia is a slave to the boy, the disciples in the guild are left questioning his identity. Exiting the Alchemist Association, Yun Xiao finds Bai Mo and her team of state guardians. Greeting the boy, she reveals that Qin Yue has sent her to escort him, fearing that assassins will target the boy. Playfully remarking that he must be moving up in the world to receive this treatment, Yun Xiao joins the escorts to travel through the capital. Lo and behold, arrows start raining down on them just moments later. While Commander Bai and her state guardians fend off the enemy's attack, Yun Xiao notes that the arrows are made from verdant bamboo wood, meaning that these are supplies from the royal army. He tells Jimeng to be careful, as the enemy's attack isn't at random, right as the reincarnated soul theorizes that the main culprit is here leading these men. A voice echoes throughout the battlefield, ordering the soldiers to not leave a single soul alive. Turning around, Yun Xiao grins and snarks that old 8 for reappearing. Shouting like a madman, Li Yi declares that the only reason the boy survived last time was because Luo Yanshang saved him. Convinced that things will be different this time, Li Yi orders the 2 hooded martial experts backing him to take on the others, wanting to gut the pig known as Li Yun Xiao himself. With this, the hooded entities reveal their identities, being martial lords called Guang Yuan Jia and Yu Yuan 1 from the 100 Battles country. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao lets out a small sigh at the sight of his old slave planning to rebel, taking it upon himself as the young master of the Li family to take out the trash. He brings out a pill from his storage ring. Yun Xiao hands them to Jimeng so that he can hold off the 2 martial lords, promising to help him once he kills Li Yi. Seeing this, the deviant spy laughs at the reincarnated soul's delusional claims. Does he know? At the same time, Jimeng consumes the origin-blasting pill, brimming with energy. Yuan Jia is unconcerned, as a great master cannot break through the limitations of his realm, no matter what medicine he consumes. However, the guy couldn't have been more wrong. When Jimeng's chi settles down, he starts exerting pressure equal to that of a martial lord. Left in disbelief at the sight, Yuan Jia and Yuan 1 question what kind of pill allows people to break through realms. Right then, Jimeng intimidatingly repeats the latter's words to him. As Jimeng starts walking, Guang Yuan Jia and Yu Yuan 1 are hit with a realization that he has broken through into the peak martial lord realm. Trying to cope with their current situation, Yuan Jia declares that Jimeng's aura breaking through doesn't matter if his understanding of martial arts is still lacking, promising to show him the difference between a real martial lord and a fake one. Yuan Jia unseals his Kaishan silver trident, slamming it onto the ground. He unleashes his soul-sealing freeze wall towards Jimeng. The vice commander remembers Yun Xiao's peach blossom sword intent poem and unseals his serpent-ending sword, causing it to slither around like a snake and shatter Yuan Jia's soul-sealing freeze wall. This makes the 100 Battles country's martial lord question how this technique can be countered by an unknown sword presence. Getting restricted and squeezed by Jimeng's serpent-ending sword, Yuan Jia unleashes extreme frost. Suddenly, he starts feeling a sense of wavering thoughts within his aura. Without letting up, Jimeng surrounds Yuan Jia with martial presence materialization, imbuing each flower petal with a heavy presence of his martial intent. Seeing his brother in trouble, Yuan 1 leaps at Jimeng. However, with a single gaze from the latter, The former gets surrounded by flower petals. Yuan Wan looks on in disbelief as his sword intent gets caught by mere flower petals. He wonders what Jimeng ate earlier. More than that, Yuan Wan questions how a pill came to possess such an extremely effective power to begin with. Drug abuse value? Barely managed to escape the serpent-ending sword, Yuan Ji thanks Yuan for helping him escape. However, it's for naught, as Jimeng chases behind the two without letting up, shattering everything that stands in his way. Looking on at the absurd sight in shock, Li Yi questions how a mere pill can allow one martial warrior to fight two martial lords together. Desperately desiring the medicine that has accomplished such a thing, he decides to capture Yun Xiao alive and force him to hand over the secrets of his pills. Li Yi points his blade toward the reincarnated soul, who remarks that he originally wanted to give him more time to see the martial lords fight. However, if Li Yi doesn't need it, then he can use it to repay his debt. The debt of living in Yun Xiao's house for so long as a servant, the debt for eating and using everything that belonged to the Li family, and the debt for now wanting to rebel against the same people. Yun Xiao proclaims that Li Yi will repay all these debts with his life. Enraged, the old slave unseals his Stage 3 martial weapon, Taiyan Freezing Sword, unleashing raging current at the reincarnated soul. Worried that the enemy is too strong for his young master Yun to face alone, Jia Rong shouts at him to run quickly. However, the boy pushes forward, declaring that even the strength of a Stage 3 tool depends on who's using it. Unsealing his black lash, Yun Xiao unleashes a 100-fold gravitational field at Li Yi and sends his sword flying. The reincarnated soul then dispels the gravity field, confiscating Eight's not that good sword as payment for what he has taken from the Li family all these years. Demanding his blade back, Li Yi attacks Yun Xiao with Divine Frost Fist. Announcing that he will return his sword if that's what he wants, Yun Xiao shatters the former slave's attack with his own freezing sword intent. Li Yi gets confused at how he can do such a thing, getting told that the reincarnated soul can do these types of low-level skills just by looking at them. Swinging two blades in his hands, Yun Xiao towers over Li Yi and proclaims, "Morn, Springwater. Combine." The dude is about to get spanked. Li Yun Xiao, becoming the second coming of the 9th-tier refiner Gu Fei Yang, wreaks havoc on the royal banquet, outing Li Yi as a traitorous scumbag. During a celebration, Luo Yunshang rejects the first prince and declares Gu Fei Yang to be the only man in her heart. Later, Yun Xiao meets his grandpa and backs the second prince in the battle for the throne. Now, the reincarnated soul stands against a returning Li Yi to teach him a lesson he will never forget. As Yun Xiao unseals two third-tier Suan weapons with different chi elements at the same time, Li Yi desperately charges at him to end the battle. However, the reincarnated soul makes the great martial master look into his eyes and unleashes Universal Soul Suppressor, Demon Moon. Feeling his soul getting crushed, Li Yi kneels. Yun Xiao then leaps at him. Swinging his blades, he cuts off Li Yi's left arm. Guan Yuan Jia and Yu Yuan Wan, the martial lords from the 100 Battles country, realize that the battle is lost. So, they back off from Jimeng and rush towards Li Yi, picking him up to retreat from the battlefield. Jimeng tries to chase behind them, but Yun Xiao tells him to let them be and check up on Commander Bai. Of course, the self-reprimanding boy also acknowledges that using Universal Soul Suppressor earlier was a misstep and vows to be more careful. Nah, Blue fell off. Checking up on their comrades, Yun Xiao's group arrives at a horrific sight. Surrounded by the corpses of Jimeng's subordinates, an injured Commander Bai reveals that they got ambushed by Gao Feng and his men. This leaves Jimeng in agony, who blames himself for failing his juniors. Yun Xiao comforts the martial lord, declaring that he should be happy for the martyrs who died as worthy state guardians. A sudden gust of wind blows as the survivors pay their respects to the fallen. Sometime later at the meeting hall of Qin Yue's mansion, Li Chunyang gets informed of Li Yi's reappearance. The second prince then brings up Great General Fei Long's current predicament against the 100 Battles country's forces. However, even after coming to know that his father has been trapped by the enemy, Yun Xiao stays composed, surprising his grandfather. Getting asked his thoughts on the matter, Li Chunyang concludes that the general's earlier request for help was fake. Yun Xiao backs this sentiment at first, as Qin Yang will be able to do whatever he wants once the Li family's military power is out of the capital. In the same vein, Yun Xiao questions the possibility of the backup request being real. They guessing like they playing cake or no cake out here. Li Yun Xiao announces that if the 300,000 soldiers of the coveted Fei Long army can't protect Shining Gold City from an army of a mere 800,000 attackers, then Yun Xiao's father deserves to suffer for his incompetence. Regardless, Chunyan can't leave the capital because of Chen Dasheng's situation. Declaring his grandfather's thought process to be a little simplistic, Yun Xiao notes that the Fei Long army's situation might not be as good as he thinks. The boy theorizes that the 100 Battles country fully intends to use the throne battle as a cover for invading Tianshui. As such, they mustn't ignore the request for backup, even if it's a trap. Chunyang and Qin Yu then lose their minds at the thought, unable to comprehend Qin Yang's selfish greed. If it means protecting the common people, the second prince even becomes willing to stop competing for the throne against his elder brother. However, his trusty advisor Shu begs him not to do such a thing, as this would cause the billions in Tianshui to suffer under Qin Yang's tyrannical rule. Convinced by Shu, Qin Yue vows to keep competing for the throne even if it cost him his life, bringing the former to tears. Seeing this back and forth, Jia Rong is overcome with a sense of familiarity. Bro seeing another professional glazer for the first time. As Li Chunyang offers to send 300,000 soldiers to Shining Gold City, Bai Mo asks Yun Xiao if he has any ideas, announcing that he does have a plan. The boy refuses to say it at the moment because of the many ears in the room. This offends Qin Yue's ministers, leaving them feeling humiliated by Yun Xiao's lack of trust. The latter then issues an ultimatum. If those present can swear off in their life that not a single word Yun Xiao says today will spread, then they can stay here. The ministers feel threatened by the reincarnated soul's chilling gaze, prompting the second prince to send them off for their sake. With only Jia Rong, Jiman, Bai Mo, Qin Yue, and Li Chunyang left in the room with him, Yun Xiao announces that they should defend both sides at the same time. His grandfather and the second prince note the implausibility of the idea, as only the central army under Qin Fang could support Shining Gold City, as the first prince wouldn't send his soldiers to the rescue. Chunyang would be forced to recruit his troops and go himself anyway. Right then, Yun Xiao declares that they should just send him to save the Fei Long army. However, Chunyang and Bai strongly reject the idea. They are not aware of my goat's game. It is then that Yun Xiao brings up the three people that are crucial to his plan. First, the one who will lead the army. Having found a way to cure the benumbing qi infecting this person's body, Yun Xiao reveals him to be none other than the presumed dead loyal duke, Chen Dasheng. Shocked by this news, Qin Yue finds out that Dasheng's death was masterminded by the emperor to get rid of the people around Chunyang, and the loyal duke has actually been recuperating in the Li family's secret chamber this whole time. Lamenting his father's wrongdoings, the second prince vows to make things right when he ascends to the throne. Yun Xiao then reveals the second person in their expedition, someone who has also been suffering from Yi Xiao Shan's benumbing qi, just like Da Sheng. With their forces strengthened by Chen Dasheng and Commander Xiao Qing Wang's participation, Bai Mo questions the identity of their mysterious third recruitment, announcing that he wants to help Qin Yue form an army possessing the ability to overcome great numbers. Yun Xiao reveals that he is talking about the prince's teacher, the martial king, Zhang Lishan. Qin Yue declares his teacher's involvement in political affairs to be an impossible idea, prompting Yun Xiao to remind him of the tragedy that took place in Tianshui 60 years ago, back when Qin Zheng was just a prince. A revolutionary army sprouted from the south, leaving the country with no protection. As they reached the capital, the Jia Lan Academy's dean organized an army of capable students to fight back. This resulted in the Revolutionary Army's sound defeat, and that group of students was granted the name of State Guardians by the former king. Yun Xiao presents the idea of changing the Jia Lan Academy's training mission into supporting Shining Gold City and increasing the rewards, consequently granting the future of the country with real battle experience. Not only that, but this will also render them the help of the Academy's teacher, including the very valuable Luo Yunshan, who will help them cure Xiao Qing Wang and Chen Dasheng. Yun Xiao declares that Qin Yue no longer has any chance of losing, as all three of Tianshui's martial kings are supporting him. Confused, the second prince questions the identity of the third martial king, prompting Li Chunyang to showcase his prowess. Witnessing this, Qin Yue offers Yun Xiao the prestige of becoming brothers with him. Chunyang feels relieved as his grandson becoming brothers with the future king will ascertain that the Li family has an extraordinarily high prestige in the future. However, Yun Xiao lightly rejects Qin Yue's offer, impressing Jimeng and Jia Rong. Chunyang also smirks, noting that a small country like Tiandang Mountains doesn't appeal to his grandson, who has goals far beyond mere prestige. Upon Commander Bai's insistence, Qin Yue decides to postpone the matter of his brotherhood with Yun Xiao until after his ascension to the throne. This time, the reincarnated soul blatantly rejects the prince's offer, telling him to never bring up the topic again while Chunyang tries to play damage control for his grandson. The latter gives the group a melodramatic gaze. Life is glory and shame, but all turns to dust. Life is like a fog, but martial arts are eternal, mutters Yun Xiao. Dude thinks he a poet. Hearing these wise words, Qin Yue feels his fight for the throne becoming insignificant. At the same time, she starts welling up inside Jimeng, ascending him to the level of a martial lord. Bai questions how this is possible, while Chunyang declares that Jimeng is extremely lucky. Of course, being aware of the real reason for his ascension, Jimeng kneels before Yun Xiao, thanking him for his tutelage. The reincarnated soul announces that he will have Jia Rong refine some pills to help Jimeng break through to Martial King, as he is barely strong enough to be his follower right now. This level of cockiness finally annoys Qin Yue, Bai Mo, and Chunyang. Of course, Jia Rong continues to glaze in the background. Qin Yue heads off to Jia Lan Academy to meet Zhang Lishan. Jimeng goes to invite Commander Xiao Qingwang, and Jia Rong starts searching for Luo Yunshan. Meanwhile, Chunyang and Yun Xiao return to their residence and begin making preparations. Elsewhere, in the secret meeting room of Qin Yang's mansion, the first prince rages at Li Yi's massive screw-up. Uninterested in hearing any and all explanations, the former asks the latter what they should do now. Li Yi assures Qin Yang that their failure this time doesn't change anything when it comes to the big picture, telling him not to worry about the martial kings either, as his master will send experts to deal with them soon. After sending Li Yi off to tend to his injuries, Qin Yang discusses the situation with Gao Feng, concluding that the 100 battles country isn't dependable at all. Wanting to rely only on himself, he comes up with the plan to use the public's support of the well-known and prestigious scholar, Jia Runyi, to turn the world on the Li family. As our tribal chief once said, "You are a sniveling, little suck-up sellout full of suffering succotash, son." With this, even if all 6 voters in the throne wars were to support Qin Yue, the throne would fall into Qin Yang's lap. Yun Xiao and Chunyang arrive at the Li family's residence only to find out that Jia Runyi's 3 disciples, Chao Jin, Shun Tu Rong, and Xuan Yuan Zi Xian, have brought 100 scholars to protest the old man's recent crimes. Hearing Jia Runyi's name, Chunyang decides to take his leave until the scholars leave on their own. Yun Xiao gets confused, questioning why his grandfather is scared of a few mere scholars despite killing high-ranking court officials not long ago. Chunyang reveals that Jia Runyi is the descendant of a saint, the idol of scholars, as it represents the ethics of literature. His name holds great prestige, and killing him will damage the Li family's reputation beyond repair. Of course, Yun Xiao doesn't give a singular crap about what mere ants think of him. If someone dares to block his way, he will simply clean them up. As the boy approaches the protesters, the 3 virtuous scholars, Jia Runyi's disciples, start chanting that the Li family's crimes cannot be forgiven. By doing so, they create their master's liking out of qi and thin air. Intrigue. Yun Xiao forces one of the 3 disciples to eat his booger, making him puke all over the place. He then turns to the Grand Chi of Justice, refusing to let such a great supplement go to waste. Walking through the air, Yun Xiao unleashes his creation link. Initiating absorption on the Grand Chi of Justice, he starts leveling up like crazy. As only martial grandmasters from legends could float in the air, the 3 virtuous scholars conclude that Yun Xiao knows the demonic arts. So, they command their forces to start strengthening their supreme chi to vanquish the demonic being. At first, Yun Xiao doesn't even make a single breakthrough despite absorbing a huge chunk of the Grand Chi of Justice. Suddenly, the chi becomes denser due to the 3 virtuous scholars' misstep. Feeling love for the idiots who have given him this blessing, Yun Xiao starts putting on a show to make them think that he is hurt. Nah, blood deserves an Oscar for this. Instantly, the boy breaks through to the 7-star martial level and begins to act even harder. The scholars pour in all the chi they can muster up, but soon start falling like flies. Towering over the tumbling protesters, Yun Xiao unleashes the aura of a mid-level 7-star martial warrior. realizing that he was using their grand chi of justice to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. One of the three virtuous scholars rages at Yun Xiao. Chunyang chimes in, sarcastically telling the scholar to give his thanks to Jia Run Yi for this gift. Enraged, the scholar declares that the entire Li family should drop dead. Hearing this, Yun Xiao crushes the protesters with his gaze. Usually, offending the Li family would have given them the death sentence. However, as thanks for helping him ascend, Yun Xiao is willing to give the scholars the choice to save their lives. Convinced that they are untouchable, one of the idiotic disciples of the saint dares the boy to kill them all. Of course, Yun Xiao gladly complies with the request, erasing his head from existence with a single strike. Ouch! That got hurt. Witnessing their fellow's gruesome death, the scholars beg young Master Yun for mercy. Being the kind soul that he is, Yun Xiao gives them a chance to survive. He is willing to let them go, as long as they walk 3 rounds around the capital while reciting that Jia Run Yi is a fake and a stupid idiot. Of course, the boy is thorough with his torture and sends Li Xian to keep an eye on them, executing anyone who refuses to comply. Wrought to tears, the scholars reluctantly start the chant, only to get scolded for their unhappy shouting. Yun Xiao wants them to diss Jia Run Yi happily and enthusiastically, a command that they are forced to follow yet again. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? As the scholars begin marching through the capital led by Li Xian, even Li Chunyang is left baffled by his grandson's audacity. Later at the Li family's secret chamber, Yun Xiao notes that Chen Daosheng's condition is worse than he thought. Of course, the boy won't let him die even if he wants to. Just moments after Yun Xiao feeds Daosheng the mystic fire pill, he not only wakes up but also manages to stand up after 5 whole years. While the two pronounced brothers shed tears of joy in each other's embrace, Yun Xiao informs Daosheng that he will be commanding an army heading east in a few days. The loyal duke starts laughing, thinking it to be a joke. However, Chunyang confirms his grandson's words, prompting Daosheng to tremble with excitement and vowing to follow any orders they have. Suddenly, Chunyang gives Yun Xiao a ghastly smile. Having witnessed his prowess as a second-tier alchemist, he demands that his greedy grandson give him the good stuff. After all, Yun Xiao not only cleared out hundreds of years' worth of savings from the Li family's treasury, but also took the treasury itself. In the end, Chunyang extorts 2 sacks of exceptional pills out of Yun Xiao, screwing over the main character even with all his plot armor. Protagonist 0. His Asian elder 1. Yun Xiao, Chunyang, and Daosheng meet with Xiao Qing Wang and Luo Yun Shang, informing them of the current situation. Signaling Jia Rong to bring him the mystic fire pills, the reincarnated soul hopes that Qing Wang can help the Li family with a few things in exchange for his health. The commander agrees to the proposition, promising to fulfill 3 of his requests in return. Seeing that Yun Xiao managed to refine second-tier pills, Yun Shang shakes her head at getting deceived by his shenanigans before. The boy smiles, thanking teacher Luo for all that she has done for him. He promises that once Yun Shang helps him nurse Daosheng and Qing Wang back to health, the Li family will repay her however she likes. However, Yun Shang doesn't want any reimbursement and only wants to hear Yun Xiao play her the Guanling Odyssey if the inspiration ever arises. Oh, she crushing on bro, promising to fulfill her requests sometime soon. The boy goes off into seclusion, leaving Jia Rong to take care of the nursing stuff. Later, in the Li Mansion's training room, Yun Xiao laments that he still hasn't become a martial master even after following the most ideal cultivation path. Heading inside his consciousness maintained by the Divine Realm tablet, Yun Xiao realizes that he can train his body and soul at the same time. Blood turned on creative mode. And so, a rigorous training regimen begins, training his soul power inside the consciousness while putting his body through hell in reality. Yun Xiao uses the link between the two to manifest to the real world and begins absorbing their energy. However, in his rush to return to the Peak 9 Heavens realm, the boy ends up getting too greedy, making him feel like he's going to combust. Refusing to accept that his physical body is going to collapse from only this much, Yun Xiao forcefully returns his consciousness. Unifying the mind, soul, and body, the boy finally succeeds, advancing to the level of an 8-star martial warrior. As Yun Xiao almost dies in the process, he vows to never toy with his life like that again, knowing all too well that he will definitely do it again. It's like telling Gigi not to glaze Sukuna, an impossible task. Right then, Chunyang enters the training room, announcing that there's an emergency. However, his train of thought gets lost seeing Yun Xiao's ascension to an 8-star martial warrior in just 2 days since his last breakthrough. Planning to ascend to a martial master before coming out, the boy tries to send his grandfather off. It is then that Chunyang informs him that Jia Runyi has come down with a high fever after what happened with the 3 virtuous scholars. The furious scholar has also gathered all of the Imperial Academy's instructors to make the Li family pay. Once again, Yun Xiao tells Chunyang to just kill anyone who dares to stand in their way. After all, the ones who follow the path of martial arts should only believe in strength, not caring what mere scholars think of them. Yun Xiao proclaims that no one will dare to slander him when he can part the clouds and his laughter can reach the heavens, declaring that even the clouds would laugh at him if he feared a bunch of corrupt scholars today. Moved by his grandson's majestic words, Chunyang feels the path of martial arts opening up in front of him. Vowing to sweep all the rotten ants who dare to stand in his way today, Yun Xiao heads off. Chasing behind the reincarnated soul, Chunyang senses a cloud of thick evil energy from him, almost as if he's stained with the karma of killing billions of souls. The old martial king trembles a little when in front of his grandson, who emits the aura of a grandmaster and realizes that his journey down the path of martial arts has just begun. Just like that, the duo arrives at the doorway to the imperial palace on their steeds. Ignoring all warnings to dismount, Yun Xiao blasts through the guards in one fell swoop. Chunyang questions why he didn't just teach them a lesson instead of killing them, prompting the boy to remark that he is there today to kill. Holy, gave a Chad. Blatantly announcing himself, Yun Xiao shouts out that he needs to inform His Majesty of emergency matters pertaining to the military. Surrounding a sickly Jia Runyi, the key figures in Tiandang Shui look on at the scene, some in awe while others in disbelief. In order to stop Yun Xiao from entering the imperial palace, the commander of the palace guards makes his appearance, named Jing Fei Bai. He unleashes a flaming burst of energy that burns Yun Xiao's horse to a crisp. Of course, even the 8-star 4 quadrants realm martial lord with his status as the strongest expert among the guards stands no chance against the martial king accompanying Yun Xiao. Getting rid of the commander in a convincing fashion, Li Chunyang lands right in the center of the guard's circle. With veins popping out of his forehead, the Duke declares that anyone who tries to block their way will be killed without mercy. Seeing that his grandfather is waiting for him to make a move, Yun Xiao announces himself as the son of the Feilong General Li Changfeng, who has urgent military intelligence to report to His Majesty. Hearing these words echo throughout the imperial palace, Qin Yang tries to rile up his father against the Li family. The furious emperor commands Chunyang and Yun Xiao to enter the imperial palace, and the two begin to move. However, they get stopped by a group of incompetent grand mentors from the Imperial Academy, calling for their execution, not even wanting the small amount of chi that the group can muster up with their chants. Yun Xiao marches onwards. Just like the boy said earlier, he kills the 4 grand mentors standing directly in his way. He then passes on a few words of wisdom to the survivors, giving them an existential crisis. Dude single-handedly skyrocketing midlife crisis rates. Arriving inside the palace, Yun Xiao and Chunyang walk towards the throne. Wailing like a baby, Jia Runyi requests Xinzheng to kill the 2 demons, prompting him to reprimand them for killing the palace guards and great mentors. As the emperor questions if Yun Xiao has no respect for the law, the latter declares that he killed those people exactly because he respects it. Xinyang calls BS, only for Yun Xiao to summon the head of the ministry personnel, Ban Wan Lin, to enlighten him on some matters of the law. Exploiting loophole after loophole in the kingdom's laws, Yun Xiao not only proves that the palace guards and great mentors died in vain, but also manages to sentence Jia Runyi to death. The saint's descendant starts sucking up to the emperor, begging for justice. As the Li family is a family of generals, a fight of words with scholars has always been a losing battle for him. So Chunyang looks on at the boy in confusion, unable to believe that he is his grandson. At the same time, for Jia Runyi's accomplishments, Xinzheng pardons him of his crime by association with his nephew and declares that only the latter will be killed for offending Yun Xiao. Hearing this, Jia Runyi starts glazing Xinzheng like there's no tomorrow, leaving the onlookers disgusted. After all, the old geezer doesn't seem to give a singular crap about his nephew who just got sentenced to death. As the emperor thinks that he has resolved the problem with this decree, Yun Xiao protests. Since not even a prince is above the law, the boy questions if Jia Runyi is more important than Xinzheng's own sons. Once again, the old scholar starts wailing like a baby and calls Yun Xiao out for making a mockery of His Majesty's imperial pardon. As Jia Runyi flails around while questioning if he doesn't put Qinzheng in his sight, Yun Xiao feels deja vu. I have been in this place before, higher on the Anyways, without an ounce of hesitation, the reincarnated soul declares that he obviously doesn't put His Majesty in his sight. This blasphemy leaves everyone in utter disbelief as Chunyang prepares to give his 2 weeks' notice and retire. Enraged by Yun Xiao's words, the emperor furiously gets up from his throne. Right then, he sees the boy giving him a warrior salute, Shinzu Sasageyo. With his signature exaggerated acting, Yun Xiao declares that he doesn't have His Majesty in his sight, but in his heart. Ah yes, a play on words. Blood is on a generational run with all these exploits. The reincarnated soul then points at Jia Runyi, accusing him of thinking himself to be wiser than His Majesty. Only moments after his crime of defying the imperial edict, Jia Runyi gets accused of treason. The old man rages and ends up literally getting angered to death. With this, Yun Xiao takes the high road, announcing that they should forgive the man who chose to die of shame for his crime. Despite understanding that the boy is too dangerous to allow him to get his way, the emperor decides against angering the Li family over a useless dead man. Pardoning Jia Runyi for all his crimes, Qin Zheng orders his subjects to give him a state funeral. Mourning their teacher's death, the great mentors ask Yun Xiao and Chunyang about the military intelligence they have that was urgent enough to justify killing even imperials. The reincarnated soul steps forward, reiterating the military intelligence they got a few days ago about his father's army. Xinyang loses it, announcing that Yun Xiao deserves to die for this farce. However, the boy continues to mock him, teasing the first prince for deliberately letting the 100 Battles country invade Tianshui. While Qin Yang worries about what to do in case his wrongdoings get exposed, Qin Zheng confidently declares the request for reinforcement to be fake. Yun Xiao mentions that Tianshui will lose all 13 of its cities if the military intelligence ends up being true, prompting Qin Yang to signal one of the great mentors. The latter jumps into the conversation, remarking that Yun Xiao is exaggerating the situation because his father is the one who's stuck. Labeling the man a despicable traitor, Yun Xiao puts a blade to his neck for neglecting Tianshui's safety. In the same breath, he apologizes to the agitated emperor for being in a rush and not disarming. Once again, Qin Yang turns over to his father, begging him to sentence the boy for threatening a minister and making a mockery of the imperial court. Suddenly, Li Chunyang slams the first prince into the nearby wall. Losing out frightening bloodlust, he calls over whoever dares to threaten his grandson's life. Even Yun Xiao is left baffled by the sight, let alone the emperor, who told the old fart to go off script. While Qin Yang writhes in agony from the duke's sudden attack, the grand mentor facing Yun Xiao's blade falls unconscious, as the emperor notes that Chunyang has made many breakthroughs in the past years. The reincarnated soul questions Qin Zheng if he cares about the useless ministers more than Tianshui. After all, even if the ruler changes, the senile men can latch onto the new leader. Qin Zheng's position, on the other hand, isn't going to stand. Convinced by the sharp-tongued boy and the old Jis are exerting terrifying pressure, the emperor gives them the go-ahead to recruit the central army and advance to Shining Gold City. Later, accompanied by Qin Yue and Bai Mo, the Li family duo-heads to Jia Lan Academy to see the student tryouts for the army. There, Mengbai is causing a ruckus due to not being allowed to sign up. As the poor guy gets called malnourished because of his green face, he threatens to bring out his master to convince the recruiter. The latter questions the identity of the former's master, as he isn't changing his mind unless it's the dean himself. Who's going to tell him? Lo and behold, the group comprising of a former 9th-tier refiner, the second prince, the duke, and the commander of the state guardians shows up to back Mengbai's. After Yun Xiao's usual shenanigans with his disciple, Qin Yue announces that anyone who performs outstandingly today can become a trustworthy state guardian straightaway, regardless of status or origin. A horde of students rushes to sign up, with the lowest cultivation amongst them being that of a martial warrior. Yun Xiao heads off to rest while the name list gets compiled, reprimanding his perverted grandfather for thirsting over Mengwu in the meantime. Later, Bai Mo announces the results, marking a total of 2,330 signees, including 27 martial masters. Principal Zhang Lishan then addresses the students, giving a glorious speech that gets them all hyped. Noticing that Chunyang has become a martial king, the dean laughs and invites Qin Yue to say a few words. The second prince makes 4 points in his address, and 3 of them, He promises great rewards for all those who participate in the war, raising the morale even further. The last one, however, leaves everyone dejected, as Qin Yue announces Li Yun Xiao to be the commander who will lead them into battle. Two students voice their dissatisfaction, declaring that they will only obey Yun Xiao if he can beat them in battle. These are none other than the rankers in Jia Lan Academy's minor power chart, Bai Chengfeng and Lin Yu. Oh, you sweet summer children. Yun Xiao sighs out and marches forward with confidence, inviting them to come on him, both at once. The battle takes to the Jia Lan Academy's arena, where Li Yun Xiao faces off against two challengers with martial levels above his own. Placing his beloved black lass into the ground, the reincarnated soul assumes the exact pose as that of Gu Feiyang's statue behind him. Lin Yu takes the first turn, unleashing a barrage of fast and strong spear strikes at Yun Xiao. Moving like the wind, the boy effortlessly avoids the incoming onslaught. Fast as F-boy. Complementing the two-star martial masters of supposed tiger and dragon spear, Yun Xiao vows to subdue both beasts today. He then tells Meng Bai to look closely, as he will teach him the concealed tiger fist right now. Much to the spectator's shock, Yun Xiao parries the great weapon coming at him with nothing but his body. Pushed back, Lin Yu chants, unsealing his roaring spear of tigers and dragons. Unleashing dragon roar of the nine heavens, he sends forth a beastly chi toward Yun Xiao. Despite this, the boy stands his ground, putting his defenses to the test. Training one's physical body with the tyrant body tampering technique splits its strength into 3 layers. A body like glass, the unyielding tyrant physique, and the immortal golden body. If the last one of the 3 is achieved, a person becomes a god who can collapse mountains and crack the earth with the wave of a hand or a step. I report for hacking at that point. As for now, Yun Xiao activates the body-like-glass defense style, coming out unscathed from Lin Yu's monstrous attack. Finally, he understands how the tyrant's immortal golden body was able to block his constellating killing sword in his past life. While Yun Xiao bursts out laughing, Luo Lan Duo blushes bitterly, seeing the man she once rejected for being weak leaving her in the dust. Telling Lin Yu that they should attack together, Cheng Feng charges forward and disperses his 9 gates thunderbolt pearls. The pearls spin around fiercely, unleashing his green demonic millstone technique. Lin Yu follows, putting all his might into striking Yun Xiao down with the roaring spear of tigers and dragons. However, Yun Xiao faces even this combination attack head-on. Dancing with the Lotus Sword song, he makes quick work of his foe's all-out effort. He then announces that it's his turn to attack, preparing to strike with Lotus Sword Song's 10 steps, 1 kill. As the fierce sword slashes flies towards them, Lin Yu and Bai Chengfeng try to dodge it, only for Yun Xiao to trap them in his black lass's 100-fold gravity field. The two martial masters make their best efforts to block the attack, but it isn't enough. Standing over the foes he utterly crushed just moments ago, Yun Xiao invites anyone who still dares to be dissatisfied to challenge him. Of course, no one steps up to him. The next day, in the army assignment field, the Jia Lan Academy student recruits gather, along with the Central Army. However, in order to sabotage them without disobeying his father, Qin Yang sends only the most feeble and old men to partake in the war. Han Bai's father, Han Qianfang, assures Chun Yang that their current forces are enough for the march even after this. The latter then calls for Xiao Qingwang, who monstrously shouts out and orders the state guardians to gather there within 3 minutes. Blood thinks they are Sonic. Echoing throughout the capital, the commander's raging voice lets Gao Feng and Qin Yang that he has been fully cured and is even stronger than ever before. Theorizing that he wants to gather all the state guardians, the two head out to witness the scene for themselves. Meanwhile, in the depths of the palace, a mysterious drunken man feels relieved that Qing Wang is back, finally feeling at peace. Over at the Lan family's residence, the head scribe orders his son to prepare gifts for the upcoming birthday of concubine Xian, Xin Yue's mother, literally mommy. The old man realizes that fate has charted its course, deciding that the Lan family will be beneath the Li family for years to come. Back at the army assignment field, Qin Yang smirks, seeing the old and weak men he sent for the army. At the same time, the commanders of the various state guardians units report themselves to Xiao Qingwang, followed by Unit 1's Gao Feng, Unit 2's Wang Su Guan, Unit 5's Xiao Chun, Unit 4's Luo Yunshan, and Unit 3's Bai Mo report for duty. The recruits look on in awe as the state guardians all gather for the first time in forever. Announcing that the guardians have a duty to protect their homeland, Xiao Qingwang instructs them to prepare themselves for death against the 100 Battles country. In the same vein, the commander laments that there are only 2,000 to 3,000 people there. Hearing this, Qin Yang smirks, thinking that Qingwang will uselessly force his few hundred state guardians to participate too. Instead, the commander declares that the 124 generals of the Central Army will receive the death penalty for disobeying His Majesty's orders, as he orders the army recruits to bring them there for legal punishment. Qin Yang protests, only to get told that he will be beheaded as well. Left baffled, the first prince boasts about his status, questioning how a mere official dares to speak of killing him. However, the commander questions why he wouldn't dare to kill Qin Yang. Li Chunyang claimed territory for the country and Xiao Qingwang protected it, without which Tian Shui would no longer exist. Compared to them, the Qin family is but a speck of dust. For an 8-star martial king like Qingwang, whom no one would dare defy, killing the first prince is just like killing a dog. It was at this moment that he knew. He effed up. Trembling in excitement at the commander's words, the army recruits move out to bring the 124 generals there. Knowing that Qingwang's words aren't just an empty threat, Yao Feng also heads out, albeit to have His Majesty save Qin Yang. Meanwhile, the first prince gets restrained for execution. Seeing his older brother in such a state, Qin Yue is left wondering if his ascension to the throne even means anything in front of someone like Qingwang. Soon, all 124 generals are brought to execution for the crimes of thinking Li Chunyang to be a pushover and overestimating their own importance. Xiao Qingwang orders the army to take off the generals' heads. Right as the swords are about to pierce their necks, Yao Feng begs the commander to spare them. Having brought an imperial decree, he reveals that Qin Zheng has given the generals a chance to atone for their crimes. For not prioritizing the country's safety, the first prince will instead become an example and receive 100 lashes. However, the commander declares that Qin Yang will receive 500 lashes and all the others will be killed. One of the generals calls out Qingwang for defying the imperial decree, getting his head swiftly removed in the process. They gotta start taking IQ tests before letting them in. No. The first prince looks on in utter disbelief as heads go flying one by one, ordering for Qin Yang to be taken away and given 500 lashes. The commander instructs the army to tell all the vice generals to gather there within 3 minutes, killing whoever refuses to do so. Soon, all 124 vice generals gather before Xiao Qingwang. Exchanging a nod of approval with Qun Yang, the commander goes to sit beside Yun Xiao, announcing the first task's completion. The reincarnated soul compliments Qingwang's viciousness, declaring that now no one else will dare defy them. Li Chunyan unveils the loyal Duke Chun Da Sheng to be the one leading their mission, presenting him the commander's seal. Chun Zun's dad, Chun Lin, starts bawling his eyes out upon seeing that his dead father is still alive. With tears flowing down his face, Da Sheng smacks his son away, announcing that a commander can't cry in front of everyone. He then calls for Hun Bai's teary-eyed father, Hun Xianfang. Put in charge of 100,000 men, the latter receives his seal as the pioneer of the left. Chun Zun follows with the same number of men, getting declared the pioneer of the right. Li Yun Xiao takes command of the 2,000 student soldiers, becoming the chief of logistics who will protect their supplies, much to his annoyance. Da Sheng riles up the troops, receiving heartfelt farewells from Qin Yue and Chun Yang. Why are you gay? Sometime later, the army marches through a mountain pass. Yu Xiao inquires about their next destination and how much time it will take to get there. Finding out that they will arrive at Sunshore City in 10 days, he gets annoyed. Da Sheng then asks him his opinion on their troops. Yu Xiao remarks that they are just meh, making the man think that he is a sheltered kid with no life experience. Da Sheng points out the killing intent emanating from his soldiers, indicating that they have experienced life and death battles. Of course, Yu Xiao still remains unimpressed. He swears a military oath that before they enter Sunshore City in 10 days, the 2,000 students under him will emit more killing intent than the 400,000 soldiers of the army. If Yun Xiao loses the wager, then his head is Da Sheng's to kick around like a ball. However, if he wins, Da Sheng has to give up the position of commander-in-chief to him and do odd jobs instead. Nah, blood is just too alpha. As there's no joking around in the military, Yu Xiao heads off to the students, leaving the supplies to Da Sheng for the time being. Arriving before the student soldiers, the boy tells them to put down the supplies and follow his vehicle at once. Seeing this, Qin Lin asked Da Sheng if he is really going to let Yun Xiao have his way. worrying that his father will have to take the kid's head to honor their military oath. The commander-in-chief smacks his son for thinking such a thing, revealing that he will only give Yun Xiao a good beating. Da Sheng then heads down to Yun Shan, who has just finished treating Xiao Qingwang for the day. Teacher Lu reveals that Yun Xiao's treatment method strengthens her extreme yang qi, while she helps suppress the benumbing qi, proving even more effective than secluded training. Da Sheng tells her not to bring that up, as he will be giving Yun Xiao a beating to remember in 10 days. Though, Xiao Qing thinks that Da Sheng might not get that chance. Back over with Yun Xiao, his friends inform him that strengthening a person's killing intent is no easy task, even if given years. However, the boy only understands one thing from their explanation. He just has to make the students experience a battle of life and death. Yun Xiao orders Jia Lan Academy's student soldiers to advance at full speed, arriving at Sunshore City within 4 days. For the remaining 6 days, he vows to make them go through hell. 3 days later, outside Sunshore City, Jia Lan Academy's students are laid out on the ground, devoid of any energy. Yun Xiao comes out of his vehicle at nighttime, smirking at the few resilient ones still standing, namely Bai Changfeng and Lin Yu. Marveling at the beautiful moon, the boy tells his friends to come out and look at it. Seeing Chen Zhen, Han Bai, Meng Wu, and Meng Bai marching out leisurely, the student soldiers lose it at the double standards. With their break time over, Chen Zhen and Han Bai get to work, drawing up a formation that needs many expensive primordial stones and strong refiners to be activated. As the students wonder if this is a massive recovery formation to help them recover their primordial qi, Yun Xiao throws the 2 third-tier Shuan weapons in his possession in the center of the circle, using them as the formation cores, announcing that the formation will help everyone to become a true warrior in very little time. The boy heads back inside his vehicle. Right before entering, Yun Xiao turns back over to the student soldiers and declares the start of their enjoyable vacation. With a sinister gaze, the reincarnated soul activates his Moon Eye technique, seemingly putting everyone under hypnosis. Inside the vehicle, Chen Zhen asks Yun Xiao what happened to all the soldier students, though this only ends up reminding the boy to kick his friends outside too. You talk, you lose type beat. Jimeng starts moving out, getting stopped by Yun Xiao. Turns out, as Jimeng is a martial lord and Jia Rong is only a second-tier refiner, the boy won't be able to control the former's mind with his weak ocular skills. Upon Jia Rong's inquiry, Yun Xiao reveals that the formation he made is called the 1,000 Hallucinations Formation, inside which the student soldiers are bound to experience some unforgettable things. Not knowing how long he will last but vowing to do his best, Yun Xiao asks Jimeng to protect him and Jia Rong while they maintain the formation. Elsewhere, a hopeful boy named Zhang Tao trains rigorously, wishing to get into Jia Lan Academy and become the state guardian after graduating so that he can help his family. Suddenly, a beast wolf comes out of the trees Zhang Tao has been punching all this time, prompting him to run for his life. Unable to run away, Zhang Tao turns back to face the beast wolf, vowing to fight till the very end. He unleashes his King Kong fist to strike down the monster. However, Zhang Tao's attack ends up phasing through the creature, and his left arm gets bitten off. Writhing in agony, the boy vows to kill the beast wolf. Once again, though, his fist phases through the monster. Sometime later, Zhang Tao makes his way back home, questioning why the beast wolf didn't just kill him. Left without his arms to practice martial arts, the boy wonders how he can improve his family's life now. Suddenly, screams ring out from inside his home. Rushing inside, Zhang Tao finds 3 despicable men towering over the corpses of his mom and dad. Seeing his sister suffer a fate arguably worse than death, the boy is overcome with unimaginable fury and bloodlust. Promising to kill them for their sins, Zhang Tao dashes towards the men, only to get kicked away with ease, as his arms are no longer a threat to them. The disgusting trio starts stomping away at him. Getting beaten to death, Zhang Tao takes one final look around his home. The sight of his dead father and mother, as well as his crying lifeless sister, enters his eyes. Who is cutting onions? Zhang Tao's heart erupts with a desire for revenge, enveloping him in killing intent and restoring his strength. With his arms back and 2 blades in his hands, the boy only has one thought now: kill. He starts slashing away at the despicable men who made his family suffer, all the while grinning like a crazed beast. Zhang Tao's killing intent goes wild, pushing him to kill everyone he lays eyes upon. Standing under the crimson moon, the boy consumed by bloodlust huffs and puffs. He looks up, seeing a swirling pattern reminiscent of Yun Xiao's moon eye technique in the sky. Moments later, Zhang Tao gets sucked up by the vortex and finds himself back outside Sunshore City, surrounded by his fellow student soldiers. One after the other, students start waking up. A collective cry echoes throughout the area, as those trapped within the 1,000 hallucinations finally return to reality. Witnessing the students sobbing intensely, Jia Rong feels glad that his young master Yun didn't make him go in with him to experience those interesting things. Suddenly, Yun Xiao tells the second-tier refiner to help him inside as he needs to rest. The boy also orders Jia Rong to let the students be. For now, he wants them to enjoy the privilege of being able to cry. The next day, an annoyed Jia Rong shouts at the exhausted rabbits to wake up, having burned purple wailing dragon incense for them the whole night so that they could have a comfortable sleep. Right then, Yun Xiao comes out of the vehicle and asks them if they had fun yesterday. Hearing this, the furious student soldiers start cursing out the boy and his ancestors. At the same time, Jia Rong marvels at his young master Yun's shocking recovery speed, who had completely exhausted his soul power just last night and has fully recovered it now. Bro on that Lightning McQueen timing. Marching towards the enraged students, Yun Xiao acknowledges their anger, not knowing what they saw in the illusory realm. However, he can tell them one thing with certainty. If the student soldiers remain weak, everything they saw in the illusory realm might come to pass in reality. Zhang Tao starts trembling at the idea, vowing to get stronger so he never lets that happen. Yun Xiao continues, remarking that even if what they saw in the illusory realm was fake, their own determination is real. In order for them to live well and protect the weakness in their hearts, the reincarnated soul urges the students to get stronger and keep walking down the path of martial arts. To that end, he will help them rapidly get stronger in the remaining 5 days by teaching them a killing intent technique. Though the nature of Jimeng's sword technique is opposite to that of this technique, Yun Xiao still wants him to have a look. After all, every martial technique is interconnected, and everything eventually returns to the understanding of martial intent. Approaching the students, Yun Xiao reveals that the killing intent technique stimulates the potential of one's body with killing intent. First appearing on the battlefield, it was refined by martial artists later on, making it so a person's own level determines how much their killing intent can strengthen them. Now, this technique has 2 parts. The first is to condense killing intent, and the second is to stimulate one's potential. Jimeng notes that a person can get more than 2 times stronger by training their killing intent enough. However, he wants to avoid thinking about himself for now, as the real and immeasurable value of this technique is in training soldiers. Hearing his young master Yun talk about the technique being many times more effective if many people train it simultaneously, Jimeng wonders if he is really a 15-year-old teenager. Declaring that the student soldiers will be twice as strong in 5 days, Yun Xiao promises to reward the 30 of them who show the greatest improvement in their killing intent with 1 second-tier pill each. While Jia Rong is brought to tears at the thought of making pills again, Yun Xiao mischievously turns over to Mumbai, wanting his poison to help him break through to the 9-star martial warrior. The disciple squirms only to get dragged away by his ruthless master. Better luck next time, lil bro. At the same time, Jia Rong gets down to refining the pills. 3 days later, Jimeng is left in utter disbelief at the sight of the student soldiers' killing intent. Motivated by the illusions, they manage to condense a god-slaying finger with their killing intent, a feat that requires the deepest understanding of the technique. Though the god-slaying finger is below the lowest standards, Yun Xiao thinks it's still pretty good, considering the students did it in just 3 days. Jimeng questions how powerful the object would be if it was able to solidify, prompting the boy to reveal that no one has been able to get there. Yun Xiao thinks that whoever is able to manifest the God-Slayer finger would become strong enough to kill even peak 9 Heavens martial sovereigns in just 1 strike. Ordering Jimeng to make the students continue training for the next 2 days, the boy heads off for a walk in the city. Jia Rong, who has been refining for 3 days straight, begs his young master Yun to take him too. Having been drained of his poison, Mengbai requests the same thing. Yun Xiao annoyedly agrees to take them to the city, telling the disciple to bring his older sister as well. Getting told to stay there and protect the students, Jimeng looks at the boy's back in admiration, marveling at his rapid breakthroughs. Being the hub through which many goods pass, Sunshore City is one of the busiest cities in Tianshui. Arriving at its entrance, Yun Xiao and the others get stopped by the guards, who demand that they pay 200 bronze coins each as an entrance fee. Getting demanded a total of 800 bronze coins for the 4 of them to enter, Jia Rong protests. As the guard tells him to get lost, another guard comes there and whispers something to his fellow. With this, the guard lets Yun Xiao's group pass without the entrance fee. Still annoyed, Jia Rong complains about the guard's illegal abuse of power to extort money. Yun Xiao remarks that it's the corrupt leader's fault, as the guards will have to hand most of the money they gather to their superiors anyway. Even if they were to stop this corruption, things would quickly revert the moment they leave the city. So Yun Xiao deems it better to correct course slowly after Qin Yue takes the throne. Later, the group arrives at Sunshore City's largest pharmacy. Yun Xiao asks the shopkeeper for 10 sets of common herbs, getting told that there are only 8 sets of ancient orchid leaves left due to their high demand as a component in body-strengthening medicine. As the reincarnated soul prepares to take the herbs, a cocky boy named Wu Guang snatches them instead for his body-strengthening medicine. The shopkeeper apologizes to this young master, revealing that the leaves have already been sold to Yun Xiao's group. Looking at them, Wu Guang smirks, telling Yun Xiao to name his price for the ancient orchid leaves and Mengwu. The latter agrees to negotiate, warning the former that he won't be able to afford it. Getting offended, Wu Guang orders the shopkeeper to inform Yun Xiao who he is. Turns out, the cocky guy is the son of Sunshore City's lord, and the man accompanying him is a high-class refining disciple named Zhang Tai. Yun Xiao questions which great refiner he is a student of, prompting Zhang Tai to snark at him and reveal that he follows the Alchemist Association's Lord Jia Rong. Catching strays because of a disciple's wrongdoings yet again, the second-tier alchemist wonders if he is the clown there. Yes, you are. In tears, Jia Rong begs Yun Xiao to believe that these are nothing but baseless rumors and scolds Zhang Tai for spreading them, painting himself as someone who knows him. The refining disciple then remarks that he isn't Jia Rong's direct disciple, but considers himself as somewhat of one due to being close friends with the alchemist's disciple named Shi Yuan. Zhang Tai then questions how a group of randoms like Yun Xiao and the others could even know the great lord Jia Rong. All the while, the cocky young master orders them to quickly speak their price. Declaring that it's pretty cheap, Yun Xiao announces that Wu Guang and Zhang Tai just have to trade for the herbs with their heads. The reincarnated soul then orders his group to give both of them a good beating, a command that they gladly follow, ignoring the shopkeeper's pleas to not do such a thing. Jia Rong and the Meng siblings stomp the ever-living crap out of the cocky duo. They only stop when Yun Xiao tells them to, though only at a point where any further would have killed Wu Guang and Zhang Tai. With his already ugly face ruined even more, the cocky son of the city lord vows to kill the attackers and sends a signal for reinforcements. And so, the idiot launches his counterattack, hoping to make Yun Xiao and the others regret messing with his power. Professional dumbass. The reinforcements team leader, Ban Bingbai, recognizes that all 4 kids standing before him are martial warriors. Recognizing Yun Xiao's status as a peak 8-star martial warrior, he doesn't want to risk capturing them. Right then, Wu Guang scolds Commander Ban for wasting time in chit-chat, ordering him to just beat the group to death. With drool dripping down his swollen lips, the disgusting pervert also demands that Meng Wu be sent to his room instead. Bing Bai tells Yun Xiao to either bring out his superior or face grave consequences, prompting Jia Rong to warn him of even graver consequences if he doesn't get out of their way. Hearing this, Commander Ban signals his army to prepare to strike. After confirming that the soldiers don't have any remorse about ganging up on a group of 4, Yun Xiao tells them to wait while he gets his superior. With this, the reincarnated soul lets rip cloud-piercing arrows, the highest-grade military signal. The ground rumbles, as a huge commotion is caused nearby by the military invading Sunshore City. Seeing this, Bing Bai realizes that he finally ended up following Wu Guang's commands to his demise. Better to learn late than never. Surrounded by countless student soldiers emitting an intense killing intent, the city lord's cocky son trembles in his boots, begging Commander Ban for ideas on what to do now. Suddenly, Yun Xiao interrupts them and announces that it's time to have a proper battle. Questioning the boy's identity, Bing Bai wonders how he can mobilize the military to resolve his personal issues. Meng Bai starts laughing at the man's hypocrisy and gives him a pinky finger. As Wu Guang called for a few hundred soldiers to fight just 4 people before, Yun Xiao declares that his bringing only 2,000 people to fight the few hundred of them is nice in comparison. Telling Commander Ban to stop wasting his time, the reincarnated soul reiterates that it's time to begin. Right then, the city lord of Sunshore, Wu Lian Tian, arrives there. Seeing the group of kids, he wonders which one of them is in charge. However, his train of thought is interrupted by his pig-like son. Wu Guang starts complaining to his daddy, begging him to arrest Yun Xiao's group and give them a good beating. The guards worry for their lives, which now stand at the mercy of a stupid rich kid. Someone disown him. Thankfully, Wu Lian Tian beats up his idiotic son instead of listening to him. Apologizing for not educating Wu Guang properly, the city lord welcomes Yun Xiao. The reincarnated soul expresses his willingness to talk things out with him, wanting to talk somewhere more comfortable. Understanding the situation, Wu Lian Tian orders his guards to make way, respectfully inviting Yun Xiao to his residence. While the student soldiers surround the residence of the city lord, Yun Xiao and Jia Rong sit inside. For the reincarnated soul, fighting Wu Guang was also a way of getting to know him. Wu Lian Tian eats up these words, ordering his son to pour some tea for Yun Xiao. The city lord then asks the boy a few questions, getting told that he is just someone who wants to protect his home country. Hearing this, Wu Lian Tian starts glazing Yun Xiao, telling Wu Guang to learn something from him. Remarking that it is fate that has brought them together, the reincarnated soul requests the patriotic city lord for some help. Wu Lian Tian readily wants to do his part for the people protecting Tian Shui, prompting Yun Xiao to ask him for supplies for 2,000 troops. As the city lord informs him that they are short on supplies too, the boy instead asks for some money so they can purchase supplies from the neighboring cities. Having had no intention of helping Yun Xiao much from the beginning, Wu Lian Tian feigns regret yet again. Posing like a poor and humble city lord, he acts all righteous, promising to denote 10,000 gold coins from his already scarce savings. Wu Lian Tian thinks that this amount should be enough for kids like them, only to see Yun Xiao and Jia Rong laughing in his face. Understanding that just the cloud-piercing arrows the kids used earlier cost tens of thousands of gold coins, Ban Bingbai notes that the city lord has thought too lightly of them. Rookie mistake. Yun Xiao sarcastically thanks the city lord's generosity, remarking that they don't need so many gold coins for just 2,000 people. Instead, his men will just choose a few things. Murmuring something to a grinning Jia Rong, Yun Xiao sends him off somewhere. Wu Lian Tian worriedly questions what he means, getting told not to think anything of it, and just have some tea. Suddenly, sounds of objects clattering echo out inside the residence. As Wu Lian Tian starts sweating, Commander Ban only makes things worse by revealing that Yun Xiao has a martial lord working under him. Now, the city lord wants to talk things out with the boy, calling him out for robbing the place. However, Yun Xiao warns him to think before he spouts such BS. Right then, the clattering noises get louder, making Wu Lian Tian swear up and down that there's nothing of value in his residence. He even offers to gather 100,000 gold coins for Yun Xiao, looking like he is aging by the second. The boy scolds Wu Lian Tian for calling him a robber, even though he's just trying to cover military expenses, no longer pretending to be courteous. Yun Xiao shouts for his friends to restrain the city lord and his son. Getting tied up, the two fatzos beg Bingbai to help them. However, as Yun Xiao declares that anyone who defies his orders will be killed without mercy, Commander Ban freezes in his tracks. Moments later, the student soldiers bring out all the treasure hogged by Wu Lian Tian. By exploiting the citizens, a mere city lord has amassed even greater wealth than the Li family, amounting to at least 1 billion gold coins. Nah, bro is richy rich. Hunbai notes that Wu Lian Tian's entire family could be killed if they report this, prompting Yun Xiao to wonder what he is talking about. After all, the city lord is a completely honest and broke official, not having any riches whatsoever in his treasury. Understanding the implications of these words, Wu Lian Tian rages. He ends up revealing that the wealth belongs to the first prince, warning Yun Xiao of the grave consequences of touching any of it. Of course, the treasure belonging to Qin Yan just ends up giving him even more of a reason to steal it. Taking the stones and refining materials for himself, Yun Xiao lets the student soldiers split the rest of the treasure amongst themselves. Hunbai questions what they should do with the city lord and his son, wondering if they should just kill them since they are the first prince's men anyway. Wu Lian Tian begs for his life to be spared, and Yun Xiao spares him, thinking that taking the city lord's life after stealing all his wealth would be going too far. With a promise to return in a few years, Yun Xiao heads out. However, the ungrateful city lord instantly orders his men to write a letter to the first prince, vowing to kill the robbers. Whoever said that no good deed goes unpunished was spitting for real. Right then, one of the guards whispers something to him. Hearing this, Wu Li Yun Xiao rejoices and sends a guard to report what happened there to General Kong instead. Elsewhere, Yun Xiao sets up camp for his student soldiers to continue practicing killing intent. Right then, wild winds blow from the nearby mountains, and the earth rumbles intensely. While Yun Xiao commands his troops to assume battle positions, Chun Zun laments that they let Wu Li Yun Xiao live. At the same time, Han Bai notes that something is wrong, as Sunshore City's defense brigade only has around 5,000 men, that too without many horses. Turns out, the enemy attacking them is none other than the 100,000-strong Golden Lion Army. However, their tip-top condition doesn't seem like men who just lost a war in Whitehead Town. Witnessing this sight, Han Bai concludes that they fled without a fight. Right then, the Golden Lion Army's general, Kan Li Chun, questions the identity of the people who dared to rob Sunshore City. Yun Xiao snarks at him, presenting his army as men who retreated from the front lines and made their way to Sunshore City to assert their dominance, something that the Golden Lion Army did. Getting absolutely rolled by the boy's words, Kan Li Chun rages at him. Manifested by the army's primordial chi, a flaming lion roars out, defeating the student soldiers. Flexing his martial lord prowess, Ji Meng steps forward, greeting Kan Li Chun, as it has been a while since they last met. The latter doesn't recognize the former at first, and questions why he is robbing Sunshore City even though they are all under the first prince. Revealing that Qin Yang doesn't concern him anymore, Ji Meng declares his loyalty to his young master Yun. They're having a glaze-off right now. With this as the last straw, Kan Li Chun gets up and inquires about the reincarnated soul's identity again. This time, Yun Xiao introduces himself as head of logistics of the East Advancing Army. He remarks that they went to Sunshore City for supplies, where the city lord decided to generously gift them all his worth. With a grin on his face, the boy promises to report this good deed to the emperor so that Wu Li Yun Xiao is heavily rewarded. Having heard just a few days ago that the Central Army is marching to rescue Shining Gold City, Kan Li Chun laments meeting them so soon. He does wonder why the East Advancing Army is so small though, getting told that the main army's course is top secret and they are only following orders to gather supplies. Right then, someone whispers something in the general's ear. This person is none other than Li Yi, making the comeback yet again. Hearing whatever 8527 had to say, Kan Li Chun calls Yun Xiao out for lying, vowing to warn him the death penalty for all his crimes. He orders his army to capture all the student soldiers, killing anyone who refuses in the process. Yes, a collective shout roars out as the pressure of over 100,000 men approaches Yun Xiao's troops. Receiving their marching orders, the Golden Lion Army rushes to kill the student soldiers. Li Yi grins maniacally, getting excited at the thought of witnessing their deaths. Right then, Yun Xiao gives his troops teeming with killing intent the order to disperse and kill off the enemies one by one. Bai Chun Feng and Li Yu lead the charge, taking battle stances with their 9 gates thunderbolt pearls and roaring spear of tigers and dragons respectively. With one fell swoop, 2 martial masters eradicate the men charging towards them. Following the duo, the rest of the student soldiers leap into battle. The Golden Lion Army begins to fall, as screams of grown-ass men getting beat up by kids ring out across the battlefield. Unable to believe his eyes, Kan Li Chun questions how there can be an army comprised of all martial warriors. However, as even such strong soldiers can take on 100 enemies each at most, the general thinks that there's no way for them to overcome his 400,000-strong army. Famous last words. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao praises his troops for a job well done, ordering them to use the killing intent technique to get into formation and charge toward the south. Riled up by their commander's words, the students erupt with killing intent. Soon, it condenses into the giant god-slaying finger. Overcome with immense panic, Kan Li Chun shouts at his army to block it at all costs. The Golden Lion Army's beastly manifestation of primordial chi roars out, leaping towards the god-slaying finger. However, the condensed killing intent pierces through the flaming lion with ease. As the Golden Lion Army's soldiers go flying, Li Yi starts trembling in fear, getting convinced that Yun Xiao is a demon who will become a huge threat in the future. He urges the need to kill the boy, thinking that getting rid of him is bound to break the student's formation. As waiting won't bear him any fruit anyway, Kan Li Chun leaps forward to keep Ji Meng occupied while Li Yi goes to kill Yun Xiao. Talking to his senior brothers, Guan Yuan Jia and Yu Yuan 1, 8527 declares that they must kill the Li family's bad luck charm today or else their master might suffer at his hands too. Vowing to finish off the demonic boy by themselves, the two martial lords leap into battle, already having his hands busy with Kong Li Chun. Jimeng worriedly tells his young master Yun to be careful. Not being stupid enough to face two martial lords head-on, Yun Xiao orders his troops to focus on charging south without getting distracted, as Chen Da Sheng and his army will be joining them from that direction very soon. The boy deems that the time to fight back will be when he arrives. Seeing Yun Xiao trying to run, Yuan Jia spins around his trident, launching countless waves of ice towards him. For the crime of trying to kill him, Yun Xiao makes Yuan Jia kill his own men first. Using Nether Swap Moonwalk, the reincarnated soul walks through the air. He cunningly routes his path in such a way that the Golden Lion army bears the full burden of the attacks meant for him. Blood pulled out the Uno reverse card. This enrages Kong Li Chun, who shouts at the martial lords for killing his soldiers. Yuan Jia swears that it's the Slee Brat's fault for using the Golden Lion army's soldiers as human shields, only to turn around and literally kill a soldier for blocking his path. Seeing this, Kong Li Chun sternly orders the martial lords to stop killing his underlings, warning them that he will stop showing them mercy if they continue. Meanwhile, Chung Feng and Lin Yu manage to open a path in the south. As they tell everyone to run out, Li Yi orders Yuan Jia and Yuan Wan to switch their focus on Yun Xiao's companions, wanting to push him out of hiding. Following through with this command, the martial lords leap at Chung Feng without any shame. Chung Feng tries his best to fight back against Yuan Jia, but the power of a martial lord is too much for him to handle. The latter ends up shattering the former's weapon, piercing him with his trident. Chung Feng is sent flying to Lin Yu, forcing him to hold his bloody comrade in his arms. Already a better love story than Twilight. As Yuan Jia rushes to finish the job, Luo Lan Duo shouts at Lin Yu to retreat, all the while He Zheng keeps her from running in. Right then, Yun Xiao comes in for the save with his Lotus Sword Song, and orders Lin Yu to take Chung Feng to Jia Rong. However, Yuan Jia doesn't give the boy any time for chit-chat, unleashing a barrage of strikes at him. Yun Xiao manages to dodge his attacks by using Nether Swap, pushing the technique to its very limit. As the battle rages on, Chun Zun riles up the retreating student soldiers to turn back and save their young master Yun. Handing off Chung Feng to Jia Rong, Lin Yu leads the offense this time. The enraged troops' killing intent once again condenses into a god-slaying finger as they make their way to the trembling Golden Lion army. Meanwhile, Jimeng launches a wild onslaught on Kong Li Chun, without any concern for his own safety. Dude got that dog in him. Moments later, Jia Rong signals the student soldiers to strike, as the reinforcements are finally closing in. As Li Yi shouts at the frozen Yuan Wan to help Yuan Jia kill Yun Xiao, the martial lord leaps at the boy to finish him off. However, he instead ends up meeting a brutal demise at the hands of the terrifying god-slaying finger. The god-slaying finger utterly decimates Yuan Wan, leaving behind nothing but a shower of blood. Seeing that the attack used up the student's entire killing intent and Yuan Qi, Yun Xiao orders them to retreat without caring about him. Fortunately, the 400,000-strong Golden Lion army is too frightened to take advantage of this opportunity. Witnessing his brother meet such a fate, Li Yi mindlessly charges at Yun Xiao. Suddenly, a voice echoes throughout the battlefield, telling everyone to stop. Understanding that he just needs to stall until Xiao Qingwang arrives there, Yun Xiao mocks Li Yi and pushes him back. Yuan Jia joins the fight, causing the reincarnated to go on the back foot and suffer a few cuts. While Qingwang, Yun Shang, and Da Sheng continue to close in, Li Yi tells Yun Xiao that no one can save him now. He kicks the boy up into the sky, and Yuan Jia joins him to unleash a combination attack on their mid-air foe. Much to Li Yi's dismay, Yun Xiao forms a bubble of water around his body, dispersing his all-out onslaught. Getting closer, Da Sheng vows to kill everyone if they hurt Yun Xiao in any way. Teacher Luo speeds up, only to be left awestruck by what she sees. Telling the attackers that it's too late, Yun Xiao borrows the power of the heavens and earth. His chi begins to rise rapidly, prompting Li Yi to consume a pill that turns him into an ape, one whose power is equal to that of a martial king. Luo Yunshang reveals that it's the demonification pill, refined with the blood and soul of demon beasts. Taking steroids for martial arts is crazy. Though a person temporarily gains the power of a demon by consuming it, the grave side effects could cause their body to explode. The teacher worries about Yun Xiao, wanting him to hold on till they get there. Consumed by his overflowing power, Li Yi mindlessly charges at the reincarnated soul to finish things once and for all. Agreeing with the sentiment, Yun Xiao starts gathering fire, ice, wind, and shadow in his palms. The spectators wonder how he is utilizing the power of the four quadrants elements, as it is a feat only the four quadrants realm martial lords can perform. Moments later, the wind picks up around Yun Xiao, a sight reminiscent of the peak 9 heavens martial sovereign, Gu Fei Yang. Witnessing this sight, Li Yun Xiao is brought to tears, and thus the winds and clouds rise, marking the return of a great master. In the words of the rock, Chills, Li Yun Xiao, the peak 9 heavens martial sovereign Gu Fei Yang reincarnated, gathers great forces to help the second prince, Qin Yue, in his ascension to the throne. Even powerful martial kings rally behind the boy. Yun Xiao then puts together an extraordinary army to deal with 100 battles country, making them reach greater heights with his guidance. Now, he faces off against Li Yi and the Golden Lion army, giving them a taste of his true strength. The winds and clouds rise, all because of Yun Xiao, forming a gigantic palm in the sky. With the reincarnated soul's signal, the heavens erupt, and the enormous hand slams down onto the demonized Li Yi. Getting blasted by the great wind and cloud palm, the ape screams out in frustration. At the same time, Yuan Jia feels something tugging at him. Regardless, the massive hand of the heavens smashes into the ground, sending shockwaves far and wide. While the entire battlefield braces itself for impact, Jimeng notices Yun Xiao flying through the air from his own attack's recoil and rushes to save him, asking the boy if he's okay. Xiao Qingwang, Chen Dasheng, and Li Yun Xiao come running to his location. Being supported by Jimeng, Yun Xiao announces that he will be fine if teacher Lu hugs him. Getting all flustered by the boy's dirty words, Yun Xiao turns away. Da Sheng laughs, noting that Yun Xiao must really be alright if he is still flirting with a woman in his state. Blood got that wounded Riz. In a split second, the commander-in-chief's entire demeanor changes as he turns over to make the Golden Lion army pay. Meanwhile, Jia Lan Academy's student army gathers over the crater formed by Yun Xiao's great wind and cloud palm, wanting to confirm Li Yi's corpse. However, despite the fact that they saw him getting hit with the attack with their own eyes, the ape is nowhere to be found. Instead, Yuan Jia's bloodied corpse lies buried in the earth. Not having seen Li Yi escape, even Kong Li Chun is left questioning how he managed to do so. This dude got more plot armor than the protagonist. Of course, the martial lord has better things to worry about at the moment, as Qing Wang, Da Sheng, and Yun Xiang march towards him. The Golden Lion army is in the same deep trouble as they get confronted by the student soldiers, brimming with killing intent. Yu Xiao gets up with Jia Rong's help, getting asked how they should deal with the enemies now. Boasting about his status as the general of the Golden Lion army, who is just doing his task, Kong Li Chun questions whose authority they are punishing him on. He hopes to come up with a logical excuse, praying that his high military rank saves him. Hearing this, Yu Xiao orders Jimeng to tell him whose authority it is. The latter charges forward, landing a thunderous gut punch on Kong Li Chun. As the general goes flying, Jimeng leaps after him to knee him right in the stomach. A barrage of fists follows, making Kong Li Chun beg Jimeng to stop hitting him. Of course, he only does so when Yun Xiao tells him to. Towering over the bloodied general, the boy confirms that he finally knows whose authority it is now. Seeing Kong Li Chun begging the enemy for mercy, the Golden Lion army shakes in fear. At the same time, Yun Xiao asks the decades-old general how he even became a martial lord, considering he still doesn't understand the concept of letting his fists do the talking. The boy announces that the general will at least die understanding it. Hearing this, Kong Li Chun protests wildly, questioning who Yun Xiao is to ignore the imperial law. The reincarnated soul declares that law and teachings are worth nothing to him, but almost making him lose his life is a crime worth death. Spit, my king. Begging for mercy, the martial lord of the Four Quadrants realm vows to finally pledge his loyalty to Yun Xiao if his life is spared. Acknowledging Kong Li Chun's worth as a martial lord, Da Sheng notes that having him by their side would help them greatly. However, Yun Xiao simply snarks. After all, on the path of martial arts, a martial lord hasn't even scratched the surface. These words leave Qing Wang, Yun Xiang, and Da Sheng all in disbelief. Devoid of all remorse, Yun Xiao shouts out, "Execute." With this, Jimeng coldly beheads Kong Li Chun. Declaring that Kong Li Chun deserved to die 1,000 times over for his crimes, Chun Da Sheng warns the Golden Lion Army's vice commanders that they are up next. Huang Hong and Hua Man, the army's two vice commanders, come forward to greet Da Sheng. For Kong Li Chun's sin of conspiring with the enemy, he will now officially change the Golden Lion Army's lineup. The commander-in-chief inquires if there are any objections, and both vice commanders vow to not object to his will. With this, Da Sheng assigns Huang Hong as the Golden Lion Army's commander, giving them a chance to atone for their past mistakes by returning to the front lines. Loud chants erupt as the former deserters take an oath to protect their homeland. Meanwhile, in Mu Lian Tian's residence, the greedy city lord paces about, worrying if Kong Li Chun can get his wealth back. Wu Guang tells his father not to fret, as the Golden Lion Army's general is a great martial lord. However, this reassurance gets him smacked away, as Wu Lian wasn't asking him, but Bonbing Bai. The commander thinks that getting it back won't be a problem, though making Kong Li Chun spit out all the recovered wealth would be impossible. Of course, it's still better than losing all of it. Impeccable argument, sire. As Mu Lian Tian imagines furiously tearing the brats apart piece by piece, a guard informs him that the Golden Lion Army has returned with them. However, before the guard finishes his briefing, Wu Lian Tian and Wu Guang rush out. The city lord tells Commander Bon to come with him to welcome the army back, hoping to break every single bone in the thieves' bodies, only to hear Yun Xiao declare that there's no meat for that. Slashing up the piggy father-son duo, the reincarnated soul, puts Bonbing Bai in charge of Sunshore City's administrative matters for now. With a discerning gaze, the former warns the latter not to disappoint him. Sometime later, inside the Central Army's main commander's tent, Chun-Lin questions Yun Xiao's recent feats and wonders if he's still human. After all, the blue-black killing that was coming from the student army, Chun-Lin had only ever seen crazed serial killers emit before, as he deems the student soldiers to be gods of killing. Da Sheng informs him of an ancient legend. If a battlefield gets too bloody and cruel, the god of killing will descend on it. Engulfed in a blue-black chi and covered in scales, no one would dare to look him in the eye. Another more ancient name for this blue-black killing intent is Ramayana, the power to kill everything. As killing intent is also a form of power besides martial arts, Da Sheng concludes that there must be masters who specialize in this field. Han Qianfang questions how Yun Xiao not only managed to learn such a rare cultivation technique, but also passed it to 2,000 people. Xiao Qingwang remarks that an expert is helping the boy behind the scenes, willing to bet his life that a 15-year-old as accomplished and strong as him doesn't have a teacher. Dumb ways to die. Da Sheng agrees, noting that the person backing Yun Xiao has to be a pretty significant figure. Remembering the reincarnated soul's earlier words, Qingwang believes that his teacher must be someone much stronger than him. The commander then asks Yun Xiao if he has any knowledge of this matter. After all, the technique Li Yun Xiao used against Li Yi was Gu Feiyang's Great Wind and Cloud Palm. According to rumors, the former 9th-tier refiner had 5 disciples in total. Hua Qianshu, the eldest disciple, became a martial sovereign a few years ago and currently resides in the holy city of Snowguard. On the other hand, there has been no news of the second disciple, Mo Xiao Chuan, in the past decade. The third disciple, Jun Ruyun, is affiliated with one of the 3 great empires, the Guwu Empire. Hao Lian Xiao Huang, the 4th disciple, has been fighting for the position of mercenary king against the Blazing Fire mercenary group's leader, bearing no results. Lastly, the one that they are most familiar with, and the 5th disciple, Yang Di. Some say that he has already become a 7th-tier emperor refiner and has made his way to the deity transformation sea. Chun Da Sheng, Chun-Lin, Xiao Qingwang, and Han Qianfang all take turns talking about who out of the 5 disciples might be teaching Yun Xiao. Through the process of elimination, they agree that the most plausible one is the legendary martial sovereign, Hua Qianshu. Thinking it to be a shocking scenario, they turn to Luo Yunshang for her opinion. After all, she is the one who understands Gu Feiyang the most out of all of them. As Yunshang questions why Yun Xiao's teacher has to be among Gu Feiyang's 5 disciples, Han Qianfang wonders if anyone besides them would know the Great Wind and Cloud Palm technique. Pushing her hair back behind her ear, The lady expresses certainty in the fact that Yu Xiao didn't learn the move from any of the 5 disciples. Qing Wan hesitates to even think of the implication, but Yu Shang ecstatically declares that his teacher is Gu Feiyang himself. So close, yet so far. Chun Lin shouts out in disbelief while Da Sheng declares Yu Shang's theory to be impossible. After all, everyone knows that Gu Feiyang died in the Tiandang Mountains 15 years ago. With tears flowing down her eyes, she remarks that no one is mighty enough to kill him. Thinking that the martial sovereign must have only suffered major injuries, Teacher Luo concludes that he became Li Yun Xiao's teacher by pure chance. Her confident gut feeling puts the men in thought, making them ponder if anyone else besides Gu Feiyang could even pass down his specific mannerisms. Xiao Qingwan questions if Yu Shang is really saying that the legendary military breaker is currently in hiding, worrying about the implications of her hypothesis. If anyone powerful enough to injure the legendary martial sovereign were to catch wind of this, not only Tian Shui, but the whole of Dusk Flame Empire would get destroyed. Announcing that this topic ends now, Da Sheng tells everyone they're not to discuss it any further. Yu Shang also vows to destroy whoever dares to leak their conversation personally, getting assured that everyone there is her ally. Right then, one of the troops reports that they will be arriving at Goodwater City soon, asking if they should pass through or go around it. As the city lord, Zhuo Hong Guan, works for the eldest prince, Da Sheng orders the army to take a detour around the city. Ji Meng tells him to hold on, revealing that Yun Xiao wishes to let the army rest, and wants the student army to go ask for some supplies in Goodwater City. This confuses the general, making him wonder how they have exhausted their supplies so soon. Ji Meng then lets him know the true reason, mimicking his mischievous young master Yun masterfully to get the point across. Someone give this man an Oscar. Enraged, Chun Lin announces that they aren't a bunch of robbers, getting calmed down by Da Sheng. After all, dealing a blow to the opposition during the fight, for the throne is bound to benefit them. The general gives Ji Meng a small time frame to carry out their mission, getting assured that they will be done. Before that, Chun Lin can't help but feel that Da Sheng is treating Yu Xiao a little too well, considering no one previously would have even dared to do something so unlawful. Meanwhile, in Goodwater City, Zhuo Hong Guang is holding a ceremony to accept his 27th concubine. How can bro even handle all that? Suddenly, he gets informed about a massive army's appearance outside. As the city lord wonders if it's just a general coming to congratulate them, Ji Meng announces the arrival of the East Advancing Army. He insists that Hong Guang continues with his day as usual, while they help themselves with their supplies. With this, the student army starts ravaging the place. The city lord tries to get his troops to fight back, only to have his residence cut in half in the process. Making Hong Guang wet his pants, Ji Meng marches off, declaring that this attack was for the eldest prince. He arrives back at the commander's carriage, informing Da Sheng that they can start moving again. The latter inquires how much wealth the former managed to obtain, guessing that he acquired at least 1 million gold coins. Ji Meng reveals that it wasn't even a tenth of what they got from Sunshore City, shocking Da Sheng, having been unaware of the fact that they robbed another city before this. Not only that, but the amount of wealth they retrieved from Sunshore City was about 100 or 200 million gold coins worth. Hearing this, Chun Lin, Han Qianfang, and Da Sheng lose their minds. Ji Meng then heads off to report to his young master Yun, leaving behind the 3 depressed men. After he leaves, Chun Lin, who has never seen so many gold coins in his life, despite being a commander for many years, complains to his father in tears. Han Qianfang agrees, prompting Da Sheng to furiously turn around. Not wanting to be blamed for what happens next, he observes the army's course, checking to see the number of lands owned by the eldest prince in their path. Only finding 5, Da Sheng deems them to be not enough. Blinded by greed, the general declares that they will take a longer route to rob 3 more cities, thinking that Li Changfeng won't mind the extra 2 days. Dude's about to be richy rich at this rate. Looting all of the eldest prince's cities in their path, the central army joyfully marches onwards. Soon, news reaches Qin Yang, leaving him infuriated. After all, in just a few days, he has lost all his power that he spent years accumulating. Gao Feng notes that Li Yi was right all along, as their downfall began ever since Li Yun Xiao sided with Qin Yue. Seeing Qin Yang lose his mind, the martial lord tells him to calm down. Gao Feng urges the eldest prince not to forget about their trump card, reminding him that they will be fine even if the entire world is against them. Entrusting his hopes and dreams to his biggest and only trump card, Qin Yang vows to finish off all those who dare oppose him. 8 days later, the Central Army arrives at the insignificant Eternal Peace City, getting welcomed by the city lord, Yuan Zijin. Despite greeting them quite warmly, the city lord actually only wishes to avoid responsibility when the 100 Battles country comes there. Regardless, the Central Army sets up camp in the ghost town of the city. Da Sheng, Qing Wang, Yun Xiao, Yuan Zijin, Shen Lin, and Hun Xianfang begin discussing their next course of action. Soon, Yu Xiao, Ji Meng, and Ji Yarong arrive there, apologizing for being late. Suddenly, Yun Xiao gets up from her seat and starts fawning all over the reincarnated soul. Keep it in your pants, sis. Thinking that Yun Xiao is Gu Feiyang's disciple, the lady wants to devote herself to protecting and caring for him. Unaware of their prior conversation, the boy gets worried about teacher Luo's demeanor. He starts wondering if she knows of his true identity, considering it's something no one would believe even if he told them, seeing everyone looking at him suspiciously. Yun Xiao bursts into a sweat. He then takes his seat beside Da Sheng, making the city lord question if someone as young as him is also a general to get treated like this. With everyone there, Yuan Zijin informs them of the current situation, worrying that the Eternal Peace City will be next if the Shining Gold City falls. Moreover, the 3 small towns ahead of them, namely Phoenix Mountain Town, Soaring Phoenix Town, and Three Suns Town, have already fallen to the 100 Battles country. As such, Yuan Zijin has no way of knowing the exact number of enemy forces, but estimates it to be about 800,000. Da Sheng feels that there's something wrong with this entire situation, as they have been marching for about half a month now. The 100 Battles country should have heard about it and made a move. Since they haven't done so, it could only mean that the enemy isn't afraid of Tian Shui's forces. Theorizing what he would have done if he were the enemy's general, Chumlin concludes that the 100 Battles country staying at a standstill just doesn't make any sense. You're just not smart enough, lil bro. This prompts Da Sheng to ask Yun Xiao what he thinks about all this. The boy questions why the 100 Battles country can't just wait for them, getting told that their numbers would overpower the enemy once they arrive at Shining Gold City. However, Yun Xiao thinks that the general is tunnel visioning on the enemy's numbers, without considering their strength. He brings up the possibility of the opposing army being comprised entirely of martial warriors, a thought that Hun Qianfang and Chunlin deem impossible. Upon Qing Wang's inquiry, Yun Xiao confirms that they should take elite soldiers into account. After all, even a million-strong army wouldn't stand a chance if the enemy had a martial grandmaster on their side. Of course, is only making an improbable hypothesis, since the city would have already fallen if that were the case. So, Yu Xiao concludes that the 100 Battles country's real goal isn't to take land or cities. Hearing this, Da Sheng quickly orders a scout officer to pick out 300 elite men to investigate the 100 Battles country's positions. The city lord gets assigned to deal with the background stuff, while the rest return to their posts and wait for orders. Later, Yun Xiao heads back to his temporary residence, accompanied by Yun Xiang in the house's yard. The boy feels awkward, assuring her that you will be fine from now on. As Yun Xiao asks teacher Luo to go back, she starts playing with her hair. Since Yun Xiang hasn't found a place to stay yet, she remarks that she will just stay there with him, leaving the poor guy in disbelief. Ara time at last. Taken aback by Yun Xiang's brazen words, Yun Xiao timidly tries to explain that the house is already full. Right then, Mengwu peeks out through the house, announcing that teacher Luo can stay with her, since the bed in her room is quite big. Yun Xiao furiously snarks at the girl, questioning if he should squeeze in with her in her big bed too. While poor Mengwu runs off crying, Yun Xiang asks the boy if he doesn't want her there. Yun Xiao tries to pretend otherwise, making it seem like he was just afraid of the place being too shabby for someone of her stature. Heading inside, teacher Luo asks Yun Xiao to follow her, having something to ask him. As the two enter a bedroom, Yun Xiang quickly locks the door and casts a noise cancellation seal to prevent others from eavesdropping. Thinking that the lady has guessed his secret and can no longer suppress her love for him, Yun Xiao's processor overloads. My goat's time has come. In her, she were to forcibly do the deed with him. The difference in their cultivation would make it impossible for him to resist. Not having any other choice, Yun Xiao sits down on the bed like a helpless damsel and accepts his fate. At the same time, Yun Xiao removes her coat and glasses, confirming that she is mentally prepared for what's about to happen. Wanting to hurry up so his nervousness can subside, Yun Xiao starts stripping. Baffled, Teacher Luo questions what he is doing, only for the boy to take it as a complaint about him, not being proactive enough and helping her out first. Top 10 pictures taken moments before disaster. With this, Yun Xiao finally loses it. Erupting with rage, she summons her axe and rains it down on Yun Xiao, who is still under the impression that this is some special game. Of course, struggling to hold off the axe from cutting his face in half, snaps the reincarnated soul back to reality. A huge impact follows, shattering the earth and slashing the entire house in half. Declaring that Li Yun Xiao would have died today if he weren't his disciple, Yun Xiao furiously grabs her coat and heads off. And so, a poor man gets beaten up because a love-struck maiden mistakes him for being his own disciple. The next few days, Li Yun Xiao focuses on cultivating. Despite the injuries he suffered at Yun Xiang's hands, his body absorbed her extreme yang, turning it into a net positive. The reincarnated soul remembers Chu Hong Yan, telling him something important. The first time a woman who cultivates the 9 Yang True Qi, the treasure of the Heavenly Night Palace, does the deed with a man, she will leave a small amount of the pure Qi in her partner's body. I volunteer for the job. Yun Xiao mischievously wonders who will be able to get such a great benefit from Yun Xiang. All the while, this shadow trains his soul power in the Divine Realm Tablet's Monument of the World God. Admiring his body of glass, Yun Xiao thinks that it's about time he starts collecting ingredients to refine the adversity-destroying pills. Right then, his godly evolution technique disappears. Yun Xiao turns around only to see the true soul phoenix flying in the sky. He wonders how the mythical creature can be within the Monument of the World God, not having seen it even in his previous life. However, Yun Xiao soon comes to understand that it is only the shadow of the phoenix, as a legendary true soul could never be trapped in an artifact. As he questions the strange things that are happening, Jimeng arrives at the door. Within the city lord's residence, the meeting room teems with an ominous energy. Arriving there, Yun Xiao inquires about the situation. Da Sheng reveals that they have lost contact with all 5 batches of scouts that they sent out. To make things worse, everyone in the last 2 batches was even equipped with cloud-piercing arrows to send a signal in case of any danger, but Yune disappeared without a trace. Due to the scouts' formation, it would also have been impossible to silently wipe all of them out. In all these years, this is the first time Da Sheng has ever encountered such a situation. Bro was fighting certified bums all this time. Hearing all this, Yun Xiao worries that his previous predictions have appeared to be true. Not only has the 100 Battles country stationed experts throughout the area, but has also set up an array encompassing the 3 towns, which has caused their current predicament. As the commander-in-chief questions what they should do now, a soldier comes rushing there, informing him of a strange phenomenon taking place in the sky towards the south. Having a gut feeling about what it is, Yun Xiao quickly rushes outside. Just as he thought, the sky is riddled with remnants of the true soul phoenix. Xiao Qingwang and Da Sheng follow after the boy, vowing to not let the 100 Battles country get their hands on the exceptional treasure. Not wanting to delay things any further, Da Sheng decides to order an all-out attack. Qingwang agrees, thinking that no array can trap their 800,000-strong army. Oh, you sweet summer child. Of course, Yun Xiao has seen arrays capable of trapping even 8 billion people in his lifetime. Even if the 100 Battles country doesn't possess such a great power, Yun Xiao wants to approach the situation with caution by scouting the area first. Da Sheng gets confused, as not even the most exceptional scouts they sent previously managed to return. With a smirk on his face, Yun Xiao announces that it's time for him to go instead, only for Yun Xiang to resolutely shut him down. Being interested in the treasure as well, Xiao Qingwang offers to accompany the boy. However, Yun Xiao declares that it isn't possible. After all, the commander will become a burden without Teacher Lu's extreme Yan Qi, suppressing the benumbing Qi inside him. Instead, he wants Jimeng to follow him. Getting her words ignored, Yun Xiang angrily grabs Yun Xiao's collar, instructing him not to play hero in an all-out war. In response, he secretly says something to the lady using private sound transmission. With this, Teacher Luo backs off, leaving the others curious about what just happened. Last moment. Accompanied by Jimeng, Yun Xiao heads out, telling everyone to just wait for him to bring good news. Later, the duo arrives before soaring Phoenix Town. Jimeng informs Yun Xiao that his universal detect was reflected, meaning that there's an array up ahead. The reincarnated soul then activates his detection demon mood technique, mapping the entire area in front. Much to his dismay, not a single person in the town is still alive. Having seen the deformed corpses of the town folk, Yun Xiao deems the situation to be more complex than he had anticipated and wants to be extra careful from now on. Meanwhile, Jia Rong cries uncontrollably at his recent lack of screen time, questioning why his young master Yun is treating him, his first slave, like this. Arriving before the town, Yun Xiao and Jimeng find it surrounded by a powerful barrier that can't even be detected by ordinary peasants. However, for the two of them, walking through it proves to be an insignificant task. Entering the barrier, the duo comes across the deformed corpses of soldiers and civilians alike. Jimeng grits his teeth at the cruelty of the 100 Battles country, while Yun Xiao ponders over how all the people died, considering their flesh wounds don't appear to be man-made. Noting that the messy wounds of the victims look like they were chewed up by beasts, the duo realizes that the culprits behind the act are monsters. Right then, the corpses begin to glow a green hue, and a buzzing sound rings out. Small parasitic bugs begin swarming out of the corpses' mouths, surrounding Jimeng and Yun Xiao. Well, thanks for the trauma, guys, being the first-tier monsters, named nasal bugs. Each of the creatures is as powerful as a martial warrior. By mass reproducing in places where many corpses lay, they make up for their low power and numbers. Fortunately, a lot of them look like hatchlings at the moment, not possessing that much strength. Only a few old bugs are as strong as a peak martial warrior. Jimeng frets over the monsters' numbers, getting told not to worry about the unintelligent and ugly bugs. Deeming them as fun to kill, Yun Xiao swings his icy third-tier Shuan weapon with a dance-like motion, impressively taking down 10 monsters in one strike, despite being a martial warrior himself. Dude is just Himothy. Impressed by his master's prowess, Jimeng refuses to fall behind. Stepping in front of Yun Xiao, he unleashes his Peach Blossom Sword Intent, ripping the nasal bugs to shreds. Not needing the protection, Yun Xiao instructs Jimeng to just kill the monsters, albeit doing it in a non-flashy way to save his energy for later. Of course, Yun Xiao himself runs wild with the third-tier Shuan weapon. Moments later, the strongest nasal bug makes its appearance, possessing the power of the Two Forces realm. Turning towards the beast, Yun Xiao releases his Lotus Sword Song. In just a few seconds, he completely freezes the second-tier monster. Jimeng jumps in, letting rip his Peach Blossom Sword, intent to slice the frozen nasal bug to bits. Yun Xiao claps at his trusty aide's sharp technique, remarking that he will break through in no time. Feeling glad to be able to learn from him, Jimeng expresses gratitude to his master. Meanwhile, on Phoenix Mountain, the enemy forces belonging to the Duskflame Empire gather under an array. Firstly, the High Palace Deputy and Palace Lord, the Six Directions Realm Martial Grandmaster named Cheese Nun Z. The rest are the High Palace Hexagrams, the bewitching duo of 5 Elements Realm Martial Kings, Sun Shi Yume and Li Yun Xiao. Ain't why they kinda. 4th-tier Refiner Hu Yan Ming, another 5 Elements Realm Martial King Song Chum Tian, and the 4-star Martial Lord Xu Ping Hong. Finally, the man who injured Xiao Qing Wang and Chun Da Sheng, the 5 Elements Realm Martial King by the name of Yi Xiao Shan. All these mighty foes take the stage at Phoenix Mountain. The array, marked with the symbol of the true soul Phoenix, burns fiercely, getting handled by Hu Yan Ming. Right then, Xu Ping Hong gets alerted by something, as a marble with the mark of a bug shatters in his hand. Upon Chi Zunzi's inquiry, he reveals that the nasal bugs at Soaring Phoenix Town have been killed. The old man gets intrigued by the arrival of Tian Shui's forces, while Sun Shi Yume teases Ping Hong for his weakling bugs getting killed. Knowing that they can't afford to be careless, the martial grandmaster orders one of them to personally take care of the matter. Shi Yume volunteers to go along with one Shi, but Ping Hong quickly starts heading on his beastly ride instead, announcing that he will go, as they were his nasal bugs. Yi Xiao Shan warns the 4-star martial lord that he would be no match against Xiao Qingwang if he was the one who entered Soaring Phoenix Town, but Zunzi declares that the commander is no one to be afraid of. Moreover, as Ping Hong possesses the mystic cloud-shaking thunder roar, he wouldn't lose to a martial king anyway. Still, the martial grandmaster assures Xiao Shan that they will send more people if things go wrong. Today on how to trigger a red flag. Shi Yume then tells Xiao Shan who has been at 100 Battles country for quite a few years now, that their master misses him. Feeling indebted to the king of 100 Battles country, the martial king has spent the past decade advancing their ranks. Soon, his efforts will bear fruit in the upcoming ranking battles, leaving him with no regrets. After fulfilling his debt, Xiao Shan vows to return to the High Palace, focusing only on martial arts, disregarding all worldly matters. Emanating a threatening aura, Song Chung Tian remarks that he will feel lonely without having a good opponent like Xiao Shan to keep him company. Blood thinks he's the Vegeta to his Goku. Of course, the latter thinks this is BS, as he hasn't been a suitable opponent for the 8-star martial king for a while. At the foot of the Phoenix Mountains, Ping Hong confronts Yun Xiao and Ji Meng, expressing disappointment at his opponents being a mere 2-star martial lord and a 9-star martial warrior. The man labels them as trash, only to get interrupted and told that he doesn't have to introduce himself. Not because they know him though, but because they don't want to. Ji Meng snickers at Yun Xiao's comment, while Ping Hong gets enraged and prepares to attack the sharp-tongued boy. Once again, he gets ignored, as Yun Xiao shows interest in the attack of the beast he is riding instead, the mystic cloud-shaking thunder roar. The reincarnated soul thanks the heavens who have sent him a mystic thunder beast, right when he needed mystic thunder blood. Ordering Ji Meng to keep Ping Hong busy, Yun Xiao announces that he will face the beast. Hearing this, the foe starts laughing like a maniac, as even a docile 5th-tier demon beast is as strong as a martial king. A mere martial warrior stands no chance against the mystic cloud-shaking thunder roar of a bloodthirsty one. Of course, Ji Meng gives Ping Hong no time to finish his monologue and unseals his agile serpent to attack him, dodging the incoming strike. Ping Hong vows to get rid of Ji Meng before moving on to Yun Xiao. A ferocious back-and-forth battle ensues, leaving the reincarnated soul with the 5th-tier demon beast. Yun Xiao lets out a mischievous grin, making the creature take a step back. The mystic beast begins charging up his thunder, but the boy continues to march towards it, treating the mighty monster as if it were a house pet. Yun Xiao sits down in front of it. All of a sudden, he starts singing a nursery rhyme-like tune to the 5th-tier demon beast, leaving it baffled. Making the creature barf with the cutesy poem, Yun Xiao suddenly mutters, "Come, my precious." Rose trying to riz up a lion, unleashing his moon eye. The reincarnated soul transports the mythic beast into the monument of the world god, pulling in one of its 3 souls and 7 spirits each. The creature roars out, charging at the boy with a raging thunder. Its claw seemingly tears Yun Xiao to shreds, but it's only his soul shadow. Moments later, a gigantic projection of Yun Xiao encapsulates the entire monument of the world god. With a villainous smirk, the boy prepares to crush the 5th-tier demonic beast under his massive palm, leaving it trembling in fear and letting out whimpering howls. Meanwhile, Ping Hong's battle with Ji Meng riles up. The former is unable to understand how a 2-star martial lord like the latter is on equal footing with him. Not wanting to keep wasting his time with Ji Meng, Ping Hong calls for the mystic beast to eat Yun Xiao and come help him, only to get frozen in place at what he sees. The reincarnated soul is sitting on the lush grass, petting the small demon beast clinging onto him like a dog. Unable to process this, Ping Hong starts rambling like an idiot. He shouts out, questioning if this is still reality. Having invested his all into making the mystic cloud-shaking, thunder-roaring beast his greatest trump card, the demon beast trainer continuously calls for it. Of course, the little guy ignores all of his commands and keeps playing with Yun Xiao like a puppy. To make matters worse, Ji Meng's agile serpent starts overpowering Ping Hong. He rages, hurling his thunder-shaking jade flash strike at the 2-star martial lord. Twisting and turning Ping Hong's thunderous chi zaps towards Ji Meng, who remains unfazed. Pulling back his agile serpent, Ji Meng swings it in a beautiful way to unleash his peach blossom sword intent. The 2-star martial lord's chi blooms into a majestic flower that faces Ping Hong's thunder-shaking jade flash strike head-on, devouring it whole. Questioning how he has been beaten like this, the demon beast trainer calls for his trump card to save him, getting ignored yet again. Understanding that he will just die in vain there, Ping Hong starts running and hopes that the others can deal with them. However, Ji Meng isn't willing to let him go that easily. Closing his eyes, he remembers how Yun Xiao performed the Lotus Sword Song and tries to mimic his movements. Moments later, countless flowers bloom and surround Ping Hong, Devouring him whole, they leave the 4-star martial lord literally calling for his uncle. Me, personally, I wouldn't take this level of disrespect. Sheathing his blade, Jimeng observes his own strength and awe. Just a bit ago, he was a mere 7-star great martial master, whose absolute goal was to one day become a martial lord. However, by following his young master Yun for just 1 month, Jimeng has now broken through to 6 stars and become a 3-star martial lord. Yun Xiao claps for him, complimenting his slash for resembling the full technique. Jimeng turns around, becoming fearful of the mythic beast, standing behind the boy. He screams for Yun Xiao to be careful, only to get shocked upon finding out that his master has somehow befriended a 5th-tier demon beast. Later, Yun Xiao rides his new pet, noting how much easier it will be to traverse the mountains now. Right then, a massive slash comes flying towards them from the forest, cutting up all the trees in its path. Jumping off the demon beast, Yun Xiao instructs it to dodge the attack as well. As he lands back on the ground, 2 shadowy figures march towards him. Sun Shiyumei and Li Yun Xiao reveal themselves, questioning how their brother Shu not only lost to such lowly maggots, but also got his little lion tamed. Skill issue. Yun Xiao snarks back, wondering if they are also from the trashy sect that the lion tamer belonged to, thinking that the boy has a death wish. When she tells Shiyumei to capture the beast, while he kills the 2 mice standing before them. They can finish off the mythic cloud-shaking thunder beast later, using its blood as a high-quality restorative to power up even more. Swooping around like a wild beast herself, Shiyumei closes the distance between herself and the creature. The demon beast roars out, teeming with thunder. It leaps at the girl. Suddenly, Shiyumei unleashes her Decennium Bane water ring and shouts out, "Hold!" The flowing water wraps around the mythic beast, seemingly trapping it in a bubble. Shiyumei boasts about how easy it was to capture the mutt, only for it to shatter her Decennium Bane water ring. The thunderous outburst. Annoyed, the girl commands the 5th-tier demon beast to just stay put and shoots a bubble of water at it. This time, the mythic beast is unable to break free, seductively informing the creature that its blood will be drank later. Shiyumei tells it to stop struggling, as doing so will ruin its taste. Jimeng, who is looking on at the scene, gets asked if he is done watching. Much to his dismay, a gigantic goblin-like creature is marching towards him. What in a discount Hulk is this? Even Yun Xiao is taken aback by Yun Xi's demonification, who tells the duo to worry about their own lives instead of wasting time watching the mutt. Grave danger awaits as the reincarnated soul realizes that taking on 2 martial kings at once is too difficult. Being approached by the demonic martial king, Yun Xiao realizes that they are in quite a pickle and throws a strengthened origin-blasting pill to Jimeng. Upon taking it, the martial lord will lose his ability to fight for some time after the battle. Jimeng knows that it would put his young master Yun in grave danger, but he also understands that he can't afford to waste time thinking about these things. Consuming the pill, Jimeng unseals his peach blossom sword intent. Erupting with an immense chi, he leaps at the demonic Yun Xi. While Shiyumei tries to comprehend how a mere pill can give someone such an incredible temporary boost in power, Jimeng's agile serpent slashes her partner. However, Yun Xi simply grins, prompting Yun Xiao to shout at his aid, instructing him to dodge. Reacting just in time, Jimeng backflips out of harm's way. W style points. Yun Xi laughs, claiming that the martial lord's attacks can't even make him itch. Noting that the former has gotten bigger than before, the latter tries to find a way around his tough skin. Yun Xi then announces that relying on medicines has a limit. After all, even if they bring Jimeng closer to being a martial king, they will never make him a real martial king. On the other hand, with his demonification, Yun Xi is a true 3-star martial king. Charging up a ball of green energy above his mouth, the demonic foe unleashes his earth-devouring technique at Jimeng. A flood-like wave of chi hurls toward Jimeng, scorching everything in its path. The martial lord attempts to block the attack, suffering grave injuries in the process. Right then, Yun Xiao taps Jimeng on the shoulder, instructing him to retreat. Not only is the difference in power with their foes too great, but they have also got enough intel this time around to head back now. However, the massive toad-like demonic martial king refuses to let them run away. Man is one ugly duckling. With their path of escape blocked, Jimeng asks Yun Xiao to use the technique he used previously to stimulate his potential. The reincarnated soul warns the martial lord that he has already taken an origin-blasting pill, so getting more stimulation will kill him. Jimeng insists that they will end up dying either way, leaving this risk as their only hope. After a moment of silence, Yun Xiao brings out his golden needles. Using golden needle acupuncture, he makes sure to stimulate only half of Jimeng's tendons, as even this much is still extremely dangerous. He instructs the martial lord to control his strength and not explode. Enveloped in a crimson aura, Jimeng screams out. Veins pop out of his neck and face as the martial lord breaks through to the five elements realm. Shi Yumei and Wan Shi look on in disbelief as the latter unleashes his Crimson Toad demonic technique at his foe. However, the martial king's full power attack gets blocked by Jimeng's Lotus Sword Song, leaving him baffled. This time, Wan Shi prepares to attack with 120% of his power, only to get snarked at by Jimeng. Even with his bloodshot eyes, the Crimson Toad demonic technique clashes with the Lotus Sword Song, shattering Jimeng's agile serpent to bits. Breaking the martial lord's Xuan weapon, Wan Shi pushes him back and announces that he can now die. However, Jimeng lets out a maniacal grin. Holding the hilt of his broken sword, he calls out, "Cherry blossoms, re-bloom." The broken shards of Jimeng's agile serpent swirl around, gathering over the hilt. Wan Shi exclaims in disbelief as the martial lord unleashes 10,000 blooming blossoms at him. Countless shards of the agile serpent hurl towards the martial king, forcing him to use his Crimson Toad True Body's block. Suddenly, Yun Xiao shouts at Jimeng to catch something, having thrown Li Yi's benumbing frost sword to him. Shi Yumei questions why he has it, getting told that Li Yi gifted it to him. Yun Xiao asks the girl if she has a problem with it, infuriating her with his tone. He continues to act smug, even telling the B word to shut her mouth, shouting out in anger. Shi Yumei warns the reckless boy that she will come over to kill him if he doesn't stop. Despite this, Yun Xiao simply snarks at her, being aware of the fact that Shi Yumei's trapping arts will break if she dares to even move a muscle. Then, the mythic beast will tear her apart. The reincarnated soul then proceeds to mock Shi Yumei for her fake eyelashes, telling her to just be a good girl if she can't kill him. Dude is who people think Giga Chad is, while Shi Yumei gets the ever-living crap annoyed out of her. Once she gets bombarded by Jimeng wielding Li Yi's Xuan weapon, Yun Xiao worries for him, as the martial lord is currently burning up his lifespan in exchange for small bursts of power. Ignoring the side effects of his newfound powers, Jimeng rages like a wild beast. Ferocious yet meticulous, he unleashes a barrage of sword strikes on Wan Shi, finally cutting through his thick skin. Unable to hold on any longer, the martial king screams at Shi Yumei to help him, prompting her to run to his aid. As Jimeng prepares to land the finishing blow, Shi Yumei uses her water chi to block his attack and push him back. Understanding that the martial lord can't maintain his heightened state for long, Shi Yumei picks up Wan Shi and starts retreating, wanting to come back after reporting to their martial uncle. Right then, a monstrous roar echoes throughout the mountain. Free of its water prison, the fifth-tier demon beast crackles with an immense chi, unleashing its mystic cloud-shaking thunder roar. As the attack starts catching up to the retreating martial kings, Shi Yumei seductively asks Wan Shi if he loves her. The latter confirms that he does, though wonders why the former is asking at this time. Touching cheek with Wan Shi, Shi Yumei announces that he can die for her to prove it, throwing him back towards the mythic cloud-shaking thunder roar. Certified woman moment. Wan Shi screams out in agony, getting completely scorched by the blast. As he falls to his knees, Shi Yumei comes running towards him with the blade in her hands. She pushes Wan Shi onto the ground, stabbing him right in the chest. Coughing out blood, the poor guy questions why she is doing such a thing. The crazed girl shouts at Wan Shi to look at himself, reminding him that he is just a massive toad now. Kicking down on his face, she questions how Wan Shi could let her suffer like that. In exchange for his warmth, Shi Yumei gave him everything he needed to flaunt his power and charisma. Even though Wan Shi was weaker than Yi Xiaoshan and Song Chung Tian, he was still always the best in her heart. However, it wasn't enough for him. Chasing after strength to become stronger than the both of them, Wan Shi went to the land of monsters, returning as a good-for-nothing toad. I do not condone this behavior, but I understand. Shi Yumei erupts into tears, questioning if he ever thought how she felt all this time. Her husband, a toad, and the things that people say behind their backs. Thinking about all this makes Shi Yumei tremble and stomp down on Wan Shi even harder. Seeing him train in his toad-like appearance, her love for him vanished day by day, until she only wanted to end his life. Today, Wan Shi is finally dead, making Shi Yumei burst out laughing like a maniac. Instantly turning over to Ji Meng with a killer gaze, she provokes him to come to her, if he wants to kill her. Shi Yumei then turns into a stream of water, dissipating into the air. Ji Meng and the demon beast start chasing after her, only for Yun Xiao to stop them. Exhausting his adrenaline, the martial lord falls unconscious. The reincarnated soul grabs Ji Meng before he falls to the ground and feeds him a restorative pill. Yun Xiao puts Ji Meng on the mythic beast's back, ordering it to take him back to Eternal Peace City. As the mutt-like lion worries for its master with bulging eyes, Yun Xiao pets it. He tells the mythic beast not to worry, promising to return soon. The two then head off their separate ways, marching towards the direction where the true soul phoenix and the monument of the world god flew. Yun Xiao refuses to give up on the spiritual treasure, even if a martial sovereign were to stand in his way. Qi Zunzi asks Huyan Ming the time it will take to activate the array, getting told that they will need around 6 more hours. Annoyed, the martial grandmaster reprimands the 4th-tier refiner for not keeping his promises. Yan Ming reminds Zunzi that he is deciphering an ancient seal left behind by a great power, a task he wouldn't have been able to accomplish even in 10,000 years, if the seal hadn't been worn down over the years. As Yan Ming exclaims that this speed is fast enough as is, Shi Yumei comes running there in tears, revealing that both Wan Shi and Ping Hong have been killed. Yi Xiao Shan wonders about the identity of the attackers, as even he would be a little afraid of Ping Hong's martial king-class mystic cloud-shaking thunder beast. At the same time, Song Chung Tian questions how martial kings like Shi Yumei and Wan Shi couldn't stop them. The girl's subsequent words baffle her allies even more, as she reveals that just 2 people did all this, with one of them being a martial lord and the other a mere martial warrior. Moreover, the mystic cloud-shaking thunder beast was somehow tamed too. Not only that, but the martial warrior also used some mysterious technique to raise the martial lord's strength to the 5 elements realm instantly. He just had the power of God and anime on his side. Hearing this, Yan Ming gets intrigued. After all, only a great refiner with extremely strong soul power could have tamed a 5th-tier demon beast that already had a master. Furthermore, even as a 4th-tier refiner himself, Yan Ming has never heard of a technique capable enough of raising someone's ability by an entire major realm. Not being interested in all this, Zhunzi instructs everyone to be alert, vowing to skin them alive if they make any mistakes in these last few hours. Noting that the martial lord got heavily injured during their battle, Shi Yumei thinks that the martial warrior and the beast wouldn't dare to climb the mountain now. However, Yan Ming disagrees, as their enemy has already arrived. Hiding behind the bushes, Yun Xiao bursts into a sweat upon seeing the martial grandmaster and the 4th-tier refiner. As the boy wonders how the 100 Battles country managed to get such strong forces, Zunzi shouts at him to come out if he doesn't want to die. Coming out with his hands above his head, Yun Xiao asks if he can now live, only to get instantly captivated by the Crimson Bird Divine Flames array. Having doubted that a mere martial warrior would chase her alone, Shi Yumei shouts at Zunzi and confirms the body's identity. The martial grandmaster declares that Yun Xiao shouldn't have come up the mountain if he wanted to live, refusing to let him do so now. Still holding his hands above his head, Yun Xiao scolds Zunzi for going back on his word. Dude is fluent in Japanese. As the old man prepares to send the sharp-tongued boy to his grave, Yan Ming tells him to spare his life. The 4th-tier refiner wants to ask Yun Xiao something, but Zunzi insists that he shouldn't fool around. Yan Ming questions how a mighty martial grandmaster is afraid of a mere martial warrior, vowing to take responsibility if things go wrong. However, Zunzi isn't willing to entertain him whatsoever. In the end, Yan Ming takes advantage of the fact that he is the only one there capable of deciphering the array, forcing Zunzi to listen to him. Ordering Yun Xiao to get closer, Yan Ming questions if he recognizes the array, having seen the expression the boy had when he first came out. However, Yun Xiao feigns complete ignorance, making Yan Ming think that he truly isn't aware of it. After all, the only reason even the 4th-tier refiner knows of the ancient array is because of the knowledge he obtained in the High Palace's library. Complimenting Yun Xiao for being a talented 2nd-tier refiner. At his age, Yan Ming asks about his master. Qi Zunzi and Song Chung Tian become alerted by the boy's prowess, with the former wanting to kill off such a scary talent before he comes back to bite him in the future. At the same time, Yun Xiao announces his master to be the leader of Tian Shui's Alchemist Association, Shu Han. Bro's a certified capper. Hearing this, Yan Ming remarks that Yun Xiao is exponentially more talented than Shu Han and will be held back by learning from him. Introducing himself as a fourth-tier refiner from the Dust Flame Empire, Yan Ming asks Yun Xiao to be his disciple, baffling his allies. The reincarnated soul gets just as surprised, albeit for an entirely different reason. Yun Xiao ends up feeling greatly disrespected that a mere trashy fourth-tier refiner wants to take him as his disciple. Junzi tells Yan Ming that this isn't the time to scout a disciple, ordering him to focus on cracking the array. The fourth-tier refiner asks the taken-aback Yun Xiao to just stand there and think about his proposal while he deals with the array. Watching him work, the reincarnated soul notes that Yan Ming's technique is crude but effective. Despite being slow, he is making progress in unraveling the array that will soon signal the birth of a treasure. Moments later, the Crimson Bird Divine Flames array opens, and its markings start spinning around. With Yan Ming's command, the array fully unravels, revealing the true Soul Phoenix in all its magnificent glory. Or so the 100 battle countries' forces think. Bloods are onto nothing. Of course, Yun Xiao knows that what they see now is a mere sliver of the Phoenix consciousness. Soon, it will dissipate, unveiling the real treasure. Suddenly, the true Soul Phoenix starts flying towards them, worrying Qi Zunzi greatly. Even the martial kings aren't able to handle the pressure of the ancient treasure and fall to their knees, barely holding himself together. Yun Xiao stands in front of them and confronts the true Soul Phoenix head-on. Enveloping everyone atop the mountain, the flames seemingly devour them whole. Moments later, they find themselves surrounded by a fragment of the true Soul Phoenix consciousness. Everyone stands in awe as Yan Ming questions if they are inside the ancient creature's memories. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao realizes that just a piece of the treasure's consciousness is much stronger than his past life's consciousness as a 9th-tier refiner, thinking that there must be a reason for why they have been pulled by it. At the same time, the true Soul Phoenix starts materializing its consciousness. Soon, Yun Xiao and the others find themselves in the Tianwu continent from ancient times, possessing origin Qi 10 times higher than usual. As Zunzi questions how they can leave this place, Yan Ming reveals that the treasure they are looking for should be inside the true Soul Phoenix consciousness. So, leaving is the opposite of what they should be thinking about. Yi Xiaoshan shouts at Yun Xiao for zoning out at such a time, instantly realizing that his reaction is completely justified. The reincarnated soul stands in awe of the ancient being's real form as the true Soul Phoenix appears in front of them in all its stupendous glory. Bro looks just like Marco from One Piece for real. Looking on at the blue fire emanating from the creature, Yun Xiao notes that the true Soul Phoenix burns with the true flame of life, the treasure that they are looking for. Legends say that the ancient true souls are existences that belong to the 10 Directions divine realm. Even ignoring the power of the true flame of life, the 10 Directions enlightenment found within the being is bound to make anyone go crazy. Suddenly, the true Soul Phoenix starts descending. As Zunzi commands his forces to grab its flame before leaving, Yan Ming announces that they should decide how to split up the treasure. Everyone grows wary of the martial grandmaster, worrying that he will use his strength to hoard the flame by force. However, Junzi assures them that everyone will get a treasure. On the other hand, the 4th-tier refiner starts changing the true Soul Phoenix consciousness according to his will, as the one with the greatest soul power has the most power of the space. Yan Ming declares himself to be the strongest person there. A maniacal laugh rings out as an alchemist unleashes his powerful soul. Realizing that his soul power isn't something that they can match, the 100 battles country's martial kings stand down. Right then, Yun Xiao shouts at Yan Ming to stop. Having been around for tens of thousands of years, the true Soul Phoenix's realm of consciousness has deteriorated immensely. So, acting recklessly might cause it to collapse, killing everyone inside it. Hearing Yun Xiao's warning, Yan Ming stops manipulating the space and simply questions his allies if he is qualified to take 2 shares now. Understanding that they would need his power to leave the realm of consciousness, the martial kings are forced to comply with the 4th-tier refiner. Yan Ming then turns over to Yun Xiao, understanding that he isn't an ordinary 2nd-tier refiner. The former asks the latter to reveal his real master, not believing that Shu Han can raise such a disciple. Snarking back, the reincarnated soul wonders if Yan Ming wants to give him a share too. Of course, Zhenzi would only give Yun Xiao in exchange for his life. Just like that, the true soul phoenix descends, sending massive shockwaves in all directions. As Yun Xiao starts walking towards it, Shi Yume questions what he is doing. The boy declares that he is obviously collecting the true fire, prompting Zhenzi to hurl a massive blast of qi at him. Of course, the former 9th tier refiner remains unfazed and redirects the trajectory of the attack with a simple flick of his finger. While Zhenzi tries to process what's going on, Yun Xiao smugly grins, throwing the martial grandmaster's attack right back at him. The martial kings look on in disbelief, and Yan Ming questions how a mere 2nd tier refiner can utilize the power of the realm of consciousness. Bro's just built different. Yun Xiao declares that if Yan Ming can do it, then so can he. Enraged by the boy's comparison, the 4th tier refiner shames him for exposing his true strength too early and vows to kill him. Forming rumbling clouds above Yun Xiao's head, Yan Ming rains down 1,000 thunderbolts to blow him up. Much to his dismay, the thunder completely avoids the reincarnated soul. Questioning who permitted him to rage a thunderstorm in his presence, Yun Xiao disperses the clouds, making Yan Ming cough out blood. Acknowledging that the boy's soul power is stronger than his own, the 4th tier refiner inquires about his identity. Ignoring him completely, Yun Xiao celebrates being able to use his godly evolution technique inside the true soul phoenix consciousness. Brimming with power, the reincarnated soul smiles, not having felt this sensation in forever. Realizing that something is weird about Yun Xiao, Yan Ming tells everyone to attack at once. Zhenzi comes back as well, commanding the martial kings to use their strongest attacks without holding back. The martial grandmaster unleashes his profound viridescent divine thunder, while Song Chung Tian fires off his holy dagger of jade flames. Yi Xiaoshan lets loose his extreme frost true qi, and Shi Yume attacks with her concealed rainstorm claw. All their attacks combine, forming a wild burst of energy. The multicolored qi flings toward Yun Xiao, but he simply smiles in response, remarking that it's been a while since he reunited with his good friend. The reincarnated soul holds out his hand, forming a blade in it. Moments later, Gu Feiyang's transcendent Shuan weapon named Constellation Impaling Sword takes shape. Even if they are only in the realm of consciousness, Yun Xiao feels nostalgic at being able to see his beloved sword again. Standing his ground against the incoming attack, the reincarnated soul unleashes his mighty technique, Constellation Impaling Sword, Worldly Contempt. A gigantic, majestic dragon projects out of the transcendent Shuan weapon, completely neutralizing the 100 battles country's combination attack. The former 9th tier refiner's all-out onslaught sends his foes flying, leaving his soul power almost completely exhausted. They tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. However, Yun Xiao has no time to rest. Realizing that the realm is about to collapse, he rushes towards the blue flames of the true soul phoenix. Even though the reincarnated soul doesn't know for sure whether he can subdue the true fire or not, he brings himself to touch the ancient being. Suddenly, the blue flames flare up and start burning Yun Xiao. Scorched by the true fire, the boy screams out in agony. Getting burned by the true flame of life, the martial sovereign vanquisher refuses to die in such a place. Using the divine realm tablet's soul materialization, Yun Xiao attempts to save at least his soul from being incinerated by the true flame. As the boy laments that his body is completely scorched, a bright blue light appears in the skies. Much to Yun Xiao's dismay, the true soul phoenix has followed him, even inside the monument of the world god. Realizing that he can't even hide, the reincarnated soul regrets that his lucky second chance at life is going to get taken away like this. This time, nothing will be left of his soul, leaving him no chance of reincarnating again either. Just like that, the true soul phoenix descends right on top of Yun Xiao. Accepting his fate, the boy closes his eyes, only to open them again in the place where he died in his past life, the Tiandang Mountains. Wondering why his consciousness is still intact even after his death, Yun Xiao concludes that he must be in the phoenix's memories. Whatever, mutters the boy, deciding to just follow the ancient being and look at the Tinan Wu continent's past. Right then, the true soul phoenix flies to the top of the mountain's peak. A huge hole appears in the clouds below, followed by the sound of a wild roar. A demonic beast erupts from the clouds, having an appearance similar to the being Yun Xiao once saw in the murals in the Tiandang Mountains. Black flame disaster. That's what the ancient texts called the demon beast. They must have designed the nerd emoji after bro. Suddenly, black flame disaster screams out, spreading raging bolts of dark chi in all directions. The true soul phoenix responds with its true flame of life, colliding with the demon beast's raging energy. A monstrous clash ensues, causing the two energies to burst open and mix. The resulting impact causes space itself to shatter, baffling Li Yun Xiao. As someone who was once capable of standing at the peak of the Tiandang continent, the reincarnated soul feels truly humbled by the beast's display of power, realizing that it's the very difference between the heavens and earth. At the same time, Li Yun Xiao feels confused about the identity of the Black Flame disaster. A beast that could fight one-on-one against the true soul phoenix, but wasn't recorded in Tian Wu's texts. This baffles him. Just like that, the two ancient beasts engage in a battle of a lifetime, clashing with each other for 7 days and 7 nights. In the end, both beings feel truly exhausted. Black Flame disaster retreats first, going back into the hole that it came from. The shattered space that once represented the beast's battlefield recovers, after which the true soul phoenix starts heading back to where it came from. However, the ancient beast withers and wilts on the way back, soon meeting its demise. Having witnessed the true soul phoenix's memories firsthand, Li Yun Xiao wonders why it died, considering phoenixes can revive. Not knowing how his consciousness is still intact, without a body and soul, the boy questions what he should do now. Right then, the phoenix's true flame of life snaps him awake, back inside the Divine Realm tablet. However, the ancient beast's fire still swirls around Li Yun Xiao, quickly entering him through the openings in his body. Wait, all openings. Sus. Moments later, the reincarnated soul literally feels on cloud 9. With the mark of the true flame on his forehead, Li Yun Xiao's soul gets reconstructed. Not only does the boy break through to become a rank 3 alchemist, but he also feels no limit to his soul power anymore. Li Yun Xiao then attempts to contact the outside world, finding him back in the subspace of the true soul phoenix consciousness. His body fully reconstructs as well, having broken through to the level of the 3-star martial master. With this, Li Yun Xiao finally understands. The true flame of life wasn't trying to destroy him at all. Instead, it wanted him to be reborn anew. Even with the true flame of life directly absorbed in his soul, Li Yun Xiao understands that it is really hard to control and concludes that he will only be able to fully utilize its power after becoming a Peak 9 Heavens Martial Sovereign again. However, with the fire protecting his soul, Li Yun Xiao grins, understanding that he is practically the true soul phoenix itself, while they are in its consciousness. Of course, the reincarnated soul soon returns to reality, having nothing to gain from the mountain anymore. He starts heading back only to get confronted by Zun Zi. With a smug look on his face, Li Yun Xiao snarks at the severely injured martial grandmaster for trying to hurt him. At the same time, the latter realizes that the former has become a 3-star martial master, refusing to let him go now. Li Yun Xiao confidently accepts the challenge, prompting Zun Zi to tremble in fear. Promising the boy that the High Palace will shred him to pieces. Once he recovers, the martial grandmaster retreats. The others from the High Palace follow, except Shi Yume, who was the weakest among them and collapsed along with the realm. Noting that it will take a year or two for the 100 Battles country's forces to fully recover, Li Yun Xiao thinks that it's ample time for him to become strong enough to kill them. After all, his soul and body have undergone nirvana throughout heavens and earth. He alone is the honored one type beat. Right then, the mystic cloud-shaking Thunder Beast comes running there, accompanied by Xiao Qing Wang, Chen Da Sheng, and Luo Yun Shang. Seeing them, Yun Xiao feels glad that they managed to live through today's predicament. After Yun Shang confirms that the boy is okay, Da Sheng questions the whereabouts of the enemies. Promising to tell him when they get back to the camp, Yun Xiao reveals that the 100 Battles country's army will retreat in a few days. Suddenly, the realization hits the adults. Yun Xiao is somehow a 3-star martial master now, as there's a gap of a whole major realm between the reincarnated soul's previous level and now they are left questioning reality. This further solidifies for Yun Shan that Yun Xiao is Gu Feiyang's disciple. After all, no one else could produce such disciples. At the same time, Yun Xiao declares that he just got lucky to advance like this, annoying the 3 adults even more. Truly my humble king. Later, Da Sheng commands the 800,000-strong army to Shining Gold City, initiating a pincer attack that results in the Hundred Battles country's sound defeat. Suffering major losses, the Hundred Battles country's army returns to their land. On the other hand, Da Sheng's army enters Shining Gold City, joining up with the troops already there. Arriving at the city gates, they are welcomed by the Fei Long general himself, Li Changfeng. Being the eldest son of the Li family in his current life, the former 9th-tier refiner wonders how he can bring himself to call Changfeng his father. Right then, the Fei Long general scolds his son for not saying a word, even though they are meeting after all this time. Yun Xiao tries to calm down his daddy, only to find out that he has been worried for nothing, as Changfeng enters the legendary Fei Long doting mode. Seeing the two bicker and banter, Da Sheng compliments Changfeng for raising a good son. Of course, he has no idea what the commander-in-chief is talking about. Hun, Qianfeng, and Chunlin start giving Changfeng an earful, scolding him for hiding a son, as talented as Yun Xiao for all these years. Poor guy getting rolled for no reason. Once again, the Fei Long general doesn't know what they are talking about. His friends then inform him of Yun Xiao, being a 2nd-tier refiner and a 3-star martial master. Hearing this, Changfeng is left in utter shock. Even while being unaware of Yun Xiao's advancement to a 3rd-tier refiner, he can't believe that his trash son who couldn't even cultivate before is now so competent. Tears well up in Changfeng's eyes, prompting him to punch the ever-living crap out of Yun Xiao for tricking him all these years. After staying at Shining Gold City for 3 days, the army starts heading back to the capital, with their heads held high. Using illness as an excuse, Changfeng distributes his duties to a few vice commanders and joins Da Sheng's army on the way back. During their journey, Jia Rong feeds Jimeng some medicine that prevents his injuries from worsening. However, Yun Xiao worries that the martial lord is still in grave danger. As long as Jimeng doesn't die though, the reincarnated soul is sure that he can heal him with his abilities, even if it will be a bit troublesome. A month goes by, and the army returns to the capital, shaking the royal court with their great victory. Of course, the matter didn't end with their triumph and only gave more fuel to the fire in the throne wars. Accompanied by Gao Feng, Qin Yang laments relying on the trash of the 100 Battles country. Fortunately, that thing has succeeded for him. Feeling more confident than ever, the first prince declares that he will be waiting for Qin Yue, Li Yun Xiao, and Xiao Qingwang there. After all, he wants to have first-class tickets to witness their downfall. Outside Tianshui's capital, a welcome platform is decorated to await the army's arrival. Traditionally, whenever an army returns from a great battle, the emperor leads many nobles and officials in personally welcoming them back. However, Qin Zheng didn't do so this time around, prompting Qin Yue to set up the welcome ceremony and platform instead. While the city guards worry about the consequences of their allegiance, Qin Yue gets informed that his father won't be attending today. With this, the second prince sits where the emperor usually would, declaring that he will be leading today's ceremony in place of his unwell father. Bro prayed for this, and it happened. All hail Prince Yue. These chants soon echo throughout the capital. After a while, Qin Yue stops them and asks his minister to note down the names of all the officials who didn't come to the ceremony today. He then asks Xu Yang the ETA on the army, deciding to wait there for the historic moment they arrive. Right then, Qin Yang arrives to spoil the ceremony, accompanying Qin Zheng and Qin Rushue. Everyone kneels before the emperor, except Qun Yang, as martial kings and above are excluded from doing so. Qin Yue gives way to his father, helping him to the throne. Meanwhile, Qin Rushue notes that she is only there to see Li Yun Xiao. Get in line, girl. Allowing his subjects to rise, Qin Zheng notes the army's flags waving in the distance. With the emperor's permission, Qin Yue starts the welcome ceremony. Sounds of trumpets and drums resound as Da Sheng leads the army back to the capital. Yun Xiao's friends try to hype up the rewards that await him after the throne wars, only to hear that he will be leaving Tianshui once Qin Yue is crowned. Da Sheng marvels at the boy's ambitions, knowing that his name will be known throughout the world one day. Yu Shang vows to follow Yun Xiao wherever he goes, as it will get her closer to his master. Moments later, the emperor welcomes back Da Sheng's army, declaring today is not only a day where they won a war, but also one where the past will be behind them, paving way for the future. In other words, Qin Zheng will announce the heir to the throne. Drum roll time. Understanding that it will be hard for him to ascend as the legitimate heir if his father announces the eldest prince as the heir, Qin Yue tells him to wait. Qin Yang protests, but the second prince insists that he just wants to ask Qin Zheng 3 questions before the announcement. With an intimidating gaze, the emperor allows him to speak. Qin Yue first asks his father if the blade in his hands is sharp and if his army is mighty, getting his statements backed by the troops instead, a sign of rebellion against the throne. With such a blade and army, Qin Yue finally asks the most important question. Do I qualify to rule over the lands of Tian Shui? With the show of power, the battle for the throne reaches its rousing conclusion. The winds and clouds rose, all because of Yun Xiao, putting an end to the battle with Li Yi, who somehow manages to escape once again. On the other hand, his feat convinces Yun Xiao that Gu Feiyang is still alive, and has Yun Xiao as his disciple. Yun Xiao then fends off the 100 Battles country's forces to retreat, acquiring the mythic cloud-shaking Thunder Beast and true flame of life in the process. Now, the battle for the throne reaches its final stages. The second prince shouts out, questioning Qin Zheng of his son. Qin Yue is qualified to lead the thousands of miles of Tian Shui. Da Sheng follows, asking the emperor to renounce his throne. Following the lead of their commander-in-chief, the entire army starts chanting in unison. Qin Yang reprimands his brother for trying to start a revolution. Responding calmly, Qin Yue declares that Qin Zheng has done so much for the country and should focus on his health now. He then proclaims himself as the most excellent son of the emperor, who will help him govern the country from now on. Qin Yang doubts this self-proclamation, prompting Qin Yue to question if anyone dares not to believe him. Me. A loud voice echoes through the welcome platform, belonging to Zhang Qingfan, who, along with Shu Han, has finally come out of seclusion. Reprimanding Qin Yue for going wild, Qingfan bows before the emperor and announces his arrival. After celebrating the royal alchemist's arrival, Qin Zheng questions the identity of the people with him. Qingfan starts introducing them one by one, starting with the 4th-tier Lord-class refiner belonging to the Dust Flame Empire's Alchemist Association, Yuan Hao. He then introduces Wang Chun, a 3rd-tier refiner, who also happens to be Yang Di's direct disciple. Qingfan finishes off by introducing the 3rd-tier refiner, Sun Zhengzong, and Wang Chun's follower, the martial brandmaster named Su Xiang. Seeing all these impressive figures, Qin Yue bursts into a sweat. Li Chunyang then crosses eyes with Su Xiang, whose fierce gaze makes him bite his own lips so hard that they end up bleeding. Boo-hoo, shiver me timbers. Get a grip, old man. Yuan Hao starts laughing, telling Qingfan that there's no need to introduce him as an outsider. Remarking that the Dust Flame Empire's Alchemist Association sent him to issue badges, he reveals that both Zhang Qingfan and Shu Han have passed their 4th-tier assessment, officially becoming Lord-class refiners. The army is shocked by this revelation, as 2 4th-tier refiners appearing in Tian Shui at once is an unheard of feat. Qin Zheng asks Qingfan if this is true, getting told that he just got lucky. Before this moment, Qin Yue was assured that his victory was just a matter of time now. So this turn of events leaves him immensely frustrated. Meanwhile, the emperor celebrates his loyal aide's breakthrough. Having followed Qin Zheng since he was just 12 years old, Qingfan's greatest wish in life was to continue exploring the path of alchemy. However, around 10 years ago, he plateaued, not knowing that the heavens would decide to bless him after all this time. Qin Zheng feels glad that Qingfan has gained a new life out of nowhere. In the same vein, he regrets that his time on Earth is limited, rendering him unable to witness the alchemist's glory in the coming days. Right then, Yuan Hao reveals that Tian Shui will directly become a superior country without fighting for the position, if either of the 2 new 4th-tier refiners were to stay there. Hearing this, the emperor grabs Qingfan's hands, getting assured that he will stay in Tian Shui for the rest of his life. After all, the person he is most grateful to, Lord Yun Xiao, is there. As Qin Zheng expresses confusion, Qingfan and Shu Han shout out, declaring that their breakthrough was all because of Lord Yun Xiao's guidance. The onlookers start discussing amongst themselves, wondering if someone like that was ever even in Tian Shui. Feeling intrigue, Yuan Hao asks Qingfan to introduce him to this hidden master. Wang Chun shares this sentiment, remarking that anyone would want to lay their eyes upon such a capable being. Is everyone in this series a professional glazer or something? Turning towards the army, Qingfan and Shu Han thank Lord Yun Xiao for his generous teachings in unison, questioning if he is present there. as Cheng Feng wonders why this lord has the same name as his son. Yun Xiao nonchalantly remarks how he just gave him a little feedback. The boy then starts marching forward, leaving his father confused. Emerging from the army, Yun Xiao tells Ching Fan and Shu Han that they only broke through because of their strong foundations, feeling ashamed to receive their gratitude. Hearing the reincarnated soul's declaration, the emperor's children and Yun Xiao's elders turn into literal bricks in disbelief. Yun Xiao's shameless actions leave everyone questioning reality itself. Chang Feng tells his son that having the same name doesn't make him the refiner's master, wondering if he hit his head or something. At some point, intercepting his stupid brat or grandson, Chunyang insists that he doesn't make a scene here, considering even a martial grandmaster would be in trouble against fourth-tier refiners. The Duke orders his grandson to scram, a command that he nonchalantly listens to and walks off. Chunyang then bows before Ching Fan and Shu Han, asking them to forgive his grandson's idiotic behavior. However, the two fourth-tier refiners rush after Yun Xiao, begging him to stay. Together, they bow before the reincarnated soul, thanking him for his kind guidance. In response, Yun Xiao reminds them that they have still yet to explore the vast path of the refiner. After all, fourth tier is just entry level. Omae wa mushinderu. Nani? The spectators collectively scream out. See what I did there? Hello, fourth wall. Yuan Hao laughs at Yun Xiao's prideful words, questioning Ching Fan and Shu Han if the foolish brat is their supposed hidden master. Right then, Sun Zhongzong, who previously got humiliated by Yun Xiao at the Li family's secret chamber, accuses the reincarnated of being a fake and forging his refiner's badge. This offends Ching Fan and Shu Han, and they vow to cut off ties with Yuan Hao if he dishonors their master, confirming the authenticity of Yun Xiao's second-tier refiner badge. Shu Han argues that the boy would have been worthy of a fifth-tier badge had it not been for the restrictions on Tidan Shuoi's Alchemist Association. Hearing this, Yuan Hao becomes infuriated at the fact that a mere child managed to troll two fourth-tier refiners. Zhongzong announces that the owner of a fake refiner's badge must be executed according to the law, promising to make Shu Han suffer some consequences as well. Right then, Yun Xiao steps up, confirming if Zhongzong really intends to die on this hill. Of course, screams out the third-tier refiner, prompting the boy to challenge him to a competition that will prove which one of them is the fake. Confident in his abilities, Zhongzong gets enraged by this disrespect. Telling him to put his money where his mouth is, Yun Xiao puts forward a bet, ensuring that the loser of their competition is thoroughly humiliated. Aside from that, the valuables that Zhongzong freeloaded from the Li family for so many years must also be part of the bet. To ensure fairness, Yuan Hao will be the judge. As Zhongzong hesitates to reply, Yun Xiao questions if a mighty third-tier refiner is scared of little old him. Falling for the provocation, Zhongzong accepts the bet, handing his storage ring to Yuan Hao. On the other hand, Ching Fan and Shu Han get ready to give their storage rings for Yun Xiao's part of the wager. The boy assures them that there's no need, vowing to wager something more valuable than Zhongzong. Seeing Yun Xiao's confidence, Yuan Hao is left questioning if he is secretly a master. However, he shuts down his own thoughts, deeming it impossible for a 15-year-old kid to defeat a great third-tier refiner. Yuan Hao asks how they should start the competition, and Zhongzong remarks that the fourth-tier refiner should set the challenge for the sake of fairness. On the other hand, Yun Xiao thinks that there's no need for such formalities, having no problem with taking on the subject that Zhongzong is best at. Bro has more confidence in himself than I have in my future. This shocks Yuan Hao and Zhongzong, considering alchemy has specializations. As such, even a higher-tier refiner like Yuan Hao might lose to Zhongzong in specific areas. Of course, Yun Xiao remains unfazed, vowing to humiliate the third-tier refiner today. Taken aback by such arrogant words, Yuan Hao tells Zhongzong to set the test. With a sinister grin, the latter announces that the competition will be refining third-tier pills. As Yun Xiao's refiner badge represents him having a second-tier refiner's soul power at most, Ching Fan and the others think that refining a third-tier pill will be impossible for him. All the refiners present look on at Zhongzong in disgust for putting forward such an unfair challenge, and Ching Fan labels him an embarrassment to all refiners. However, the third-tier refiner just tells Yun Xiao to admit defeat, and kneel now if he is nervous. In response, the reincarnated soul simply yawns, remarking that he's too lazy to waste his talents on a mere monkey. Yun Xiao tells Zhengzong to start already, enraging him further. The boy flames the shameless third-tier refiner a bit more, ordering him to speak up if there are any other rules and not try anything stupid later. Not wanting to embarrass the Alchemist Association anymore, Yuan Hao intervenes and declares that there are no other rules. Clarifying the criteria for how the pills will be judged, the fourth-tier refiner sets the time limit as 2 hours. Qin Yue intently looks on, realizing that his position in the battle for the throne will continue to become much more stable as long as Yun Xiao is at his side. At the same time, Qin Yang hopes that Sun Zhongzong will get rid of the pain in the butt, known as Li Yun Xiao, once and for all. Who's gonna tell him? Qin Rushue also pouts, wondering why she ever defended the boy at the academy when he's just been hiding his prowess. Announcing that he will refine a 7-turn body pill, Zhengzong asks Yuan Hao to prepare 3 sets of ingredients needed for it. These pills are considered the best for showcasing a refiner's abilities, given that 3 turns make the pill, 5 turns increase its tier, and 7 turns make it a 3rd tier 1. Yuan Hao questions what Yun Xiao is going to do, as being able to refine even a 1st-tier pill at his age would make him a heavenly genius, revealing that he will refine the same pill as Zhengzong. To make the comparison easier, Yun Xiao declares that he will only need 1 set of ingredients. Since the refinement process is immensely unpredictable, Yuan Hao thinks that the boy is just joking around. After all, even a 4th-tier refiner wouldn't dare say that just 1 attempt is enough. If I were you, I wouldn't dare either, remarks Yun Xiao with a grin. Yuan Hao annoyedly throws the single set of ingredients to the boy, wanting to see his pride be his downfall. Thinking that using only 1 set of ingredients is a foolish act equivalent to courting death, Zhengzong smirks, bringing out his green tripod, an expensive 3rd-tier treasure. He then tries to annoy Yun Xiao, only to be declared crazy. Concluding that the boy wants to anger him to mess up his refinement, Zhengzong forces himself to laugh through the pain. Of course, Yun Xiao always has something to say, and he smugly paints the 3rd-tier refiner as a truly crazed person. Just like that, the refinement competition begins. Extraction, followed by purification. Sun Zhengzong skillfully begins the refinement process. He ignites the 3rd-tier green tripod with another expensive treasure, the green wolf demon fire. Letting out a smug laughter, Zhengzong turns back, wanting to see his opponent's shocked expression. Much to his dismay, Yun Xiao is chilling like he is out on a picnic, getting fed some fruit by Jia Rong. Questioning why he isn't competing, Zhengzong tells Yuan Hao to mark Yun Xiao as the loser. Once again, the reincarnated soul simply yawns. Labeling the 3rd-tier refiner Sinao, Yun Xiao says that he is just replenishing his energy before starting the refinement process. Yuan Hao also tells Zhengzong to focus on his task, as he can't declare a loser until the time's up. The 3rd-tier refiner starts throwing a tantrum, vowing to make the unbothered Yun Xiao cry when he wins. Frustrated, Zhengzong continues his refinement process. Using his soul power and movements to manipulate the green wolf demon fire, he commands it to rise. Zhengzong starts condensing the pill and goes through 3 turns to make it a 1st-tier 1. Soon enough, the pill becomes 2nd tier by going through 5 turns, followed by 6 turns. With only 1 more turn to go, Zhengzong readies himself, finally condensing the pill with 7 turns. Being just 1 step away from success, the 3rd-tier refiner celebrates that the process went smoothly today and only needed 1 attempt. Right then, Yun Xiao activates his Moon Eye technique, making Yuan Hao turn towards him and wonder what's going on. Suddenly, Zhengzong's soul power disperses, leaving him confused as well. Being this close to success, he fully exerts himself to condense the pill, but to no avail. At the same time, Yuan Hao questions if he was just mistaken, convinced that Yun Xiao wouldn't dare to fool around while being watched by him. Blood is not aware of his game. The 4th-tier refiner signals Su Xian, prompting him to jump up and punch away the crackling pill off into the distance. A wild explosion follows, sending rippling shockwaves across the welcome platform. Seeing this, Qin Yue realizes the dangers of refining. While Zhengzong tries to process what just happened, Yun Xiao mocks him for being back to square one, just like him, who has been relaxing all this time. Just as the third-tier refiner is about to start bickering with the boy, Yuan Hao advises the two competitors to spend their very limited remaining time wisely. Hearing this, Zhongzong quickly begins the refinement process. On the other hand, Yun Xiao doesn't move an inch, making Yuan Hao wonder if he is only going to watch throughout the challenge. Questioning who said so, the reincarnated soul finally gets up. He marches onwards with thunderous footsteps, telling everyone to watch closely and vowing to open their eyes. Jia Rong, Qing Fan, and Xu Han start cheerleading for Yun Xiao as he begins his long-awaited warm-up routine. 3 reps each of arm turns, lunges, waist turns, and joint loosening, followed by a spin to the left and a twist to the right. This magnificent routine leaves the city guards speechless, as it should. Finishing the warm-up, Yun Xiao declares that it's time to start refining. Qing Fan begs him to use his third-tier purple tripod for the process, worrying Zhongzong since it is better than his green tripod. However, the boy insists that there's no need for it and tells Qing Fan to put it away. This concerns Zhongzong even more, making him wonder if Yun Xiao doesn't want the purple tripod, because he has a 4th-tier one. Right then, the reincarnated soul asks Yuan Hao for 10 high-grade Yuan stones, despite being convinced that Yun Xiao is just messing around and will make excuses when he loses. The 4th-tier refiner becomes interested in seeing what he has in store for him. Yuan Hao then throws Yun Xiao the requested items. Catching the high-grade Yuan stones, the reincarnated soul starts handling them like an expert. His hands twist and turn, turning the stones to dust. Moving almost as if he were dancing, Yun Xiao gathers the high-grade Yuan dust, turning it into an array. While Yuan Hao wonders if the boy is trying to play tricks, Wang Chun starts panicking. Dashing forward in disbelief, he mutters, "This is." In a state of panic, Wang Chun reveals that Yan Di uses this same Yuan stone array condensing technique quite frequently. Not only that, but Yun Xiao is performing its movements with greater ease and smoother than Yan Di himself, leaving Wang Chun in utter disbelief. Having seen Yan Di's demonstration of the same technique many years ago, Yuan Hao wonders if Yun Xiao is his disciple. Looking on, Jia Rong shames the Dust Flame Empire's toads in a well for disregarding his young master Yun. He trembles with excitement at the thought of the entire alchemy world experiencing the reincarnated soul's greatness. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao's Yuan stone array starts glowing. Seeing this, Yuan Hao questions how the boy managed to hide his power from his 4th-tier universal detect. Right then, Yun Xiao lifts his fingers, controlling the flames swirling around on the Yuan stone array. He makes the ingredients float, engulfing them with the fire. Watching him just burn the ingredients without going through the sorting and purification processes or even controlling the fire's strength, Zhongzong's eyes pop out of his skull. Bro thinks he's Gear 5 Luffy, convinced that Yun Xiao is just messing around. In order to disturb his state of mind, he tries his best to not lose focus. Standing in the center of the glowing Yuan stone array, the reincarnated soul signals the flames, forming them into various creatures. Insects, birds, dragons, phoenixes, and even a beautiful lady all surround Yun Xiao to help him condense the pill. Witnessing this sight in awe, Yuan Hao and Wang Chun realize that this fire control technique is none other than Gu Fei Yang's Symphony of Fire. As Yan Di never mentioned having a disciple like Yun Xiao, Wang Chun starts biting his lips in a panic and wonders if he could be Jun Ruyun's disciple. However, Yuan Hao deems it to be impossible. Meanwhile, Luo Yunshan bursts out into tears, becoming more sure than ever that the one backing Yun Xiao is none other than Gu Fei Yang himself. Wang Chun then asks Yuan Hao who he thinks will win the refining contest. The latter thinks that it could go either way, but the former puts his money on Zhongzong, citing Yun Xiao's 1st-tier soul power as the reason. Almost as if to shut him up, the boy unleashes his 2nd-tier soul power and makes a 3-turned body pill. Yuan Hao goes on a rant about the fine control Yun Xiao has over his soul power, wondering just how strong he really is. Wang Chun chimes in with Yang Di's wisdom, revealing that where a normal refiner can only refine 1 pill, a refiner of the same tier, but with the ability to prevent their soul power from being wasted, can refine at least 3 pills. Closely observing the competition, Yuan Hao compares the two competitors, despite already being at 4 turns. Yun Xiao's expression looks calm and composed, contrary to Zhongzong, who seems to be at his limit at 5 turns. seeing 15-year-old Yun Xiao know and apply a profound soul power control technique that even Yan Di can only use at the entry level. Wang Chun questions how it is even possible. Do these guys even know anything? Right then, Yun Xiao goes up to 5 turns, straight up to the 3rd tier. His friends look on in awe, while his foes in anger. Seeing his chances dwindling in real time, Zhongzong prepares himself to fight till the bitter end. He brings out the Tai Yi Thunder Talisman, wanting to use thunderbolts to condense the pill. Being a 5th-tier jade talisman of immeasurable value, this precious treasure can raise the tier of an item. If the refined product is over 5th tier, the heavens get offended, striking it down with wild thunderbolts, or so the legend goes. Hence, Zhongzong feels extremely reluctant to use it. However, his hesitation instantly fades away after seeing Yun Xiao enter the 6th-turn stage. As Zhongzong makes his final stand, Wang Chun notes that the greatest challenge for an item 5th tier or above isn't the refiner's soul power, but rather the item's innate ability to withstand the thunderbolts. Yuan Ha reveals that the Tai Yi Thunder Talisman is a small part of that thunder, something a strong refiner separated by force. Because of this, it can be used directly while refining a low-tier item, without any danger to the refiner's well-being, making it an extremely precious treasure. With this, Zhongzong comes up to 8 turns. Yuan Ha sighs out at the sight, declaring that Yun Xiao is going to lose. Wang Chun agrees, lamenting that the boy bet so much on a contest that ended in his defeat, albeit a glorious one. With a ball of crackling thunder in his hands, Zhongzong laughs, celebrating the success of his refinement. Thinking that the youth's become arrogant after gaining a bit of skill, Yuan Hao concludes that it's good to let Yun Xiao face some setbacks at this stage. On the other hand, Zhongzong boasts about his peak 8-turn body pill to the reincarnated soul, announcing that he has lost unless he somehow refines a 9-turn, 4th-tier body pill. Who's gonna tell him? Yuan Hao compliments Zhongzong for managing to refine a peak 3rd-tier pill, even if he ruined the green tripod in the process, noting that understanding the process might even help him break through. However, Zhongzong thinks that breaking through isn't so easy, despite understanding some new things through this refinement. Qing Fan and Shu Han look on at their young master Yun with worried eyes. Having refined a body pill to 7 turns without using a tripod at such a young age, Yun Xiao is a scary talent that appears once in 10,000 years. As such, Yuan Hao pities the outcome of this bout. Zhongzong also trembles in fear of the future, wondering what he will do then, considering he barely managed to beat Yun Xiao even now. Wang Chun asks Yuan Hao if the boy can get the pill to 8 turns, getting told that there isn't much hope. The 4th-tier refiner remarks that Yun Xiao could have easily gotten the pill to 8 turns if he used Qing Fan's purple tripod, but arrogance got the better of him. Right then, the reincarnated soul flares up, attempting to use Yuan Qi Flames to forcibly increase the body pill's tier. Yuan Hao notes that even if Yun Xiao manages to get it to 8 turns like this, it will be very difficult for him to condense the pill or keep it in shape. Wang Chun understands that Yun Xiao is only giving it his all because of the fact that Zhongzong refined a peak 8-turn body pill. However, he questions what the boy is thinking, deeming it to be an unwinnable situation. When are these guys gonna learn not to bet against the plot armor? Suddenly, Yun Xiao raises the level of the body pill to 8 turns without a tripod, showcasing his demonic talent. Realizing that he's trying to substitute Yuan Flames with true Yuan Qi, Wang Chun panics. This prompts Yuan Hao to put Su Xiang on standby, preparing for the 8-turn body pill's impending explosion. Yun Xiao sighs out in exhaustion, understanding that this is the limit of his true Qi as a 3-star martial master. Left with no other choice, he decided to test that thing out to beat Zhongzong's peak 8-turn pill. Yun Xiao closes his eyes, diving deep into his consciousness. Burning within him wildly, the true flame of life emerges on his forehead. With this, Yun Xiao prepares to teach the mere 3rd-tier refiner who dared to show off in front of his face a harsh lesson that will render him unable to recognize even his mother. Looking on in awe at the blue fire, Yuan Hao and Wang Chun wonder what kind of flames they are. Even the demonic flames in Zhongzong's body show fear at the sight, making him realize that the pressure exerted by Yun Xiao's flames is from a higher tier. Of course, the reincarnated soul isn't actually able to control the true flame of life with his current abilities. So, He only uses the projection of the divine flames on the void, hurling them toward the 8-turned body pill. Unleashing the true fire pill refinement, Yun Xiao commands the pill to condense. The clouds start rumbling, followed by wild gusts of wind. While Yuan Hao looks on in disbelief at a mere third-tier pill causing such a natural phenomenon, the sky erupts. Countless thunderbolts rain down on the body pill, making it buzz wildly. As the dust settles, Yun Xiao stands huffing and puffing, holding a jewel-colored pill in his hands. Understanding that a pill of this tire shouldn't cause such a natural phenomenon, Yun Xiao wonders if the phoenix of true fire was responsible for the prior thunderstorm. Wang Chun bites his nails in anticipation, questioning the tier of the body pill. After all, even a 4th tier one wouldn't cause thunderbolts to strike. My goat just built different. Yuan Hao gets annoyed too, as the only difference between him and a 5th tier refiner is the ability to invoke thunderbolts to condense pills. Questioning how a youth managed to do something that he couldn't figure out for so many years, the 4th tier refiner asks Yun Xiao if he can see the body pill. The boy gladly hands it to the judge, leaving him in awe. Yuan Hao inquires about the 2-colored patterns on the body pill, as well as the abnormal thunderstorm at the end of the refinement. Yun Xiao remarks that he doesn't know either, considering it was his first time refining a 3rd-tier pill in this life. Shocked by this revelation, Zhengzong asks Yuan Hao about the victor of their competition. Closely observing the 2 pills, the 4th-tier refiner declares Yun Xiao as the winner. Zhengzong starts protesting, insisting that it's at most a tie, since his body pill is a peak 8-turn 1, being the strongest below the 4th tier. Yuan Hao then reveals that Yun Xiao's pill is a quasi-4th tier, making Zhengzong declare it to be impossible. After all, such a pill is formed when a mistake is made, while refining a 4th-tier pill and can only be made by a 4th-tier refiner. Zhengzong starts accusing Yuan Hao of conspiring with Yun Xiao. The boy shames him for making excuses after losing, declaring it to be the exact reason why he made Yuan Hao the judge. Making up his mind, the 4th-tier refiner hands Yun Xiao the bet's rewards and turns over to Zhengzong, ordering him to kneel down and kowtow. Originally, Yuan Hao intended to ask for mercy on his behalf. However, Zhengzong disrespected him in front of nearly 1 million people and courted death with his actions. Meanwhile, the 3rd-tier refiner is hit with the realization that his career as a pill refiner is over. Yuan Hao rushes Zhengzong to kneel down, threatening to ask Su Xiang to help him. If he doesn't, a moment passes, and the 3rd-tier refiner is still standing. This prompts Su Xiang to flick his fingers and unleash his qi, injuring Zhengzong's knees in the process. Falling to the ground, the 3rd-tier refiner screams out in agony, all the while blood continues to drip from his wounded knees. Suddenly, Yun Xiao flicks his hand, smashing Zhengzong's head into the floor. The former tells the latter that this first bow is for baring his teeth at him. Looking on, Su Xiang realizes that Yun Xiao is not a simple rank 3 martial master. Right then, Yun Xiao opens and closes his fist again, lifting and crushing Zhengzong's head once more. Announcing that the second bow is for stealing half of his family's fortune, the boy prepares to make Zhengzong's deformed head bow a 3rd time. However, Chunyang stops his grandson and tells him to just forget about it, considering his martial uncle would have died a long time ago, if not for the 3rd-tier refiner. Realizing that Chunyang is right, Yun Xiao instead kicks Zhengzong down the welcome platform. And so, the bully gets bullied, only getting spared because of a grandfather's request to his grandson. Labeling Zhengzong a disgrace to the Alchemist Association, Yuan Hao tells Master Yun Xiao not to worry about such people. Moreover, today's competition proved the boy's capabilities as a rank 3 alchemist. So, being the examiner from the Dust Flame Empire's Alchemist Association, Yuan Hao grants Yun Xiao a 3rd-tier refiner badge. As the reincarnated soul thanks him for it, the 4th-tier refiner declares him the most talented man he has seen in his entire life, deeming it an honor to give him the badge. Once again thanking Yuan Hao, the boy insists that he doesn't call him Master Yun Xiao, preferring to be called Young Master Yun instead. Referring to him as such, Wang Chun expresses the desire to stay in Tianshui and learn from the boy much younger than himself. Yun Xiao turns to the 3rd-tier refiner, casually asking him how Yang Di is doing nowadays. Bro might as well dap him up at this point. Having previously thought that the boy was Jun Ruyun's disciple, Wang Chun gets confused, hearing him refer to Yang Di like they are old friends. instead of as a martial uncle. Regardless, he tells Yun Xiao that Yang Di is doing good and went to Hua Shunhai a few months ago to break into the 7th stage, remarking that he has always wanted to visit his master's hometown in Tianshui. Wan Chun delights as he has finally fulfilled his wish. The 3rd-tier refiner suddenly remembers that Yang Di left a painting in Tianshui and promised to grant anyone a wish if they can solve it. Wanting to see it and try his luck, Wan Chun asks if it's still there. Being unaware of this fact, Yun Xiao gets filled in by Qing Fan, who tells him that the painting is stored in the palace as their kingdom's treasure. The boy wonders when Yang Di learned to paint, only to find out that it was made by Gu Fei Yang. Back then, Yang Di was throwing a tantrum, prompting Gu Fei Yang to draw the painting and throw it at him. However, the former was unable to understand its secret and promised to grant the wish of whoever managed to do so. Even after hearing all this, Yun Xiao doesn't remember doing anything like that. Blood thinks they're just making stuff up. Right then, Qin Zheng reveals that he has the painting with him at the moment. He always takes a look at it in hopes of deciphering it, not finding any success whatsoever. As Qin Zheng unveils the painting, everyone looks on in awe. Yuan Hao remarks that Gu Fei Yang is a true master, declaring the painting to be a peerless masterpiece. On the other hand, Yun Xiao bursts out laughing. Seeing his maniacal laughter, Wang Chun questions if he knows the secret behind the painting. However, Yun Xiao isn't able to answer his query and continues laughing like an idiot. Yuan Hao wonders if the painting is really that funny. The reincarnated soul then asks him to read the poem, calling Yang Di shameless. Wang Chun gets offended on his behalf, telling Yun Xiao not to insult his master. While the boy continues to laugh, at the point of having tears in his eyes, Yuan Hao recites the poem. As he finishes, the city guards start singing praises for it. Still confused, the 4th-tier refiner inquires about the fault in the poem. Everyone awaits Yun Xiao's explanation in anticipation, though he continues to tee-hee like an idiot. Finally, having enough of his grandson's shenanigans, Chunyang rushes to attack him, promising to beat him up if he doesn't say it already. As everyone holds the wild duke back, Yun Xiao tells them to think about why Gu Fei Yang wrote the 2 poems. Wang Chun correctly guesses that it's because his disciple acted foolishly. Yun Xiao reveals that Gu Fei Yang was only upset until Yang Di started yelling at him. Being a civilized and literate man, the martial sovereign doesn't swear and curse like an ordinary person. As he uses unconventional methods instead, Yun Xiao turns everyone's attention to the first character of the first poem and the last character of the second poem. Cue the drum roll. All eyes turn to the painting as Wang Chun interprets Gu Fei Yang's message as Yang Di is an idiot or Yang Di is a pig. Yun Xiao laughs, telling him that he's correct. Silence descends on the welcome platform, turning all onlookers into the Picasso-style shock. Realizing that Tian Shui's treasured painting was just Gu Fei Yang calling Yang Di a dumbass, Qin Zheng and Yuan Hao get depressed. Deprived of all joy, Wang Chun promises to relay Yun Xiao's interpretation to Yang Di so that he can get his reward from him. While everyone marvels at the fact that the boy has the valuable gift of having Yang Di do one thing for him, poor Wang Chun worries about the consequences of slandering his master. Right then, Qin Yang starts glazing Yun Xiao, declaring him the pride of Tian Shui. The power-hungry man vows to bestow the reincarnated soul and his future generations with the status of royalty if he becomes the emperor. Qin Yang even promises to let Yun Xiao marry Qin Ru Shui, flustering the girl, as the eldest prince tries to convince his sister. By singing praises for the boy, Qin Yue chimes in. The second prince vows to grant Yun Xiao more rewards than Qin Yang after becoming the emperor. Hearing this, the boy asks Qin Ru Shui who she thinks should be the emperor. Neither of them, shouts out the pouting girl. Looking into her eyes, Yun Xiao remarks that that's a problem, playfully questioning if she has any other brothers. Staying him respectfully consider her opinions, Qin Ru Shui blushes. At the same time, Qin Yang promises to make her the Taiping princess if he ascends to the throne. Though the eldest prince means to grant her the highest status, besides the emperor, his words can also be mistaken as calling the lady flat. Nah, bro messed up. As such, Qin Ru Shui gets offended, declaring her also jerk of a brother Qin Yue to be better than Qin Yang. After having a good laugh, Yun Xiao marches towards Qin Zheng, Declaring that nothing lasts forever in this world, he asks His Majesty to abdicate his throne for Qin Yue. The second prince claps in celebration. All the while his brother trembles with rage. A gust of wind blows as the emperor feels at ease about the future of Tiandang Mountains with Yun Xiao at Qin Yue's side. However, he has a condition. Qin Zheng wants Yun Xiao to keep Qin Yang alive, not wanting his son to follow him right after he dies. Hearing his father's words, Qin Yang falls to his knees. At the same time, Yun Xiao agrees to the emperor's condition. With his daughter by his side, Qin Zheng walks up to the throne on the welcome platform. All eyes look on in anticipation as the emperor prepares to make an official announcement. Right then, 3 green wolf battleships descend from the sky. Qin Yang starts laughing like a maniac at their arrival, questioning how Qin Yue will fight for the throne against his trump card. The onlooking officials wonder if the competition for the throne is really that important, as there seems to be no end in sight at the back and forth. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Qin Zheng stares intently at the green wolf battleship's descent, and so does Yuan Hao. Not only is the floating battleship the Dust Flame Empire's top-level weapon, and a treasure that can only be created by refiners 4th tier and above, but the 3 currently descending also have their family name engraved on them. This makes the city guards question why they are there. Right then, one of the green wolf battleships pops open and connects a path down to the welcome platform. Accompanied by a hooded figure, the eldest son of the Zhou family, one of the 4 great families named Zhou Yushan, starts walking towards the gathering. Qin Yang welcomes him, questioning if Lord Yang Biao is not there. Remarking that there's no need for his father to get involved in such a small manner, Yushan takes a look at the ruffians around him. All the while Qin Yang continues to glaze him. Right then, the eldest son notices Yuan Hao and Wang Chun there, despite not knowing Jia Rong, Shu Han, and Qing Fan. He to tell that they are refiners, and wonders why the place is filled with refiners. Greeting Yushan, Yuan Hao explains that he is at Tian Shui for official matters. The eldest son greets him back, replying that he is just there for some trivial matters, and will be leaving right after, without bothering him. On today's episode of Fact or Cap. Turning over to the throne, Yushan calls for Qin Zheng. The latter asks the former what he needs from the emperor, making him shake his head in disappointment. Yushan announces that no one other than the Dust Flame Empire's emperor himself dares to refer to themselves as royalty in front of him. However, he lets Qin Zheng's transgression pass on account of his old age. Yushan then reveals that he is there today to help determine the successor to the throne, backing Qin Yang for the position, remarking that the matter of succession only concerns Tian Shui and has nothing to do with the eldest son. Qin Zheng stands his ground, officially announcing Qin Yue as the heir to the throne. He passes his last royal decree, declaring that the crowning and abdication ceremony will start in 3 days. All hail His Majesty, followed by roaring chants of All hail Prince Qin Yue echo throughout the welcome ceremony. Witnessing this sight, the second prince is brought to tears, and he falls to his knees, expressing gratitude for his father. Qin Zheng tells him to rise, stating that the soon-to-be emperor of Tian Shui shouldn't show such a weak side of himself. He then turns over to Qin Yang, revealing that he originally favored him for the throne. However, contacting outsiders and involving them in governmental business is something Qin Zheng refuses to allow. Yushan disrespectfully shouts out at the old fart for daring to go against him. My Tian Shui, my choice, declares Qin Zheng. If Yushan's father were here, he could have paid his respects to him. But since it's only the bratty eldest son, Qin Zheng tells him to go back home. Becoming infuriated by these words, Yushan bursts forth with a wild qi, expressing the desire to see what happens if the chosen heir is dead. As Commander Bai prepares to defend Qin Yue, Yun Xiao shouts out at everyone to hold on, remarking that Yushan looks pro. The boy asks Wang Chun who he is. Blood thinks it's a video game. Hearing Yun Xiao's words, Yushan demands to know who uttered them. He turns around, spotting the boy having a roundtable discussion with Wang Chun about him. Yan Di's disciple informs Yun Xiao of Yushan's identity, telling him to pay no mind to his behavior. Joking about the eldest son having his nose in the air, Yun Xiao asks him if he isn't afraid of rainwater getting inside it when it rains. Wang Chun laughs and compliments the boy's sense of humor, wondering if such a thing really might have happened before. Yun Xiao doesn't know if water has gotten into Yushan's nose before, but he does know that it has definitely gotten to his brain. While Wang Chun laughs his guts out, Yushan rages, questioning how a mere brat dares to make fun of him. Declaring that Yun Xiao is courting death, the eldest son swings at him. The reincarnated soul steps back, avoiding the attack with relative ease. Chunyang gets ready to jump in, but Yushan beats him to it, unleashing her Yang Axe explosion to intercept Yushan's fan brimming with water chi. Getting stopped by a 5-star martial lord, the eldest son inquires about her identity. Yushan proudly announces herself as a teacher at Jia Lan Academy, making Yushan wonder if she doesn't know that going against him is equivalent to a death sentence. Ignoring him, Yushan checks up on Yun Xiao. The boy insists that he's fine, remarking that it would be quite a challenge for a martial lord like Yushan to hurt him. This enrages the eldest son, who tells Yun Xiao to stop hiding behind a woman if he's so great, and come out to fight him one-on-one. Calling out the absurdity of a 5-star martial lord challenging a 3-star martial master to one-on-one combat, Yun Xiao mocks Yushan for having skin thick enough to construct city walls. The eldest son gets flustered, telling the boy to just beg for his life if he doesn't dare to accept the challenge. Yet again, Yun Xiao mocks Yushan, announcing that he isn't scared of the one-on-one fight, but only worries that he won't be able to hurt his thick skin, leaving them in a stalemate. Wang Chun bursts out laughing, hyping up Yun Xiao's great metaphors and declaring Yushan as the user of the strongest skin protection in the Dust Flame Empire. Dude got affected by Jia Rong's glazing virus too. Having had enough of the mockery, Yushan orders his hooded companion to kill the brat. The enigmatic figure leaps off the connecting platform, charging straight at Yun Xiao. Yushan intercepts him with her scorching yang fire, only to get her attack blocked by the entity's bare hands, as she realizes that the hooded figure is a martial king. He taps her on her shoulders and jumps away. Teacher Luo tries to follow him, though she isn't able to do so, as her arms have been rendered useless. Chunyang takes a hack at the enigmatic entity, hurling a ball of concentrated chi at him. However, the latter easily blocks the former's attack and declares him a mere 1-star martial king. Chunyang looks on in disbelief as his own attack is thrown right back at him. Before the stray blast takes out the city guards, the 8-star martial king, Xiao Qing Wang, jumps in to neutralize it. The commander then unleashes his wild flames, forcing the hooded figure to get on the back foot. Gritting his teeth, the mysterious man hurls a purple vortex-like concentration of chi at Qing Wang's attack. However, it only manages to hold off the flames momentarily. In the end, the collision of the martial kings causes a huge explosion on the welcome platform, sending bodies flying everywhere. While Chunyang and Bai Mu take the responsibility of protecting the emperor and his children, Yuan Hao signals Su Xiang to make his move. Following his lord's command, the martial grandmaster jumps into battle. The massive pressure he exerts leaves the 2 martial kings frozen in their tracks, forcing them to disengage from their battle. Yushan asks Yuan Hao if he also intends to meddle with his business, getting told that he just doesn't intend to take a fall. The dude is avoiding responsibility better than a certain gender. Right then, Yun Xiao questions if Yushan really wants to fight him one-on-one. He issues a brazen challenge, agreeing to fight the eldest son at the location of his choosing, with the only condition being that it takes place 3 months later. Yun Xiang tries to stop Yun Xiao's reckless behavior, reminding him that Yushan is a 5-star martial lord. Readily accepting the challenge, the eldest son sets the location to be the Dark Gold Arena in the Dust Flame Empire, vowing to make Yun Xiao kneel down, kowtow, and beg him to spare his life. When the time comes, suddenly, Yushan turns his gaze towards Yushan in a perverted manner, declaring that she will be his as well if Yun Xiao loses. Teacher Luo tries to say something, but Yun Xiao stops her. Regardless of who wins or loses, he questions what Yun Xiang, becoming Yushan's woman, has to do with him. The eldest son tells Yun Xiao to stop pretending, announcing that the way she looks at him is like a woman in love. Remarking that only someone capable should have her, Yushan starts walking off, while declaring Yun Xiao to be a toad unworthy of such a beauty. Brimming forth with unparalleled fury, Yun Xiang leaps at Yushan, fully intending to kill him. However, Su Xiang stops her onslaught, muttering that they should stop fighting if they don't want the stage to collapse. Grinning like a crazed maniac, Yushan perversely licks his lips and labels Yun Xiang a smoking hot woman who is just to his liking. He then heads back to the floating battleship, vowing to tame her in 3 months. Someone get this guy behind bars ASAP. Right then, Yushan lays his eyes on Qinru Shuwei and uses his martial prowess to pull her towards himself. The creep wants the beautiful young lady to quench his thirst first, while he waits for the beautiful woman to come to him. Qinru Shuwei begs Qin Zheng to save her, while Yushan continues to drag her to the battleship. He promises to make her his 23rd concubine when they get back, making the poor girl tremble in fear. Lotus Sword Song shouts out Yun Xiao as he charges toward the Green Wolf battleship. Telling him that he's courting death, the hooded figure intercepts the boy, only for his hand to go through him like a projection. Yun Xiao continues to head toward the damsel in distress, calling for him to save her, unleashing his Lotus Sword Song with a fierce gaze. Choking out Qinru Shuwei, Yushan reiterates that the reincarnated soul is courting death, calling out the audacity of a mere 3-star martial master, daring to attack a martial lord. The eldest son swings his fan, raining down countless slashes on Yun Xiao. Much to his dismay, the boy continues to come at him, sword first like a man possessed. Blood spurts as Yun Xiao's blade cuts Yushan's wrists. At the same time, he rescues Qinru Shuwei from the creep and asks her if she's alright. The hooded figure tries to rush to him, but Xiao Qingwang and Chun Wang stop him. Screaming out in agony, Yushan calls for Hong Ling, questioning how long she's just going to keep watching. Suddenly, ribbon-like red material emerges from a woman's fully clothed body, forcefully separating Qinru Shuwei from Yun Xiao. It wraps around the two, rendering them both unable to move. Even in this state, the reincarnated soul issues an ultimatum to Yushan. If he dares to touch a single hair on Qinru Shuwei, holy goosebumps. Yun Xiao swears to completely erase the Zhou family from the Tianwu continent, whether it be 100-year-old elders or infants who have just been born. He vows to wipe them all out. Trembling at Yun Xiao's words, Yushan orders Hong Ling to kill him right now. The lady stares at the boy, deciding to instead throw him off the Green Wolf battleship. Yun Shang and Wan Chun gather around Yun Xiao, while Yushan continues to throw a tantrum at Hong Ling for not killing him. Checking up on the reincarnated soul, Yun Shang and Wan Chun ask him if he's alright. However, even in this state, Yun Xiao only has revenge on his mind. Getting back up to his feet, Yun Xiao gives Su Xiang an intimidating look. The martial grandmaster instantly realizes that the boy is scolding him for not making a move, considering only he would have had a chance to save Qinru Shuwei out of everyone there. However, Su Xiang wonders if it's worth enraging the Zhou family for the sake of just a small country princess. Confirming that he has the privilege of letting Yang Di do one thing for him, Yun Xiao offers to give it to Wang Chun if he can ensure Qinru Shuwei's safety for the next 3 months, shocking everyone with his selflessness. On the other hand, the martial grandmaster laments that Yun Xiao didn't say that earlier, as he would have even killed Zhou Yushan to save the princess. After all, having the privilege of a 7th-tier refiner like Yang Di refining a pill for him would have easily made him a martial emperor. Womp womp lil bro. Wang Chun readily accepts Yun Xiao's proposal, begging him to keep his word. The latter smiles, assuring the former that he always does so. Wang Chun gets ready to write a letter to his family, vowing to save Qinru Shuwei, no matter what. Announcing that he shouldn't stay any longer, Yang Di's disciple informs Yuan Hao that he will be returning first. The 4th-tier refiner sighs out as silence soon descends on the welcome platform. This time, Qin Zheng is the one to break it, telling Yun Xiao that there's no need to worry, now that Wang Chun has agreed to help. Zhou, Wang, Mo, and Cheng. These are the Dusk Flame Empire's 4 great families, each of which has more power than a small country. As such, the Zhou family wouldn't dare to mess with the Wang family over someone like Princess Ru Shuwei. The Wang family will also pull out all the stops to ensure that they get to request one thing from Yang Di, so all their problems have been solved. Need this type of energy in my life for real. Qin Zheng then turns over to Qin Yue, reiterating that he is the heir to Tian Shuai after the abdication of the throne, the ceremony for which, along with the crowning, will start in 3 days. As for Qin Yang, he is to be taken away and locked up. At last, Qin Yue breathes a sigh of relief as the battle for the throne finally reaches its rousing conclusion. All hail your majesty. All hail the heir. These chants echo throughout Tiang Shuai, marking the end of the years-long struggle. Just like that, The capital starts preparing for the ceremony that will take place in 3 days. Accompanying Qin Yue in the throne room, Bai Mu informs him that Yuan Hao and his men are headed back to the Dust Flame Empire's Alchemist Association. As for Qin Yang's supporters who came crawling back to the second prince, she has rejected all of them on his behalf. The sniveling cowards tried to get the Li family's backing, only to get thrown out by their guards. Bai Mu celebrates, reminding Qin Yue that his dream has finally come to fruition after many years of hard work. Declaring that gods truly are with him, the second prince turns over to Bai Mu, who has been with him for the longest. He thanks her for doing the most for him throughout all these years, only for the lady to tell him that he's wrong. After all, the one who contributed the most during the Throne Wars is none other than young Master Yun. This leaves Qin Yue deep in thought, pondering how he should reward Yun Xiao. Bai Mu questions if he has some concerns, getting told that Yun Xiao possesses a mystical strength, along with the support of 2 fourth-tier refiners and 2 martial kings. Moreover, his father commands a 1,000,000-strong army. As such, Qin Yue wonders if granting Yun Xiao the status of royalty would put the Qin family's status as the imperial family in jeopardy. Bai Mu asks him if he is thinking of getting rid of Yun Xiao. Despite having thought of it once, Qin Yue possesses neither the power nor the guts to do so now. The lady insists that the heir doesn't talk any nonsense in case anyone else hears them, but he assures her that he's saying it because only the 2 of them are there, reminding Bai Mu that her last divination on him proved to be true. Qin Yue asks her if she can use it on Yun Xiao to check whether he will be a threat to him in the future. Feeling giddy at the fact that she is the only one Qin Yue told something so important to, Bai Mu gets ready to divine the answer to his question once more. Being a secret art that harms one's Yuan energy, divination can even affect one's Yuan energy lifespan, depending on the calculations and specificity involved. However, Bai Mu thinks that a few times more is nothing for a loved one. Me and who? Walking up to the array-like ritual area, the lady bites her thumb to make it bleed. She then smacks the ground, causing the candles around the array to burn wildly. The seal activates as Bai Mu begins the divination process. Singular words pop out of the center of the markings, making the lady tremble. Having never seen her in such a state, Qin Yue worriedly asks Bai Mu, "What's going on?" Moments later, the candles go out and she coughs out a ton of blood all over the place. The entire ritual area gets disrupted and Qin Yue rushes to Bai Mu's side. Wondering what happened to her, stuttering over her words, the lady reveals that she couldn't see anything at all. Bai Mu only heard a voice that kept repeating something, convincing her that she would die if she wanted to peer into a fate that couldn't be foretold. Bai Mu once heard her master say that some people have souls that were constellations at some point, so, unless one knew the art of divine battle day, they wouldn't be able to see into the fate of such people, even after spending all of their Yuan energy lifespan. Still trembling from the earlier experience, Bai Mu wonders if Yun Xiao could really have a divine fate. Knowing that the term divine fate usually refers to emperors who claim themselves to be sent by the heavens, Qin Yue reveals that it is nothing but a tool to fool the common people. So he finds it hard to believe that there really are people with a so-called divine fate. Suddenly, a voice announces that this leaves him nothing to be worried about, causing Qin Yue and Bai Mu to panic. Much to their relief, it is just Qin Zheng and Qing Fan, having received some stimulating medicines to feel energetic in his last moments. The former emperor looks better than ever, making Qin Yue question why he would do that. Blood doping in his last moments, W. As he often feels exhausted and has even started to forget things, Qin Zheng wants to teach his son some last things before departing. For instance, he wasn't careful with his words this time around. Qin Yue worries that they messed up, considering that Qing Fan has immense respect for Yun Xiao. However, the fourth-tier refiner tells them not to worry, as he won't snitch. Even if he did, Qing Fan thinks that Yun Xiao would simply laugh at them. In the same vein, he advises Qin Yue to never think about going against young Master Yun, unless he wants to face an endless world of disaster. Qin Zheng agrees with his aide, noting that Yun Xiao is already a 3-star martial master and a 3rd-tier refiner at just 15 years old. For a person with such scary talent, Tiandang is too small a country. Under the broad and endless skies is where he should be, or so Qin Zheng thinks. Qin Yue bows to his father, thanking him for his advice. Vowing to bestow the status of royalty onto Yun Xiao, he asks Qin Zheng about the piece of land he should grant him. The former emperor tells Qin Yue to pick whichever he wants, but urges him to choose fertile land. Qing Fan believes that the Li family's involvement in Tiandang Shuoi's politics will slowly fade away once Qin Yue takes the throne, kind of like the Heaven Gathering sect. At first, the Heaven Gathering sect was just a family of high status in the Dusk Flame Empire. Right now, though, not involving themselves in politics, they have become a true power throughout the Tianwu continent, becoming a group that people look up to. Confirming his aide's words, Qin Zheng laments, not realizing it back then, as it caused Yang Di to leave in anger. The former emperor regrets costing Tian Shui such a great opportunity. Qin Yue bows once again, thanking Qin Zheng and Qing Fan for their wisdom. Remarking that his young son still has a lot to learn, the former emperor deems it laughable that he was blinded by his authority all these years, to the point that it caused a great divide between his two sons. Unfortunately, Qin Zheng doesn't have much time left to teach Qin Yue. Sounds like a skill issue to me, homie. Wishing to have a private conversation with him, he tells Qing Fan and Commander Bai to take their leave first. Understanding what this means, the fourth-tier refiner tears up and bows to the man he has served for his entire life. A few hours later, Bai Mu and Qing Fan see Qin Yue walking out of the palace with a crushed expression, revealing that his father has left them. The day after Qin Zheng's passing, the second prince ascends to the throne and grants the court official rewards. Qin Yue also bestows upon Li Yun Xiao the title of Prince Wucheng, giving him ownership of Tian Shuoi's most prosperous city, Martial Flame City. It is a stronghold located in the northernmost area of the country, being a hub for the goods being transported between Tian Shuoi and the Dusk Flame Empire. The Shaken court accuses Qin Yue of abusing his power, but he quickly shuts down all of them. On the other hand, Yun Xiao stays in seclusion the whole time, refusing to meet anyone. 7 days later, Chunyang, Qing Fan, and Yun Shang arrive before the Li family's training chamber. They conclude that the duel that will take place in 3 months has stressed out Yun Xiao a lot, considering his opponent is going to be a 5-star martial lord. In her mind, teacher Luo wonders why that lord isn't showing himself, even in such a crucial moment. Right then, Yun Xiao marches out of the training chamber, declaring that being a martial lord is nothing amazing. Chunyang looks on in awe, as his grandson has become a 4-star martial master. The former asks the latter if he really has to train so desperately. With a smile on his face, Yun Xiao asks whether all martial artists don't train like this, seeing the boy smile after such harsh training. Chunyang questions if there's something wrong with his brain. Yun Xiao tells his grandfather not to misunderstand things, insisting that he really isn't thinking much of the duel in 3 months. The reincarnated soul promises to make light work of that young master something, and his Zhou family of the 4 great families, or something like that, to save Qinru Shui. Moreover, Wang Chun's promise assures him that the princess is safe. Yun Xiao then hands Chunyang a sack of pills to pass on to Cheng Feng, wanting his father to pursue the limitless path of martial arts and cultivate properly in seclusion to become a martial king as well. Chun Yang playfully asks Yun Xiao if there's something good for him too, getting told that he doesn't have any pills suitable for his level. However, the boy promises to refine enough pills for everyone after he can gather all the ingredients he needs, making Qing Fan and Yun Shang jealous of Chunyang for being related to such a skilled refiner. Lastly, Yun Xiao wants the martial king's help with gathering some rare ingredients. Dube is more demanding than my ex. At first, Chunyang thinks that it will be a piece of cake due to the Li family's reputation. Of course, once the martial king, along with Yu Shang and Qing Fan, takes a look at the ingredients, he realizes that some of the ingredients can't even be found in Tian Shuai. Yun Xiao notes that the main ingredient of adversity-destroying pills, called the Heavenly Universe Cleansing Crystal, can wait for now. However, he must find the 100 pattern hydrangea, as Yu Xiao needs it to refine 6 sunset gold pills to save the unconscious Jimeng. Chunyang questions how he is supposed to find an ingredient that isn't anywhere in Tian Shuai, making the boy conclude that he will have to send someone to the Deity Transformation Sea. As the Alchemist Association's headquarters is located there, it is the holy ground for all refiners, housing practically every ingredient known to man. Qing Fan suggests that there's no need to go to the faraway Deity Transformation Sea, as the Dusk Flame Empire's 1,000 treasures auction will take place in 3 days, right in Yun Xiao's land of martial flame city. Xunyang agrees, confusing the reincarnated soul, who is supremely unaware of the current matters. Xingfan informs Yun Xiao that he is now called Prince Wucheng, being the permanent owner of martial flame city. However, the body thinks all of that is just for show, remarking that only the common man would put any importance on such meaningless glory. Xingfan smiles, realizing that his young master Yun is more open-minded than an old fart like himself, even at such a young age. Meanwhile, Xunyang prepares to gather primordial stones in bulk, as they are the currency for the 1,000 Treasures auction. Having attended many such auctions in his past life, Yun Xiao is surprised that one is being held in such an insignificant place. Planning to refine his black glass sword, he tells Xingfan to prepare the refinement room. The 4th-tier refiner's soul burns with a wild passion, wishing that Yun Xiao would let him watch the process. In the Alchemist Association, Shu Han's eyes sparkle with excitement at the sight of Yun Xiao, being there to refine his sword. Throwing away all the documents he just finished sorting, Shu Han runs off to prepare the refinement room. The frantic man orders the receptionist Lu Hao that no one is allowed to interrupt them, even if the sky itself falls down. Seeing Shu Han in such a state leaves the poor girl scared. Later in the refinement room, Yun Xiao concludes that the 100-fold gravity array of his black glass is only useful against great martial masters. Even then, it's just a sneak attack. Deeming it to be completely useless, when up against a martial lord, he throws the blade into the air. Yun Xiao then crushes a yuan stone in his left hand, blowing the dust onto the black glass. Mixed with his soul power, the dust swirls around the sword and combines with the refinement chamber's flames. Through this process, Yun Xiao erases all arrays and seals on the black glass, still the hardest name anyone has given to their weapon. The reincarnated soul then uses his soul power to make the ingredients float, hurling them toward the flames enveloping the black glass. Looking on in awe, Shu Han realizes that Yun Xiao is trying to raise the tier of the Shuan weapon, from 1st tier straight to 3rd tier. As Xingfan questions if doing such a thing is even possible, the boy's soul power takes the form of a roaring dragon. The beastly projection starts circling the black glass, and Yun Xiao hurls it inside the refinement chamber's fire to fuse all the ingredients with the blade. Moments later, the reincarnated soul declares that he's done refining the weapon, intently observing the black glass crackling with Yun Xiao's soul power. Shu Han and Xingfan give a slightly disappointed look to each other. Bros better keep their mouths shut. The latter of the two carefully speaks his mind, telling Yun Xiao that something seems to be missing in the otherwise sharp sword filled with soul power. Oh no. While Shu Han continues to observe the blade, Xingfan notes that the boy didn't use the sword-condensing soul technique at the end, meaning he didn't complete the refinement yet. Yun Xiao confirms this fact, revealing that it's an incomplete sword at the moment. He originally planned to refine it into a 3rd-tiered Shuan weapon, ultimately deciding to hold off until he can get some good materials from the 1,000 Treasures auction. Yun Xiao aims to refine black glass to a quasi-4th tier, confusing Shu Han, as refining in bursts can ruin the quality of a weapon. The reincarnated soul reveals that he is only planning to make an incomplete 3rd-tier sword a quasi-4th tier, as it's the equivalent of raising it by half a tier. The black glass won't be ruined. Glimmering with hope, Xingfan asks Yun Xiao to instruct him, and Shu Han to refine the incomplete sword, promising that they will be able to refine a true 4th-tier Shuan weapon that will live up to his standards. However, the boy insists that there's no need for that, as not only is it easier for him to use something he refined himself, but he also can't utilize the true power of a 4th-tier Shuan weapon at his current level. My humble king. Hearing these words, the ecstatic refiners lose all joy in life. Yun Xiao sighs, promising to invite Xingfan and Shu Han to assist him when he refines the black glass. This turns their frowns upside down, making them all giddy. While the two refiners, blessed by the light of alchemy, float, light up with bliss, Yun Xiao realizes that he should start preparing for his journey to Martial Flame City. The next day, outside the gates of the capital, Qin Yue greets Yun Xiao, toasting him off before the adventure that lies ahead. As the boy enjoys neither authority nor glory, he vows to treat him in some other way. Yun Xiao marches up to Qin Yue and taps his shoulder, expressing hope that he will be a good emperor in the future. After telling him not to worry, the emperor insists that the boy takes a team of the state guardians with him. Of course, he can always send them back if he doesn't need them. Yan, the commander who took over the first unit of the State Guardians after Gao Feng's arrest, greets Yun Xiao, being a peak 9-star Great Martial Master. Complimenting Yan's capability, Xiao Qingwang advises the reincarnated soul to bring him along. He then turns over to Qin Yue. Remarking that Bai Mu is one of the 2 goddesses in the State Guardians, Qingwang advises the emperor to treat her well. The lady blushes as Qin Yue puts his arms around her and declares that he won't let her down. God, I see what you have done for others. Right then, Yun Xiao tells Bai Mu that she shouldn't use her divination rashly, as it is only at the clear stage. If the lady were to encounter someone powerful, the backlash from her technique would be severe. Yun Xiao mentions that the 5th elder of Bai Mu's sect became crippled for life after using divination on someone they should have. This leaves her wondering how he not only knows that she used divination on him, but even knows the secret of her sect. Qin Yue steps forward, asking Yun Xiao not to blame Bai Mu, as he was the one who asked her to use divination. Of course, the boy doesn't blame him at all, and would have done the same thing if he were in his shoes. Yun Xiao then tells Qin Yue that as he has already been crowned, they won't be interacting much from now on. However, the emperor vows to always welcome him back with open arms, announcing Yun Xiao as Tian Shuoi's Prince Wucheng. Chants for Yun Xiao break out amongst the army and the city guards as he starts marching towards the martial flame city to begin a new chapter of his life. Inside the rumbling carriage, Mumbai dances with joy, celebrating that his master is a city lord. Yun Xiao is accompanied by Chun Zun and Han Bai, along with among siblings, and Tian Shuoi's 3 martial kings. Chun Zun praises Meng Bai, but Yun Xiao thinks that he only dreams of becoming a general or a state guardian like all kids. Suddenly, Meng Bai turns over to his master, questioning how he knew about his dream. The kid excitedly asks Yun Xiao to make him a general after taking over as city lord, wanting to lead an army back and show off to Uncle Li Dayuan. Right then, Yun Xiao spots something in size. Xiao Qingwang notices it too, wondering why those brats are there again. The party halts the carriage as the Jia Land Academy's student army stands in their way, led by Bai Chung Feng. Da Sheng praises them, declaring that having 1,000,000 such soldiers would make it possible to sweep all the empires in Tianwu. Chunyang tells him to stop dreaming, as having 2,000 soldiers like them is already an impressive feat. Despite not knowing how they trained, the Duke thinks that the student army might put even an army of 2,000 great martial masters to shame. Blazing students is crazy. Wait, that's not what I meant, officer. As Yun Xiao peeks at the soldiers, Bai Chung Feng begs him to bring them along to Martial Flame City, wishing to follow the mighty Prince Wucheng. However, the boy reveals that he is only going there to partake in the 1,000 Treasures auction and has no intention of staying there. Besides, as all of them have yet to graduate, Yun Xiao wishes for the student army to head back to the capital. As Chung Feng lowers his head in disappointment, Luo Yunshan pats him on the shoulders. She tells Yun Xiao to let them follow him, taking responsibility for explaining things to the academy. Hearing this, the student army starts celebrating, while Luo Lan Duo vows to keep rushing forward on the path of martial arts to catch up to the man she once rejected. Yun Xiao shouts out, questioning the student army why they are celebrating when he is just attending an auction and not going to war. Used to being alone, he also refuses to act as a city lord. However, Chunyang and Qingwang suggest that Yun Xiao develops the student army into mighty soldiers if he wishes to surpass the world's standards. As the individual ceiling is limited, they think that Yun Xiao should use Martial Flame City as a base to develop a far on par with the Heaven Gathering sect. Realizing that many struggles in his past life came about because he wandered alone, Yun Xiao concludes that having a strong force backing him will get him to even greater heights and decides to lead them. Since he was called the military breaker as Gu Fei Yang, Yun Xiao grants the student army the title of Heaven's Core. My PC just burnt from how hard this name goes. Later at the City Lord's residence of Martial Flame City, the reincarnated soul gets the Chief of Records, Wu Zishi, to spill the beans about their financial situation, not being interested in anything else. However, Yun Xiao notices a discrepancy of millions of gold coins, getting told that the previous City Lord Ud Hai had taken it away. When he retired, the boy declares it to be BS, ignoring all of Wu Zishi's pleas not to act rashly. Yun Xiao not only sends his father to get the money back from Yu Hai, whose younger sister is the emperor's concubine, but also puts out a hit for all the officials he bribed and the last 10 city lords. He declares that if anyone is dead, the money is to be obtained from their descendants. Watching the crazed new city lord in action, Wu Zishi asks his name. Proclaiming his name, Yu Xiao tells the man to just call him Young Master Yun. Sometime later, Li Changfeng asks his son to let the mythic cloud-shaking thunder beast accompany him for the mission. The creature is extremely reluctant, but Yu Xiao fulfills his father's request. Telling Changfeng to collect the money at triple the regular interest rate, he asks him to take primordial stones instead of gold coins if possible. Wu Zishi wonders if Yun Xiao doesn't fear offending every single court official, only to get promoted to Vice City Lord and put in charge of all matters, except those concerning money. Just like that, Yun Xiao heads off to the Thousand Treasures auction, leaving behind a man questioning reality itself. Ah, the horror of getting a sudden promotion